Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Saga of Avatar Korra in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Book 3 Lightning. Chapter 14 The Lightning Master. Bolin glanced around the palace hallway in awe. Iroh watched him with a smile, frowning as his companion licked his lips. Should my head be lower than hers? Is there anything I shouldn't do? Bolin asked. Iroh sighed. Relax. Think of this like meeting my mother, not like meeting a Fire Lord. But, she's both. Bolin shook his head. Okay. How far from the throne should I be before I bow? Iroh blinked. Throne. Oh, you mean that thing. Mother doesn't use it anymore. We're going to meet her in the office. Oh, Bolin said, a little disappointed. Iroh smiled. It wasn't really conducive for actual work. Plus it tended to just intimidate people, not good for diplomacy. And Iroh glanced around himself and leaned closer as he lowered his voice. She actually did try it once, but her robes got singed. Bolin grinned. You can see it later if you want, some kids are in there for a field trip. Field trip? Bolin asked. Yeah, Iroh said, leading him down a side passage adjacent to the enormous imposing-looking doors of what presumably was the throne room. Our citizens pay for the palace via their taxes, only fair they should be able to visit the place they're paying for. Of course there's entry fees, which means the tax can be spent on other things. Huh, Bolin murmured. Iroh stopped in front of a nondescript door, rapped on it and opened it without pause. Fire Lord Izumi looked up from a scroll and rose to her feet. Good morning, Iroh, Bolin, she said, bowing to each in turn. Fear seized Bolin's heart and his limbs went rigid. He bowed back as low as he could, his back aching as he held the awkward position. Please excuse my intrusion. He stood up straight, staring right over the Fire Lord's head, fearing to meet her eyes. Bolin. Iroh tried. Daddy. A voice called. Bolin blinked. A small girl, Earth Kingdom maybe, had charged from around the desk to clamp onto Iroh's leg. Daddy? The girl was not dressed in anything remotely resembling the robes Iroh and Izumi were wearing. Hi, Yuzo, Iroh said, smiling. The girl grinned up at him and glanced at Bolin, her expression faltering. It's okay, Iroh said gently. He's a friend of Asami's. Is she here? Yuzo asked excitedly as Bolin quietly asked how she knew Asami. Iroh did not seem to notice. Soon we hope, Iroh replied. My daughter, he said to Bolin, who just gaped at him. So many questions and none of them quick or simple to answer. But still, no royal robes for a princess? Wait, Iroh was not married, and had whatever he did have with Asami. So. I'm afraid I have some more to do, so I can't join you this morning, Izumi interrupted, startling Bolin from his reverie. Is there anything you wish to do, Bolin? Bolin stuttered as his mouth seemed to go numb. Izumi's lips quirked into a smile. You said he liked history. Why don't the two of you show him around the palace? I'll be done in time for lunch, she said to Iroh. Sounds good. That okay, Bolin? He nodded vaguely. The Fire Lord had spoken to him like an equal. Okay. Yuzo? Want to show Bolin around the palace? Iroh asked. Okay. The girl said and grabbed Bolin's hand. This way. Izumi smiled at him as he stumbled, Yuzo pulling him back out of the office and Iroh trailing a few steps behind him. Relax, Iroh murmured as they walked back down the hall. The family, the palace, they're nothing like Grandfather's Day. No one is going to execute you for not following protocol. Bolin nodded again. So, is there anything specific you would like to see though? Bolin finally found his voice. Everything. Iroh smiled. We'll see what we can do. We can certainly take you to the orchard, the banquet hall, what was the treasury, the secret bunker. We'll have to avoid the Turtle Duck Pond for now. Turtle Duck Pond? He asked. Why not there? Because my aunt is there. She's not quite used to modern attitudes. Iroh met his gaze for a second as Bolin blinked at him in confusion. Angela, he clarified. Oh. Oh. Bolin said and quivered at the thought and visions from nightmares past of the cruel firebender with the blue flames. Yeah, I think we can skip that for now. Possibly for the best. She's better, but... Iroh shook his head and led Bolin towards a mural. Anyway, we're going to leave her in peace. Yuzu? Can you tell Bolin who this is? He said, gesturing at a huge image of a Fire Nation woman in flowing red robes. Sumaika, Yuzu said, smiling. Right, Iroh replied. Do you remember anything about her? Yuzu shook her head. She began the family's dynasty. She became known as the Mother of Lightning after she discovered the technique. But, she was not the first Fire Lord. Eventually she and her family staged a rebellion against Fire Lord Akimiya and took control of the capital and then the nation. She's... Bolin gaped. Amazing. Then she challenged each one of her siblings to Agni Kai for the position of Fire Lord, Iroh said in a less boastful voice. She killed all of them. Is it too late to retract my previous statement? Iroh smirked. I wouldn't worry. My family's entire history is like that. He carried on down the corridor, prompting Yuzu for each name and elaborating on each, until one. Yuzu stared at the mural in confusion and shook her head. It's okay. I can't remember her name either. And little of interest seemed to occur during her rule. He cocked his head to one side. Need to remember to look this up. He gestured at the next image. Fire Lord Jing, he built the palace. It's been standing for more than 800 years now. That is some legacy, Bolin breathed. At a cost, he massacred the residents of the Zinpi forest in the Earth Kingdom and deforested the entire area. And that's not even getting into the forced labor, Iroh said drily. Is it too late to retract my previous statement? Bolin asked. He cast a hasty glance at Yuzu as she skipped ahead of them and grabbed Iroh's arm. Is it true that the Fire Lords had dash? He lowered his voice before hissing concubines. Try as he might, he could not shake the curiosity. Iroh barely glanced at Yuzu, who had become distracted by the animals in the border of the unnamed Fire Lord ahead of them. They did. He shrugged. The practice was still occurring at the time of my grandfather. Those still alive no longer live in the palace, but I assure you they are all being well taken care of. Grandfather never had any as far as I know, and mother was never really interested like that, so none for her either. Are you? Allowed to? Bolin asked, feeling his cheeks heat up. Are you trying to apply for such a position, or is this purely academic? Iroh asked, arching an eyebrow. Academic. Bolin blurted. Iroh grinned. I kid. I can, as far as the law is concerned. Neither grandfather or mother passed any kind of ban, but despite that I won't. They carried on to the next image. These later Fire Lords were far more memorable, had more interesting lives, and Yuzu remembered their names easily. The history was a faintly surreal mix of funny and scary all at the same time. So much brutality and wholesale destruction from some. Others suffered entirely ignoble ends or short, quiet lives. A few died in a manner singularly appropriate to the devastation they inflicted upon the world. Few lived to be as old as Zuko, many not even as old as Izumi. Most usurped by members of their own family, ambitious sons and daughters with convenient alibis upon discovery of the body, and yet always the person next in line for the title. Sozin's portrait was unmistakable, the images surrounding his face consisting of lava and terrible destruction. Bolin shivered. Those had to be airbenders near the bottom of the image, pleading for their lives as the fire enveloped them. Zuko had this one repainted, Iroh commented distantly. Oze had a grand tribute painted when it was originally painted here. Grandfather refused to let it remain when he took the throne. He felt, as mother and I do, that we must accept history no matter the nature of it. Even if our name suffers. Did he just paint over the original? Bolin asked, his gaze skimmed the surface looking for evidence of the former image. And who did it? I believe Saga offered to provide the picture, but grandfather demurred. I cannot remember who ultimately did paint this one. As far as I know, the original is actually elsewhere, kept apart from these scenes, Iroh said. He gestured. See? The tiling is a very slightly darker shade from the surroundings. Bolin peered at the near indistinguishable tiles as Iroh walked to the next picture. And of course, you know Fire Lord Oze. Bolin gaped at the portrait as he hurried to join him. You look just like him. He exclaimed, gaze flitting between Iroh and the image. I seem to get that a lot. Sorry, Bolin winced. Iroh shrugged. The nature of families, he is my great-grandfather. The fact we look similar is only natural. So, when you get to be Fire Lord, will you grow your hair and beard out? Bolin asked. Iroh just gave him an odd look and walked further on. Fire Lord Zuko, he said quickly to change the subject. I know all about him. Iroh nodded. I would be surprised if there was anything I could tell you did not already know. And of course, Fire Lord Izumi at the end. He smiled as he stopped opposite his mother's mural. Thanks to her, the nation has never been more prosperous. Which surprised many. More than one Fire Lord has focused with single-minded devotion on economics and the accumulation of wealth. They did the nation few favors. So much of our wealth was amassed at the cost of the brutal exploitation of the other tribes. Grandfather began the change, but it was Mother who was the first to focus her attention on education, healthcare, and land reform. And we have her to thank for the nation being as strong as it is. Maybe it helped she was the first non-bender Fire Lord. Long may she reign. Long may she reign, Bolin echoed. So, that your spot? He asked, gesturing to the empty space ahead. Iroh nodded. So, what do you want to be remembered for? Let's see. I hope for the least violent reaction to Sozin's comet at least. And one more thing, it will be for something no one else has tried. Iroh's fingers brushed against the wall. Something? Bolin asked. Iroh smiled and shook his head. Later. Not for a long time yet. And only if I can. But, I could do with some ideas about how to deal with the comet. Me? Bolin asked. I know it is a delicate subject, but you lived with a firebender for so long. And for all you knew, Korra was one too. So, how do you think us best to deal with their increased power when the comet arrives? I think we can safely discount the vast majority of the populace, but the opportunists and the gangs. They might try something. Bolin frowned and stared at the floor. Well, you can't just lock them up or anything. Indeed not. The fallout in the press would be devastating, Iroh replied. Well, Bolin began. A servant hurried up to them. Prince Iroh. The Avatar and Asami Sato have been delayed. What? Why? Iroh asked. Unknown. We received a message from Fire Lord Zuko by Hawk that the three of them will arrive in the Caldera City tomorrow, the servant replied. At least it sounds like they are unharmed despite the delay. Thank you. The servant bowed and hurried away. Well. One more today until you get your chance, Iroh said. Yeah, Bolin said, worry welling up inside him. For a few moments he had been able to not think about saying anything to Korra. Korra and Asami were giggling and grinning when they wandered into the palace the next day. They both looked great, a few scratches and bruises, but Korra looked on top of the world and Asami looked like the last year had never happened, aside from the shorter hair. Welcome to the Fire Palace, Avatar Korra, Asami Sato, Iroh said and bowed to them both as they bowed back. Korra was biting her lip, her body shaking a little. Korra, Asami hissed. Korra's face broke into a grin and she slapped her hand over her mouth. Iroh sighed. Robes, Korra squeaked, her shoulders hunching. I think you look very regal, Bolin said quickly and froze as Asami put her head in her hands. Korra took a deep breath as she got herself back under control. I think he looks very princey. She glanced at Asami, who looked skeptical. I do. I just never thought I'd seen him dressed like that. Really, that looks like Dash. Yes, the curtains in my office, Iroh sighed. I blame the royal tailor. Everything matching might seem a fine idea until... He shook his head. Bolin's heart leapt as Korra grinned at him. Didn't expect you to be here, she said. Me neither, he smiled and shook his head. Iroh offered, and I'm glad you're okay, both of you. But we were waiting for you yesterday. Ah. About that, Korra said. Biplane crashed, Asami said. Bolin's eyes widened. Crashed? He echoed. You weren't hurt, were you? No. We were fine. We survived, Asami replied. Well, obviously. You didn't have any problems being stranded like that? Bolin asked. No. No problems. Asami's voice took on an odd tone and she shot a curious smile at Korra, who returned the expression. Just what had happened? Well, I doubt your timing could be better, Iroh said, clearing his throat after a few seconds of awkward silence. We are about to gather for dinner. If you two would care to join us. Yes, please. Korra said. I'm starving. Iroh led the way to the dining hall and they were soon joined by Zuko, Mai, Izumi, and Yuzo. Asami took great pleasure in introducing Korra to the other members of Iroh's family, and Bolin could not help but feel a touch of jealousy. Asami was almost part of that family. No. How could he be jealous? The price Asami paid for that kind of circumstance was monstrously too high. We've heard a lot about both of you, Zuko said as they settled down, and he looked between Korra and Bolin. Asami has told us about several of your adventures together. Don't let him get started, Mai interrupted quickly. Otherwise he'll give you the whole history of himself when he joined Avatar Aang's merry band. Asami told me Bolin would like to hear it, Zuko replied reproachfully. Yes, Mai replied. But there are others here who have heard your stories nearly 4,000 times now. She snatched up her chopsticks and began eating. I do not need to hear about you practicing your introduction to the group any more times. Korra was glancing around a little nervously. Hey, is Azula going to join us? Asami shared her nervous look, both panicked as the others seated at the table froze. I'm afraid my aunt prefers to eat alone, Iroh replied after a long pause. Afraid? Korra echoed just under her breath and Asami nudged her. She did not push the issue and soon there was so much food here. Platter upon platter of sushi and sashimi. A feast unlike any Bolin had experienced before. Even Asami's home had provided nothing quite on this scale. Was this normal? Or a royal welcome for the Avatar? He glanced at Korra. No tension, no trying to avoid his gaze. She smiled at him whenever they made eye contact and he looked away in panic. Maybe it all had been just miscommunication. It works. Korra said. Look, Bolin. A stream of water floating in the air from her shoulder, 2 chopsticks held in the right position within it. With a look of concentration she lifted her bowl with her hand and chomped away at her rice. Perfect. That's awesome, Bolin said and smiled, but it felt somehow wrong. The evening passed with relaxed chatter and such amazing food, but still he could not relax, not alongside the royal family like this. As much as Iroh tried to impress upon him that he could be relaxed, it was hard to ignore how well-mannered the family was and how poised they looked while eating. Bolin wandered away after dinner as Izumi drew Korra to one side to discuss some political matter. Really, he should care more, but his heart was not in it right now. He wandered outside and slumped on the edge of a walkway looking towards one of the palace gardens. The evening air slowly cooled. He should go back. Bolin. He glanced up, surprised to see Asami looking concerned. Are you feeling okay? His stomach twinged sympathetically but he just nodded. Yeah. Just wanted to be on my own. Okay. Asami nodded. Bolin stared back at the garden. Can I sit here? She asked. I guess, Bolin said. Asami settled beside him and stared out into the garden. You seem tense. She tried after a pause. Tense? Bolin asked, trying to will himself into a more relaxed state. It did not seem to be working. Yeah. Something's gotten to you and you seem a little distracted? And from what Iroh was saying just before, it sounds like it might be something I've done or something Korra's done, Asami said. I can't talk for Korra, but I'm not sure if I have done something, but I'm sorry if I did. It's not you. We had a fight, Bolin said, glancing behind him, no sign of Korra. He did not want her overhearing any of this. A few days ago. But it's like she doesn't even remember it happening. I don't think she thinks it much of a problem, Asami said. She never mentioned it. She fell silent. But she seemed okay at dinner. It's not like she was avoiding you or anything. So, I don't know what happened, but if you think there's a problem you should talk to her. Nothing's going to be fixed by worrying about it. And it sounds like it was miscommunication more than anything. Sammy broke off as Bolin got to his feet. Sorry. I think I need to lie down for a bit. He stalked away, ignoring her concerned questions. The young girl, Yuzo, seemed to be quite possessive of Asami during the meal. She watched Korra all the while, ensuring she was always between the two of them. It was sort of endearing. She seemed to want to follow Asami when she excused herself, but looked questioningly at Iroh, who shook his head. Yuzo stayed put. Korra waited until she was looking at her again and then used her water tentacle to retrieve a platter of Komodo chicken from the other end of the table. That pretty much got everyone's attention, but Yuzo's was the most fun as she gaped at the water as Korra wound it back to her and then blew a wreath of flame over one piece to heat it up. She stared as Korra chomped away at it. I can cool your drink down, if you like, Korra offered. Yuzo smiled in delight and held her glass up. Easy to cool it down with a flick of her fingers, the smaller girl startled by the surge of condensation on the outside. Thank you, she said and cautiously sipped at the drink. She looked so much like Iroh, it would be interesting to know who her mother was. Korra must have been hungrier than she thought. The meal had been going on for a long time and almost everyone else had vanished off elsewhere, leaving her with Izumi, Iroh, and Yuzo. Korra gratefully put her bowl down. That was amazing. My compliments to the chef. I will ensure he receives them, Izumi replied. She glanced around. If I might take up a little more of your time? I have some points I would like to discuss in private. Sure, Korra said. I'll be there in a minute, Iroh said. I think it's pretty much past Yuzo's bedtime. Putting Yuzo to bed seemed to take no time at all, not surprising given the girl could barely keep her eyes open at the table. Iroh got to Izumi's office only moments after his mother and Korra. A pile of newspapers lay on the otherwise neatly arranged desk. Korra leafed through them, finding articles praising and damning the royal family and their recent actions. Many were in favor of the lack of military action and efforts for peace, others the exact opposite. Your thoughts, Avatar Korra? Izumi said. Korra turned. The Fire Lord and her son were watching with interest. She replaced the papers on the pile. Are we weak and cowardly? Or wise and noble? Iroh chimed in before she had a chance to reply. Many of our citizens want war, they feel it is necessary. I get the impression you disagree, Korra said softly. Iroh nodded. But even if you didn't, I'm not about to just stand back while you declare war. As one would expect from the Avatar, Izumi said, smiling. She sat at her desk. I would ask that what I am about to tell you does not leave this room. She took a deep breath. As much as we wish to avoid war, we have been pushed to action. We have dispatched undercover agents to facilitate the rescue of the Earth Empire prisoners. What, when? Korra asked. After Kuvira tried to kill my son. Izumi's face was serious, her lips drawn into a thin line. As much as she likes to make out she has everything under control, there are still people who hold a lot of sway in private, Iroh said. A number of high-ranking collaborators have been promised full Fire Nation citizenship if they can assist in smuggling people out of the kingdom. Though it won't be unconditional, war crimes are still war crimes. The guilty will be punished. I thought the Great Uniter released all the prisoners, Korra said slowly. She released some thousand, but it cannot be close to them all. We now believe her claims of execution were a deliberate fabrication. She needs them for labor, Izumi said. Why not simply tell everyone what you've told me? That ought to shut the critics up, Korra asked. And let her know they're coming. Iroh shook his head. The people do not seem willing to take on the lessons of the past, Izumi said with a sigh. A queen dies and the kingdom descends into chaos. Simply killing Kuvira would likely cause a similar outcome. As a judgment from the Avatar, it would be less contentious. Military leaders and wealthy family are poised to seize control in the event of another destabilization. I doubt I need to illustrate the after effects of that situation. As much as the Earth Empire is formed with the blood of the monarchy, it remains a new country. Those within it wish for stability and peace just like many others. One question of great importance of late is the fate of the monarchy, should it be restored? Korra frowned about to ask how when Iroh spoke up. And the calls for war have sounded ever since my injury, he added. People were angry because of my family's past before the queen died. And now many are angry that we aren't calling for war or take exception to the refugees coming here for their own safety. At least you resisted the impulse for revenge. Noble, Korra observed. Not that noble, Iroh said leaning back against the wall. Our nobility might be prized but there is always more at work than mere honor. Say we sent our ships and army against Kuvira. What reason would she then have to not simply slaughter her prisoners? All our attack would gain was a show of force, the cost would be massively too high. We seek to solve the issue through diplomacy. Or, to our shame, via spies in the night, not honorable but it will save the lives of thousands. Or there's me, Korra said. I wanted to end this quickly. I knew that treaty was just a means to protect her. As soon as I can master the Avatar state I'll confront her. She's waiting for harmonic convergence, if I get to her before that, I can end both of them. Anything to prevent one nation, one tribe going to war with another all over again. Maybe they might find a more suitable leader for the kingdom. Korra squinted at Iroh across the training room, past the ranks of weapons and bows. Shoot, she commanded. Iroh sighed and lowered the bow he was aiming at her. Are you really sure about this? Behind him Asami and Bolin both looked tense. She wavered for a moment but clenched her fist. She could do this. Do it, she repeated. Iroh took a deep breath, pulled the bowstring back and let the arrow fly straight at her. A twist of air bending and the arrow tumbled over her shoulder and clattered against the floor. Again, she commanded. Iroh hefted the spear and hurled it towards her. Easier, it was nowhere close to fast as the arrow. Iroh repeated his attacks with a kunao and this time Korra deflected it with metal bending. Not fast enough, she muttered. I couldn't even see the attack, Bolin commented. And neither could I, Iroh said, his hand touching his shoulder for a moment. Whatever it is fast. I feel like the rest of you are in some exclusive club, Asami sighed. Not that I envy you getting attacked like that, but what she does do. Korra nodded. Well, I can try and do it. It's gotta be mostly metal bending? Right. Likely, Iroh said. He hurried off and soon returned with one of the metal spheres. Bolin? Korra asked. Talking to the wrong earthbender, he replied. But if it's metal, yeah I bet you're right. Korra plucked the sphere from Iroh's outstretched hand. Okay, so, she span around and dash. Korra pivoted on her heel, trying to remember Kuvira's movements as she faced her in Omashu. Was the spinning necessary? Hard to tell. As she swung around to face the target, Korra pushed the sphere forward with her metal bending. The impact made a sharp crack as it hit the wooden target, but it seemed to have done little damage past a small dent. No good. Like that but faster I guess. Asami said. She peered at the target and plucked the metal sphere from the ground. To get this inside either of your shoulders, it has to have been going a lot faster. She stared at Korra's arms for a moment. Not as fast as lightning, but if it really was too fast to see. She gripped the sphere. I might be able to make armor to stop these. Not quickly though. That would help. In the meantime. We figure she has to be holding these, right? Korra asked and Iroh nodded. So, it's not a perfect technique. If I see her doing her spinny thing I should be able to grab the metal or block it with earth. Lightning would be your best bet. She can't possibly be that fast. Asami mused. Yeah, it's what Mako used to finish him on, Bolin interrupted. And what killed him? Bolin, I'm sorry. Asami started. No, Bolin shook his head. Mako didn't want to teach Korra because he wasn't confident. He'd want her to learn it if she really needed to. If she could use it to protect people. He smiled, but it was not reaching his eyes. Mako was going to be a sore subject for him for a very long time. Asami seemed to notice too. Hey, Bolin, ever sparred? Asami asked as she changed the subject. But you dash he broke off as she threw a kendo stick to him. Oh, he said. Not really. Well, in case you ever need it, I can show you the basics. She led him to one of the padded floors and started running through basic drills. Korra sidled up to Iroh. So. I can bend all 4 elements. And I have Kuvira to contend with. Any chance you can teach me lightning bending? Iroh grimaced. I was waiting for you to ask. And if you had done so a year ago then? Ah, your arm. Sorry. I should wait dash. Iroh interrupted her. My arm isn't the problem. He gestured to her side. Her hand clutched at her empty sleeve. Oh, Korra said inside. Iroh smiled. Don't give up hope. My experience with lightning bending has always used 2 arms, but I am far from an expert. My own teacher speculated on the technique after my injury. She has just recently clarified that she can perform lightning bending with just 1 arm. Well, let's go talk to them dash. It's Azula, Korra, Iroh said bluntly. My aunt. Former Fire Lord Azula, the one who came the closest to killing Aang. Conqueror of Ba Sing Se. Is she? Would she be willing to teach me? Korra tried. I don't know, Iroh replied after a pause. Well. Korra fidgeted. Maybe you can learn from her and then teach me. Iroh opened his mouth to reply and Korra talked over him. No. We don't have that kind of time. I'm going to have to ask her, aren't I? Iroh nodded. The thought of such a legendary figure as Azula conjured up images a towering figure of a woman. Lightning would crackle in the very air around her and malice would flow from her like a fog. More than a glimpse would be akin to a death sentence if she was so inclined. Korra shivered as Iroh led her through the palace corridors. Where was she? Locked in some subterranean vault, chained up and snarling fire all the while? It would be unlikely she could have a civil conversation with Iroh in that state. So not there. Plus she had worked out lightning bending recently so dash. Korra blinked as they entered the huge inner garden and walked towards the lone gray-haired inhabitant beside the turtle duck pond. Korra's blood ran cold. Was this how they kept her sated? Killing defenseless creatures like this? A sick price for a sick woman. Look at her, how she fed the bread. Korra blinked. Bread? Small crumbs of bread rained down from the older woman's hands to the happy quacking of the turtle ducks below. Azula was feeding them. The creatures themselves seemed unfazed that someone like Azula was so close to them. Somehow. It's not poisoned bread, is it? Korra asked. Iroh shushed her urgently. Don't even joke about that. She loves the turtle ducks. If anything were to happen to them dash. Junior. Azula asked with her back to them. You normally come alone. Though I would introduce you to a friend of mine. Aunt Azula, Iroh said standing up straight. I present, Avatar Korra. The elderly woman turned, non-threatening until Korra saw her eyes. Azula's gaze had lost none of its famed potency. A stray memory, Aang's? Of her staring. Okay. Be respectful, just think of her as royalty, but not the relaxed kind like Izumi or Iroh. She was very traditional. Lady Azula, she said and bowed. What is she doing here? Azula demanded, ignoring Korra. She wanted to meet you. I mentioned you were the best firebender in the family and dash. Flattery will do you no good now, Junior, Azula snapped. Leave me be dash. Lady Azula, Korra said loudly. The older woman looked pointedly away from her. You are the greatest lightning bender in the world. Prince Iroh informed me that you alone know how to bend lightning with just 1 arm. I wish to become your student in these matters. Her gaze shifted and locked with hers. No hate, no humor. There was nothing in the eyes that stared back at her. I hold no grudge or attachment to the past. So. I believe we can work together now. Azula's shoulders hunched and she threw her head back as she laughed. Your scripting needs improvement, Junior. Normally you are so much more subtle. I didn't dash, Iroh began. Those were all my own words, Korra said. I was trying to be respectful. I need to learn lightning bending from you. It's the only chance I have against the Great Uniter. Azula calmed and looked back at her with an appraising eye. You have control over 4 elements and cannot defeat one earthbender. She spat the last word. Korra rankled, maybe she did not need Azula's help. The Avatar state ought to do the trick. Azula was chuckling again. I almost forgot. I killed your predecessor. Almost, she snapped back. I remember events a little differently, Azula said, stepping closer. He died. If not for his companions you would have arrived that much sooner. She smiled. An important lesson, you avatars are not invincible as much as it might seem. Or perhaps just not very smart. Respect. She had to remain respectful as much as she wanted to scream. Fine, Korra said. Sorry for bothering you, she added as she stalked away from the pond. Avatar Korra. Zuko called as Korra strode down the hall, Iroh trailing behind her. Might I have a moment of your time? Is something wrong? He asked. Your sister, Korra said through gritted teeth. Iroh coughed. Korra wished to learn lightning bending. Aunt Azula was less than receptive to the request. Ah. Zuko sighed. She certainly has an effect on people, doesn't she? Iroh? Could you keep our other guests company for a while? Iroh nodded and carried on down the corridor. What was it you wanted? Korra said. Blunter than it should have been. She winced. Sorry, I'm just Dash. Zuko shook his head. Don't worry. Here, please come into my study. He ushered her into a small room nearby, the shelves crammed with scrolls and trinkets. Tea? He asked. Sure, Korra said, itching to get started. Fire Lord Zuko, I Dash. Just Zuko, he said as he cut her off and poured out 2 cups. Zuko then. How may I help you? Zuko studied her for a moment. I did want to ask about your encounter with Aang in the spirit world. Korra started to reply but he kept on talking before she could. But that can wait. For now I would like you to tell me about what happened with my sister. She just refused. Well, and she mocked me and made a point of bringing up what happened with Aang. NBA Sing Se. Zuko winced. I tried asking her nicely and she said she didn't want to train me. Now I'm not sure there's anything I can do about it. I think there is, Zuko said sipping his tea. She has always been the smarter of us siblings. All my life I have had to deal with her aware of my intentions even before I voiced them. She was always an expert in pushing you into losing control and snapping at her, and as such she wins. But for all her cunning she has been hurt more than once. She's not emotionless no matter how much she seems like that. Oh, I noticed. She hates me, Korra huffed. Zuko shook his head. Hate is too strong a word. She doesn't know you. Dislike is more the kind of description I would use. She wants to destroy her, you know, the Great Uniter. But I think she's aware that she can't, or rather she could try, but her comfortable life these last decades, that would all vanish. She knows you on the other hand can do so without any of problems like that. She wanted revenge? For Iroh. Zuko grimaced. Again, I'm not sure revenge is the right word. She'll kill with slim provocations in other situations. The Red Lotus, yes, the same group as far as I can tell, almost came undone at her hands when they tried to assassinate Iroh. He was awestruck when she fought them away, and they in turn are fortunate she never was able to catch up. Which is part of the problem. Zuko set his cup down. You destroyed them last year. She does not give up grudges, she wanted to be the one to eliminate them. You stole that opportunity from her, even if we all believed they had long since been destroyed. And now you are likely to remove another opportunity for her with Kuvira. But if she can't dash, Korra shook her head. If I'm the only one who can do it, then why dash? Pride, Korra. It is a powerful force, especially for one like Azula. So much so she's willing to give up on any kind of revenge by not helping me. Korra asked heatedly. Not something she will want to be reminded of. I would advise against mentioning that. She will resist forever rather than swallow her pride. He sighed. I can think of one thing, but it is a gamble. My sister is easy to offend, but she has also been bored for years. She likes a challenge. More specifically, she likes to win challenges. I am sure she would like an amusing distraction. Lady Angela, Korra said as loud as she could. The older woman kept her back turned. If we work together, then we will be able to defeat the Great Uniter. So, please, teach me. No. Korra sighed. At least allow me to prove I am worth your time. Angela stiffened and glanced over her shoulder. Why bother? If you cannot stand up to the Great Uniter, then why bother with me? She asked. That was before I got fire back. And what else do you have to lose? Angela turned around and seemed to finally see her. Fine. Meet me in the inner courtyard in an hour. For your sake, you had better not disappoint me, she snapped and turned back to her turtle ducks. Korra allowed herself a faint grin. At least she had gotten Angela to fight her. But now she had an hour to kill and no distraction was going to be sufficient to let her ignore the impending fight. Korra headed straight for the arena and impatiently waited, running through kata and fire-bending drills. Angela arrived without warning, presumably an hour had passed. She made no move to stop or talk to her, just stood and watched her for a long moment. Fight me. Korra frowned. What? Use whatever you wish, Avatar. You have little to fear, the death of one Avatar is more than enough for me. Angela grinned. You think you can take me down? Korra scowled. I already have, Angela said dismissively. You look different now, but I know deep down you're still the same boy I destroyed once before. Korra clenched her fists. Calm. I will use only fire. It's fair. Then show me. Korra punched her first fireball at Angela. The blue flame was startling as it sprang from Angela's hands and she batted her fireball away. Beautiful and somehow cold. Doubtful it was anything less hot than her own flames. Age had not slowed Angela. Once Korra would have assumed firebenders grew less potent with age, the element required so much movement and acrobatic motion. How could an elderly woman keep up with that? Bad assumption. Angela was different to Mako or Pili. She did not leap or run as they had, instead every movement was small, focused and devastating. The first fireball Korra caught blasted her backwards across the courtyard. But was it an attack or was Angela just batting away her own attacks? Less movement, and for this match so much more effective. The old woman was unpredictable, powerful, and not one of her own attacks had shifted Angela's feet. Meanwhile it was all Korra could do but get out of the way of the blue fire. 70 years Avatar. 70 years and this is all you can do. Angela's grin was terrifying and the fight had tousled her hair. I should have challenged you years ago. To think it would be so easy. Korra punched fireball after fireball at her. Still no counterattack. She continued, putting more and more force into each blast until one at last forced Angela to take a step back. She scowled and retaliated with a new blast of blue fire. The explosion swept Korra off her feet and she fought desperately to keep the flames back. Stop this nonsense! A voice roared. The flames above Korra winked out of existence and she scrambled onto her feet as the newcomer strode through the hazy air. Iroh! He glared at her and Angela as they breathed heavily, the smoke making breathing difficult. You're going to burn down the entire palace if you don't stop. Korra glanced around, several timbers and exposed beams were smoking and charred. So please. If you must kill each other, go elsewhere. He gestured and two servants darted forward holding cups of water out to each. Korra gulped hers down, never taking her eyes off Angela. Count yourself lucky, Avatar, the older woman replied, water dripping from her face. Like he said. We need a rematch, Korra retorted. Somewhere spacious. Perhaps. But you need new tricks first. If you repeat that performance I may well die of boredom. Korra sighed. But, it was at least not an amateurish performance. I consider it at least decent. Take solace in that if you wish. Decent. Korra echoed. I never even needed lightning. And still you were troubled by my attacks, Angela said. And I didn't use any of the other elements, Korra replied. I would hope you are better with them, she chortled. I heard about your teacher. Was that really the best that combustion bender could do? Korra blinked. How had their confrontation gone all those years ago? Yes. She could not bending lightning though. Korra hesitated. And I killed her. Azula smiled as Korra shivered. Had Zuko been wrong? Please teach me what I need to know. Azula kept staring at her. Ask then. What? She sighed. What does a student say to their master? What does the Water Tribe teach these days? Or perhaps the Red Lotus are to blame. Azula shrugged. Master Azula, please teach me, she said, fighting back anger as she bowed. Bolin stared forlornly at the sakura trees. He was doing himself no good at all not talking to Korra, but it was tough. So much at risk. What if she did not care anymore? And maybe it if had been nothing more than miscommunication, might he have waited too long to say something? Bolin. Asami again. He turned to face her. Want to see Korra learn lightning bending? He shook his head. I'm good. You should go though. I'd have thought you'd want to see Korra dash. I don't like lightning, he said fiercely as a shiver racked him. Sorry, Asami said. He glanced at her. It's okay. I never got a chance to tell you dash. I should have thought. Hey, do you want to look around the palace with me? Asami asked, changing the subject. Or did you already? I did, Bolin said nodding. But I never got to see the throne room. Then let's go check it out, Asami said. She grabbed his arm and Bolin let himself be dragged by her. Iroh was in his office and only too willing to show them the room. So, Iroh said, his voice echoing in the gloomy emptiness. This is the throne room. He smiled. My grandfather was the last to use it for its intended purpose. I suspect will remain the case. You're not going to? Bolin asked. Iroh shook his head. I like my office more. There's no desk. And it is pretty dark in here, Asami said, peering around. Iroh led them up the concealed staircase to the dais looming above the rest of the room. There's a trench just here, Iroh pointed. Oil is piped into it to produce flames. Looks pretty terrifying when it's working. Grandfather said. Great-grandfather delighted in using it to intimidate everyone. He glanced from the throne to Bolin. Want to try sitting there? Can I? Iroh shrugged. In the end it's just a fancy chair. Bolin settled onto the seat and stared into the darkened room. I feel powerful. How about now? Iroh snapped his fingers and the trench ignited a low wall of flames between him and the rest of the room. Wow. Bolin stared at the flickering fire. Can I try? Asami asked as Bolin scrambled out of the chair. She sat down looking every bit as beautiful and elegant as she always did. Then Asami cackled and threw her head back as she laughed. I am Fire Lord Asami. You will all rue the day you crossed me. She boomed. Bolin applauded. Iroh, now you do it. Iroh sighed but took his turn. I wish my son to be exiled and futilely look for the Avatar. And when Sozin's comet returned we will remake the world in my image. He broke off as Asami pulled on his arm. A little too real for my liking, she said in a faint voice. Sorry. He leaned back and sighed. This gloomy place is getting to me. How about we have a look around the city? Bolin? Asami? Neither of you have been here before, have you? Asami shook her head. Sounds good. Bolin. Sure. I guess, Bolin replied, feeling somehow helpless. Iroh's tours of the city spanned multiple days and Bolin returned to the palace each day exhausted, but still willing to demonstrate some earthbending techniques to Yuzu at Iroh's request. The first day saw Iroh mobbed by tourists and fans just outside the palace. Everyone wanted a photo with the prince and he entertained them for a few minutes before excusing himself and returning to his friends. The new generation do seem fixated with cameras, he said in a low voice as the guards kept the onlookers at bay. So many pictures of themselves and bragging about where they were. He shook his head. Self-confidence. Iroh blinked at her and Bolin tried to puzzle out her meaning. They want memorabilia. And they're confident in themselves. She smiled but Iroh looked confused and shook his head. The tours were fun, but it still felt a bit like being a third wheel as he trailed after Asami and Iroh down the paved streets. Or not. Iroh happily pointed out details of interest to Asami, architecture, a few bits and pieces of technology. But he did the same for Bolin. He made a point of noting the statue of Zuko now standing in the square he and Azula had fought. The city was huge and clean and so much brighter than Republic City. And everything seemed to cost a fortune. Not that it stopped Asami, she soon became distracted by a clothes shop. She rifled through racks and held up various garments for approval by both Iroh and Bolin. So, this one? Or this one? Or maybe this combination? Asami asked. Bolin squinted at the near-identical dresses and belts. Aren't they the same? Iroh said eventually. Asami opened her mouth to retort, but Bolin talked over her. No, he said firmly. I think the eggshell white dress would look better with the onyx belt. The slate belt will work with the pearl one. She grinned at him. You have good taste. Good taste, but it was still almost like everyone was leaving him behind. Asami pressed a wad of cash into a disheveled figure crouched at the mouth of the alley. She said something, but he could not make it out. She bought the woman an expensive meat bun from a nearby vendor. The woman tried to grovel in thanks as much as Asami seemed to keep insisting there was no need. Asami looked a little distant for a while after, only brightening when Iroh suggested hiring a car. Bolin insisted on sitting in the back of the Sato mobile and leave Asami beside Iroh. His insistence seemed to confuse them both, but he waved off their objections and at last they relented. Asami took the wheel while Iroh gave directions and now pointed out further places of interest as they sped along the road. He was so out of place here. The two people in front of him were born for specific roles and ready to follow a clear destiny laid out for them. Iroh, one-day ruler of the whole nation, and Asami, with all her technical expertise and skills. Bolin jumped as Iroh suddenly turned to look at him from the front of the car. So, Bolin, Iroh said as the wind whipped around them in the open-top vehicle. Have you talked to Korra yet? What do you mean? Bolin spluttered. I keep telling him it's a miscommunication, Asami murmured as she kept her attention on the road ahead. From everything I've seen and heard, I would concur. Plus you can't expect Korra to just magically know how you feel unless you tell her, Iroh added. Asami glanced at the rearview mirror bright-eyed as Bolin tried to signal Iroh to stay quiet. Oh, so that's it. She grinned. I should have noticed really. The revelation seemed to amuse her. Bolin sighed. Yes, I like Korra, he muttered. Why are you embarrassed? Asami asked. Admitting you like someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Bolin looked at her curiously. But, it is. If you say so, Asami said lazily. But you really should talk her. She means a lot to you, doesn't she? Why should he lie when she knew everything? She does, Bolin admitted. I just don't know if she thinks about me the same way. Like she does with you, he said. Me? Asami looked surprised for a moment. Oh, I don't think she thinks of me in that way. You're dismissing yourself far too readily. But I don't deserve anything like that. I need to do more to help her. Like you too. Asami frowned. Bolin, I really don't think dash. No. I'm not going to try and impress her, I just want to help. Iroh and Asami shared a look. Why are the water and earth tribes the poorest people here? Iroh blinked at him. I'm sorry. I've not seen one member of either tribe looking entirely happy, Bolin continued. They're all street cleaners and snack vendors dash. And beggars, Asami said. I noticed too. Inequality, Iroh sighed. Something we need to fix. Fix. Could he have done more for the Earth Kingdom? Not simply helped with charity work and relief efforts at the Republic City border? But if he went back, how much better could he help the kingdom become? I believe the mood has become more somber. How about questions and answers? Anything you like? And we should really take a look at the Fire Nation Museum. So. Bolin flushed a little. If you and Asami ever got married. Just what if, he added hastily as Iroh opened his mouth to protest and Asami glared at him. Would you take her surname? He continued despite her. Iroh raised an eyebrow. No. Oh, Bolin felt a little disappointed. Shame, Asami said. Iroh Sato has sort of a ring to it. Bit if there though. I'm not allowed a surname, Iroh added as they wandered back towards the palace. Well, that makes it easier, Asami replied. Okay. How about Drook? Did Zuko really get the egg from a dragon cave while saving a turtle duck? Bolin asked. Iroh sniggered. Where did you get that from? Bolin scowled. I knew Mako was lying. Your brother's version is so much better. Iroh smiled at him. Really, the truth of the matter is pretty boring. Grandfather just dug up Drook's egg by accident while he was harvesting potatoes. Potatoes? Bolin echoed. History can be hilariously mundane, Asami said with a grin. Mai emerged from a doorway nearby, distracting Bolin from his next question. She was dragging a struggling and muddy Yuzu by one arm. If you don't take a bath, Mai said between grimaces, the ocean spirit is going to come looking for you and drag you under the sea. No. Yuzu said. Then get in the bath. No. Asami. Yuzu called towards them. Help. It's just like going in the sea. Asami called back. You should get cleaned up. Yuzu stared at her in what might have been betrayal and gave Mai just enough time to haul the girl into another doorway. I never used to like baths when I was a kid, he said to Iroh. She's an earthbender, isn't she? I'm not aware many children like baths, Iroh said softly. But you are correct. He glanced at Bolin. Something else you want to know? Who's her mother? He blinked as Asami glared at him. That was a very personal question, come to think of it. Ah, Iroh replied. To his surprise the prince smiled. A secret, but one I trust both of you enough to know. He glanced around as Asami stared at him in surprise. Could I ask you to first check we are alone? Bolin nodded and stomped his foot down. Zuzu-Korra bit back her reaction. Did Azula really once call Zuko that? Once said a peaceful mental state is essential to bending lightning. Azula sneered. But what does he know? 50 years and after all that meditation he still can't do it. So we'll hear no more of that. The key is how readily prepared you are to take a life. My hands are not exactly clean, Korra admitted. Hand, Azula corrected. Korra winced and counted to 10 in her head. But even so, not the same. Killing someone in a life or death situation is different to an execution. The latter will serve you better. A judgment on the so-called Great Uniter. Can you do that, Avatar? Your predecessor would have been reluctant. I'm not like Aang, Korra said quietly. Good. Because there is no way that he could do this. She sighed. Since you only have one arm, the chi can't flow as it would do naturally. The loss of your arm has disrupted your balance, left-right, yin-yang. You do not have symmetry. But she smiled. Chi can still flow. At least you have an advantage. If you knew lightning already this would be more difficult, that at least counts in your favor. Now, watch. Azula settled into a familiar stance, near identical to Mako's. The blast of lightning streaked into the sky faster than she could follow. That is how it has been performed for centuries. Keep it in mind even if you cannot use it. Now, the new method. Azula kept her left arm beside her as she moved her right arm in a strange flowing motion. As she stamped her left foot down, she jerked her right arm forward and a weaker spark blasted from her fingers. You see. Korra nodded. Now we begin. For the first few days Korra did little but practice the form. She learned how to transfer the chi from her fingers to her arms, from her arms to her belly, from her belly to her leg and her leg to her toe. And then the same sequence in reverse. Difficult, the lengths were different and the chi flowed in an unbalanced way. Presumably she was getting somewhere, even if Azula had left her alone for 3 days now. What if the old woman was just toying with her? Iroh insisted this was about expected behavior for her, he too had done nothing but practice forms when he was younger. A weekend, show me, Azula commanded. Korra gritted her teeth and ran through the chi transfer. The power built inside her, and as she jabbed her arm forward for a moment there was a spark. It blinked out of existence and a blast of air rushed past her. Angela sighed. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Just like Zuzu. Are you sure you are prepared to kill? Yes, Korra growled. What kind of expression is that? Angela demanded. Too much like Ming. Mocking, sneering and enjoying her torment. Typical water tribe manners. Or lack of them. You're no better than the last avatar from your kind, an entire life spent womanizing and then somehow expecting sympathy when that alleged love of his life was snuffed out. I've had enough, Korra fumed. Thank you for your time, but I cannot continue. She stormed away. Giving up so soon, Avatar? Angela called. No. Just not standing for you treating me like this, she replied over her shoulder. The truth of the matter is not a little embarrassing, Iroh said as Bolin assured him there was no one close enough to hear them. Despite my reputation now, I was a little less careful, shall we say? In my youth. He swallowed. Yuzu's mother is Princess Yu. The name rang a bell and it took what felt like an absurd time for it to connect. Asami stared at Iroh with her mouth hanging open. Princess Yu? She asked slowly. As in dash. Yes. Queen Hoting's niece and the first princess of the Earth Kingdom. He fell silent as Bolin felt like his brain had just stalled. We were not together any longer when it happened. We had not seen each other for some years now, but I still mourned her when I learned of her passing. Yuzu will be told eventually, of course. When she is older. Bolin's stomach churned. He must have seen her in that sea of gore, Yuzu's mother lifeless along with all the other members of the family. And Kuvira unrepentant in the center. I shouldn't have asked. Iroh shook his head. It was just a question. And you have earned my trust in this matter. Who else? Asami asked. Who else knows? The truth? Not many. My family know about Yuzu, of course, a few of our retainers and longer-serving servants as well. Tenzin and his siblings, all prepared to guard her if need be. Her parentage. Iroh shook his head. You two join the rare company of my immediate family alone. And you, of course. If anything happens to me, I humbly ask for you to do whatever you can for her. If Kuvira ever found out. Asami shook her head. I will do everything I can. I promise, she said, seizing his hand. Thank you, he murmured. Her mother was a princess. You're a prince. Bolin said as he stared at Iroh. Yes, Iroh said simply. Yuzu is uniquely placed now to inherit the monarchy of either tribe. She is the rightful heir to the Earth Kingdom throne. She also has essentially the only claim on the title of Fire Lord in the future. Bolin's head spun from the sheer scale of the revelation. Will she become the queen? He asked weakly. Of course not. Asami snapped. A 5-year-old as the queen. That's no kind of life for her. She's not some political pawn. But dash. No, Asami said. Just no. Not after what Kuvira did before. She's not going to let Yuzu's youth stand in her way. And I doubt others with their eyes on the throne would either. I am aware of the issues, Iroh said. Putting her on the Earth Kingdom throne will of course resolve nothing. But she deserves to know the truth, and have the freedom to make her own choices. I would only hope the world is a kinder place if the time comes. Zuko blinked at her. I'm not sure what you expected from her. I know. It's constant. She enjoys it when I get angry. She looks down on my tribe. She might be the best lightning bender, but I cannot respect her as a master, Korra said icily. I do understand how you feel, Zuko said. It is no different to how Angela has treated me since as long as I can remember. No one can force another to have patience, and certainly not when it involves her. She is a produce of her time and upbringing, very difficult to change. The best we can hope for is making peace with her. Guess that's it for training then. I messed up big time, Korra said, sinking lower into her seat. You stood up for yourself, Zuko corrected. That deserves respect. But the fate of the world is at stake. I need that technique. She groaned and put her head in her hands. Zuko sighed. I guess. Well. If you have nothing more to lose, make her think you owe her for the skill. I mean, make her think that without it you will fail. Have her think she's the hero for teaching you. Be honest, Korra said to herself. Angela was at the turtle duck pond again. She turned at her approach and wordlessly watched her. Master Angela, Korra said at the top of her voice. Angela winced. You don't need to yell, my hearing is fine, she snapped. I need you to help me. I want to continue my training, Korra replied. Insolent child. Angela replied, her voice cold. You walked away from your master without being dismissed. Now you come back here without the slightest shred of respect and demand dash. We can work together. I respected you and received nothing in return. You're the one holding us both back. Korra said. Ah, blaming me? What you learned before is as nothing to what you could possibly discover in your entire lifetime. You learned the most when you stayed quiet, Angela replied. Don't you care about the world? When Kuvira marches into Republic City with an ancient spirit giving her power. Angela paused a moment before replying. A problem for the Avatar, not dash. Fine. So Kuvira will kill me. Who else gets to fight her when she comes? How about Iroh? Angela flinched. He already tried that once and look what happened there. So maybe I am weak, and maybe he would be better placed to fight her. You could train him instead. The scowl on Angela's face did not change, her weakness. But you bear responsibility for all of this. If you and your father had not marched right into the Earth Kingdom, Iroh wouldn't be in this position. He's cleaning up after your mess his whole life. And when he falls, who's next in line? Show me then. Attack me with your lightning. Angela snapped. What? Korra gaped. Show me what you can do. If you are unable to muster an attack you are a waste of my time, Angela said. Look, I don't want to dash. Maybe you can't then. If you cannot strike me now, then you never will be able to dash. But, the turtle ducks. Korra tried desperately. Angela barely glanced at them. Considerate of other life when facing your nemesis? That will only serve to get you killed. Korra took a deep breath and ran through the drill from start to finish. But no sooner had she produced the spark than it exploded once again. I grow tired of this, Avatar. Korra tried again, and for a moment the spark worked, jumping from her hand and into the ground. Aim at me. I'm not going to kill you, Korra said, shaking her head. You think me so weak? In any case, if you cannot aim at me, how then can you aim at the Great Uniter? She was once your friend, no? Angela asked. Her hand flicked and a barrage of blue fire threatened to overwhelm Korra. It took all her concentration to continue evading the strikes, to bend lightning at the same time. Impossible. Attack. Angela snarled, her attacks coming quicker and ever more relentless. Smoke filled the air, parts of the palace on fire once again. I will let this place burn with everyone in it if you can't do it. Korra clenched her teeth, searching for an opening, an opportunity. Nothing. As weak as he was. Even he could stand up to my father. Better than you. You deserve to lose. Korra tumbled around the other side of the pond as Angela slowed her attack for a moment. I could end you here, Avatar. Advance the cycle, I could teach your Earth Kingdom self to lightning bend. Maybe she'll have more of a backbone. Korra screamed and stabbed her arm forward, the spark snapping straight at Angela. A touch of a grin there as the bolt arced up into the sky. 2 out of 100. She shook her head. You would be dead long before your third attempt. Neither will your opponent give you so many opportunities to strike. That is all for today. We resume tomorrow, but if you show no improvement, there is little more I can teach you. Master Angela, thank dash. Angela held up a hand. Save your thanks. I am not doing this for you, she said pointedly. Angela stared at something over Korra's shoulder. She turned to find Zuko beside Asami, nervous smiles frozen and hands paused mid-applause. The old woman sneered at them. Don't celebrate too soon. The Great Uniter will strike her dead before she can get one hit in. Angela stalked away, leaving an awkward silence in her wake. At Zuko's gesture, servants darted around the garden, extinguishing the smoldering fires. Again, I would stress the importance of not training here. And preferable somewhere without wood, he said. Sorry, Korra grimaced. Still, despite my sister's words, I do feel congratulations are in order. You have done very well, Korra, Zuko added. Thank you. If I might ask you to keep the situation with my sister calm enough that the risk of the palace burning down is minimal. He added. I certainly hope it will remain so. At least I can lightning bend, even if it's not very well yet. Korra grimaced. Sorry about the mess. Zuko chuckled. A necessary burden I am sure we can tolerate. You are privileged to see her like this, you know. Even talking to her as you have been would be nothing short of impossible before you were born. I admit it is sometimes difficult to see just what her intentions are, but at least she has helped you. Think I was just lucky, Korra replied. Possibly. But until now it would be unthinkable for her to do something for the good of the world rather than her nation or her family. I still need more practice, Korra said, smiling. She frowned. But I need to return to my uncle for some important Avatar stuff. Not like I can control the Avatar state yet. Ah. Zuko said, smiling. Your uncle is not the only one who may be able to help you there. Korra blinked. Wait. Toph said. You? You can train me spiritually. Indeed I can, Zuko said, bowing. If I might once again become a teacher to the Avatar. Of course. Korra said. I'd be honored. Just tell me once you're ready. Zuko said. Stunning achievement, Asami said, smiling. She glanced at Zuko. Any chance I can get Korra on her own? We need to talk about a few things. She seemed kind of excited. The well had been part of the palace for as long as anyone could remember, a towering structure, set a little away from the main building. The builders seemed reluctant to recognize the necessity of water to everyone, even the firebenders who ruled the palace. Bolin sighed and leaned back against the storage drum at the top. How long would he hold out? No way was she going to come. Bolin? His heart lurched. So anxious he had paid no attention to any of the sensations on the ground nearby. He could feel her now, her heart beating a little faster than normal. Korra. She peered up at him and clambered up the side before he could reply. I was hoping we could talk. Is this about the fight? Korra smiled gently. I'm sorry about that. It's not about that. Well, not really. Sorta. But he shook his head. There's something else. Go on. Korra prompted as she settled beside him. She smelled so good, felt so warm, even just sat beside him. I know you want to keep me safe, but... Korra, I really am glad you want to make sure I'm okay, but I want to live my life. So, please don't hold me back. I'm strong and I can protect myself now. He took a deep breath. When we go back to Republic City, I'm going to join the United Forces. Korra blinked at him for a moment. That's what you want to do? She asked. Yeah. I've rested long enough. I need to help the Earth Kingdom and everyone still there. The war is far from over. I figure I'm strong enough again. That's... well. If you need to. She smiled. I'm sorry I held you back. Korra looked at him carefully for a moment. You're too much of a hero. I can't tell you I won't be worried, but I support you. I'll miss you though. I'll miss you too, Bolin said, and fumbled for her hand. And you're still my hero. It's not like we can't see each other though. I mean, you're just across the bay, and I can fly out to see you, probably. I should try that. She mumbled. There's more too, Bolin said and took a deep breath. I really liked you. For a while, he said. Korra's face flushed, but she did not look surprised. But now he had finally said it after so many fantasies of how and when. And predictably it was not proceeding how it did in his favorite fantasies. She had not swept him off his feet or kissed him or told him she loved him or hurried him to a bed. I want to go out with you and see things. He sighed. But her face fell as soon as he said it. Now his chest hurt as he forced himself to keep going. I can't do that yet. I need more time first. The past few months have been hard and it's not over yet. I understand, Korra replied. I can't do something like that yet either. But I don't know how long I will need, and so, don't wait for me. Be free. Was there any way to ask her? If she did feel the same way about him he did about her? I'm already free, Korra smiled. But if you need it, take all the time you need. When you come back, I'll be there for you. Thank you, he said, startled as Korra leaned into him and caught his lips with hers. Korra's scent enveloped him, her lips softer than anything he had ever felt. Her hand pressed against his chest as her lips moved, his moving with them. Her breath tickled his cheek and he tried vainly to decide what to do with his arms. She pulled back, he must have looked mystified. Just to make sure you do come back, she said. And? Could you stay with me? Tonight? Bolin blinked. Had she really just? Bolin liked her. He had said it without prompting, in complete earnest. And his words somehow made her body heat up. Just like Asami had when they were kissing or cuddling or dash. And now spending a similar time with Bolin was sounding pretty good. This was how it worked, wasn't it? When you liked someone. Bolin kept glancing around as they walked hand in hand back to her room. They saw no servants, none of their friends. It was like they were the only people in the world. Somehow being alone with her made him calmer even as her heart raced. He was staring at the bed oddly. Similar thoughts to her then. But how to start this? Kissing? Asami always started with kissing. And after the kissing was more kissing, more and more to the point Korra felt she might melt. She wanted that for Bolin. She could do this. Korra led Bolin to sit on the bed with her, Bolin flushing crimson. Somehow asking as she had with Asami was too much. Why? Why could she not simply ask Bolin to have sex with her? She cupped his face with her hand. No. It had been different with Asami, neither of them had been wearing a thing at the time. Maybe she should get undressed first? Bolin touched her hand and smiled, kind and shy. She smiled back and he looked too happy. Far too happy to add something complicated like sex to proceedings. No lust in his eyes. Was this not good enough? Let's lie down, Korra suggested. She shuffled up the bed, still fully clothed, and Bolin squeezed onto the remaining space. Korra curled around him as he faced away. Idle conversations, sleep not welcome just yet. So many questions, what would it be like to join the army? Sadly there was little chance of Bolin being under Iroha's command, he would likely wind up in a special team thanks to his lava bending. Team? Korra asked. Aren't you the only one in the world? Bolin just smiled over his shoulder. You'll come visit, right? During leave. But I don't think I get that for like 2 months, he replied. She could visit him, but maybe it would be best to let him concentrate. We could write. Tenzin has a hawk and I can probably ask to borrow one. Korra said. We'll do that, Bolin said. I'll write whenever I can. This was turning into one of Asami's romance novels. Well, not quite. If it was one of Asami's romance novels, Bolin would have gotten all her clothes off by now and turned out to be some kind of latent sex god, and she would have woken up the entire palace with her moaning. Korra buried her head against Bolin's neck as her cheeks flushed. It sounded fun at least. Or maybe it was like one of the other amazingly chaste novels. Like the other story about the 89 letters and the girl who never gave up on the soldier. Ever after 5 years without any kind response. Korra grimaced. She did not want that fate. That one had annoyed her no end. Hope I don't disappoint them, Bolin murmured. Disappoint? Korra said, raising her head a little. Why would you? I don't know. Just nerves, I guess. Bolin, after everything you did in the Earth Kingdom you'll be fine. Most people seem to enter the army around your age, so it's not like you'll be on your own or be left behind, Korra said as she lay her head back on the pillow. I keep forgetting you're only a year older, Bolin replied. That's me. Just a 19-year-old avatar. Shame I never did get a normal life. School might have been fun. We might have been in the same school, and made a career out of pro bending too, Korra grinned. But I really do admire you. Me? Bolin asked confused. What for? You've done so much and become so great despite your past. All your problems and setbacks. It's just amazing. Like, I might be the Avatar, Iroh might be the Fire Nation prince, and Asami was all set to inherit her father's company, but we had all that arranged for us. It was waiting for us to get to it. You didn't have anything like that. Just like your fortune, you forged your own destiny. Korra. I. Thank you. Bolin squirmed back against her and she squeezed him tight. He seemed to drift off soon after. Kuvira would likely attack at the peak of harmonic convergence. But if she attacked before then, she might need to go to the Earth Kingdom alongside Bolin. No. No thinking of that tonight. Now it was just the two of them alone together. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 15, Rava. Every step still hurt. The prosthetic foot still felt alien, different, a clumsy addition to her leg. But she could move. A spurt of metal bending with each step helped. Kuvira leaned against the wall for a second, waiting for the pain to subside. She pushed herself upright quickly as Batar approached. Kuvira. He said. No questions, no comments. Good. General Yoon and several of the others are increasingly dissatisfied with the treaty. He blinked as she stared at him. Should we demote them? Or would you like a different form of punishment? No. Kuvira fought back the pain as she stood upright. If they have legitimate concerns, we should address them. Call them for a meeting. Immediately. She needed rest, needed to sit down. But she could not afford to show any weakness. She moved at a slower pace as Batar bustled off, moving as quickly as she could on her stiff leg. The first one to the meeting, something of a change to normal. She smiled to herself, but the levity faded as the generals filed in after Batar. They all looked at her like she was weaker, less competent. Her loss at Omasha had colored her reputation. She needed to be as respected as she had been before. They had to understand the treaty was no cowardly gesture. Good afternoon, she said as everyone sat down. Good afternoon, Great Uniter, General Yoon said. I am sure we are all pleased to see you in such good health. Have I ever not been? Kuvira said, keeping her expression bright. She would show them who was weak. I see that you are all also in good health. Her sentiment seemed to confuse him for a moment, but it passed. Yes. He said slowly. I am aware that some of you are less than happy with the treaty we presented to Republic City. She asked. That got a succession of quick looks across the table and a certain amount of shuffling. Fear too, they had been underestimating her when they raised their worry before. Useful, mostly. Now she needed honesty and fear would be an impediment. Relax. I wish to hear your honest opinions. She gestured and the two Kenpi Itai walked out. See? No one is going to slit your throat if you tell me something you don't think I want to hear. Yoon looked visibly shaken and he stayed quiet as General Neru spoke up, her heart fluttering at a frantic pace. Some of us, she glanced around the table, everyone but Kuvira carefully not meeting her gaze. Feel we should not have bothered with the treaty. If we attack now, the united forces would be completely unable to stand against our army. The Avatar is still recovering and has yet to complete her training. We should take this opportunity while we still have it. Neru swallowed as she sat back. Kuvira nodded slowly. How many of you agree with her statement? She raised her hand. Be careful, I want a response from each of you. And I will know if you are lying. Just under half of the assembled generals raised their hands. Thank you. Neru leaned forward. Why do we delay? Not the Avatar. If she was still incomplete she would fall once Kuvira faced her, even without harmonic convergence. Firstly, I am pleased that your dedication to the cause is too strong. Your faith in our empire and our army is to be applauded. And you do not fear the Avatar. Would that many armies in the past could have such confidence in themselves. She will not be easy to confront. There is every chance she has regained the ability to bend both earth and fire. My victory over her in Omashu. She waved a hand dismissively. She was weak then. To confront her I must be her equal at her full strength. I must bridge the gap to the spirit world as she does. And then we will have no need for her any longer, or her successors. The thought terrified most of them, hearts skipping beats and unease radiating from the generals. We delay so we can succeed. The Avatar can be killed, but it is better to ensure she can never come back. Her successor may undo everything we have struggled and sacrificed for. So much fear, but not one dissenting voice. A peace treaty versus the intended elimination of the Avatar. So. We delay so we can strengthen our army to meet them head on, so I can eliminate the Avatar for the rest of time. Is such a thing possible? Naru asked. Oh yes, Kuvira smiled. The Avatar is not all-powerful and neither is the sequence of rebirths guaranteed. We will win. She leaned back on her chair. Now, is there anything else you wish to discuss? The generals shook their heads, most still nervous and terrified. Dismissed. Varric pushed into the room as the others filed out. Ah, Varric. How goes production? Special weapons will be ready in a few weeks, he replied. I've got the delays down to a minimum, but there's a limit on what I can produce. I need a budget increase. Not just money, the material components were using up the Earth Empire's mineral resources at a shocking speed. Another factor in the removal of the deadlock in the end, they simply could not keep producing the weaponry. Halt production for now. I want the stockpile tested and checked. But upon victory you can have all the resources you want. As of now, you have enough. Work with that. She glared at him and Varric soon dropped his gaze. He stalked out of the room and Kuvira glanced at Batar still sat at the back of the room. Thoughts? Batar pushed his glasses up his nose. The citizenry all fully endorse the treaty, most wish for peace above the success of the Empire. Army recruitment is lower than it has been to date since the signing. Should we mobilize the Earthbenders? No. He looked at her questioningly. We cannot afford rebellions. We have enough problems with insurgencies. We need a unifying factor. Propaganda? Batar asked. Yes. Could she trust the Avatar to remain patient enough? The girl she traveled to rescue Sato with was the type to grow tired of waiting and throw herself into conflict. Not what she wanted right now, anything that could or would anger the Avatar was to be avoided, nothing that would draw her attention or aggression. The prisoners, if they released them, it might appease the world for now. If she still came, Kuvira needed to hide until harmonic convergence was at its peak. A Kenpi rushed in without knocking. She spoke before Kuvira could rebuke her. Great Uniter, we have located Opal Bafong. The woman in the pawn shop peered at Zhu Li's silver ring, her expression just short of condescending. 100, she said after a frustrating pause. 150, Zhu Li shot back. 120, the woman replied, her fingernails clacking against the counter as she drummed her fingers. The Earth Empire currently holds all the provinces with silver mines, Zhu Li said in a quiet, level voice. The price of silver is only going to go up. 135. She was so different now, Zhu Li seemed to be always soft-spoken and gentle the odd times she heard her speak at all. Here she was firm and seemingly completely at ease. 135, the woman replied with a nod. She put the ring somewhere behind the counter and slammed the UN notes onto the counter. By Opal's reckoning it could keep them fed and in accommodation for at least another 2 weeks. I'll give you 300 for the glasses, the woman added as Zhu Li folded the notes away. Zhu Li pushed the frame slightly further up her nose. These are not for sale, she replied. The shopkeeper waved dismissively and Zhu Li hurried from the shop, Opal on her heels. Not surprising she did not take the offer, Zhu Li could barely see anything without the lenses. As helpful as the money would have been, it would have left her taking care of her companion almost completely. No way either could fully support the other. Wutai was busy at this time of day, Opal was still not used to the crowds even after the long month and the myriad odd jobs they had taken just to survive here. One filthy, cramped and gloomy room above a tea shop housed both of them on the same futon. A far cry from luxuries afforded to both in the past. They were free though, no one seemed to have tracked them here. As noisy as the tea shop could get in the daytime, at least it did not stay open late. After the shop shut its doors it was at least quiet in the upstairs room, their sanctuary for now. Opal's stomach growled as they passed street vendors selling, well, it did not matter. It all smelled delicious, all made her mouth water. Smells and smoke and delicacies all right there. They could afford just one treat, right? Zuli seemed intent on buying more instant noodles. Disappointing, but it made sense. The ring had been a stopgap to keep them going. Squandering what they had got for it seemed a bad plan. They were frustratingly still trapped here. The original plan of sticking to the cover of the forest soon proved impossible as the Empire's forces obliterated the forest a week after their arrival. There was nothing but tree stumps and a train track, constructed, operated, and heavily trafficked by the Empire. No cover, and ever opportunity for capture if they went that way. The only effective remaining option was a ferry ride down the Pasig River, not cheap for one, for both it was more money than they might save in a year without food. There had to be another way, but what? She insisted she was fine at Zuli's questioning look and they took their new supplies back home. No work for either today, and they had checked for employment just that morning. They both slumped onto the futon after stacking the noodles neatly with the rest of the food resulting in a slightly larger pile of noodles. Odd how this was becoming the norm. Zuli stared at the hand she wore the ring on. Can I ask you something? Opal asked after a pause. Zuli said nothing but nodded. The ring. Was it special? A gift. Varric gave it to me on my last birthday, she said after a pause. Opal leaned up on one arm and stared at her friend. Really? He told me it reminded him of me. Zuli smiled briefly as she glanced at Opal who was rethinking what she assumed about the pair's relationship. Not like that, it's because it was cold, dull, and hard. He never thought of me like that. That's horrible though. You're nothing like that. Opal retorted. Thank you. To be fair, he did not say it quite like that, though I doubt you would approve of his choice of words. Zuli glanced at her. Devoid of warmth, color, and softness. Opal huffed. That is exactly as bad. She clenched her fists. He makes me so mad. And he was completely wrong, you're the exact opposite of all those things. Thank you, Zuli nodded, the trace of a smile appearing on her lips. He should have said something nicer, Opal continued flopping onto her back. Something like it would be difficult to find someone else like you. Or I appreciate everything you've done for me. Or she sighed. You're pretty unique. Ah, but opals are far harder to come by, Zuli replied. The words made Opal's cheeks burn for a moment. If we could get somewhere nicer to live, she began to change the subject. I don't like this room much, but I kind of like it here in the city. Working on soil analysis turned out to be more fun than expected, figuring out the best location for crop placement and how to avoid flash floods in the future. Zuli at least was in her element, her knack for fixing and altering machinery was a stupendous boom. Since arriving she had begun working on an irrigation pump to help the farmers. I mean, if we weren't on the run, and we had a bit more money, I could stay here quite happily. Maybe I could try and teach people to read and write, not just write things down for them. Maybe when the war is over, Zaofa can spare some teachers. Only now had it become clear just how isolated Zaofa was, how apart from the rest of the Earth Kingdom they had been. The stark contrast between her home and this village was startling, the world was far different to how she thought. It is an attractive idea, Zuli said, studying the ceiling. I would not mind a similar career. She sniffed and made a face. But definitely somewhere nicer. The oil in the air is less than pleasant. She stared into space. Could we get a cottage? Somewhere just outside of the town, with a garden. Or, just somewhere with fresher air. The two of them living together. Like this but nicer. Definitely a plan for the future then Zuli moved like lightning and grabbed her wrist. Opal fell silent, someone was running up the stairs. Zuli was scrabbling beneath the futon for the single dagger they had for defense. Opal's heart sank, they should be safe here, no, she wanted to be safe here. Her heart hammered in her chest as Zuli crept towards the door. The footsteps halted outside the door and someone knocked on it. Neither said a word. Jury? Shiori. Lee, one the tea shop waiters. Are you in there? Please, if you are, you need to get out of here. Zuli let out a sigh of relief and padded closer to the door. What has happened? Earth Empire in the town, they said they're looking for enemies of the state. They had this poster with you and Jury's names on it. Well. It looked a lot like you anyway. But it said your names were dash. Thank you for telling us, Zuli cut him off as she shot Opal a glance. Enough of a sign, she began grabbing at their belongings and forcing them into their bags. Please, don't get yourself into any more problems on our account. Never liked the idea of the Earth Empire, Lee said. Don't know why they want you, but... He sighed. There's an ostrich horse out back. Take it and go. He rushed away before Zuli could even thank him. There was very little to pack and they were both ready to go in moments. Zuli listened at the door. Satisfied, she opened it and led them down the stairs, the noise of the shop covering their footsteps. When this is over, we'll come back and repay them, Zuli said as they padded down the stairs. Yeah, Opal replied with a sigh. Goodbye Wutai. So where now? Very little choice, Zuli said. I think we'll need to take the long way around. We should head for the southern forest. Opal's nerves slowly subdued as they shuffled through the crowded streets as fast as they were able. For every step, they seemed that much closer to escape. A hand clamped around her wrist, someone pushing roughly past her to grab Zuli. Got you, someone sneered behind her. She span around to see a man in an Earth Empire uniform leering at her. She tried to kick him, but Rock enclosed her leg before she could move. No. Not now. They had been so close. Despair set in as they marched Hershey and Zuli towards the town square. A large group of obviously Fire Nation nationalists and a handful of Earth Kingdom citizens were likewise restrained. The men tied Zuli alongside Opal on a metal fence, unable to do much but watch a regular patron of their tea shop refuge gleefully receive a roll of money from what looked like the commander of the group. Opal strained her bonds, but the rope was thick and offered no give. Caught and ready to see Kavira soon enough. No. She glanced around. No one was paying them special attention, nor were there copies of the poster in sight. If they could hide who they were, at least they could avoid facing the Great Uniter. Dragon riding was a very different experience to both Oji and Asami spy plane. Not simply scaled versus fur or a padded seat, the movements of the creature was so distinct. It was at least now clear why Asami had enjoyed it so much and sought to replicate the experience, however imperfectly, with her invention. Even if she did match the speed, it would not be quite like this. Pity he was not the most comfortable creature to perch on. Korra clung to his scaly hide as the air rushed past them at a shocking speed. Conversation had been difficult, but she was not bored. Like the plane flight with Asami, the almost overwhelming vistas below them were entertainment enough. We're at the Western Air Temple, Zuko called over his shoulder, breaking her from her reverie. Korra squinted into the rushing air. Ahead of them a deep gorge seemed to plummet towards the center of the planet, the bottom lost in a thick mist. There was a ground down there, right? It seemed like you might fall forever if you slipped. Korra shook herself. It was one thing to hear Zuko describe the architecture and construction of the temple, quite another to see it in person. The sheer size of the construction and how it was carved into the canyon wall, and nothing between the edge and the uncertain depths below. Safe enough when everyone there should be an airbender, but for anyone else. Korra shivered. Heights did not faze her, but there was something about the temple. What do you think? Zuko asked as Druk dived lower. Definitely the most unique of the temples, Korra said. Kinda glad the others weren't like this one. You'll get used to it. Zuko replied as they rushed past the vast statues carved into the rock. Korra caught a glimpse of Avatar Yang Chen among them as Druk flapped his wings and they slowed. She stared back. He looked very different here than the rendition she had seen on Air Temple Island. The dragon lowered his head, allowing Zuko and Korra to slip from his back. Korra winced as she stood up, far less comfortable than other methods. Somehow Zuko was walking normally, practice presumably. A group of acolytes quickly welcomed them, offered refreshments and lead both of them to their quarters. Korra leaned out the window of her room. Midway down the canyon wall, nothing but rock in all directions aside from a thin line of greenery on the opposite wall so far away. So this was the place Aang began practicing firebending, and when Zuko became part of Team Avatar. Lot of history here, she murmured. There was no set plan for the rest of the day. Zuko wanted to begin the next morning, for now he advised she meditate in preparation. Korra met up with again when it was time for dinner, and conversation soon turned to the last time they had been at the temple. Or at least, Zuko and the Avatar. I still can't believe it's been so long. I remember. Zuko smiled. Sorry. I suspect Bolin would have told you all the stories 100 times over. He must have told you about how I begged Aang and his friends to accept me into the group. Right here. He frowned and looked around. Well, over there. He pointed. I have, Korra said carefully, staring at the unremarkable patch of rock the older man pointed at. But I would like to hear your version too. If nothing else, I keep learning that everyone's of the past is a slightly different. Very well. Well, as you know, the day of Black Sun had just ended. Zuko grew increasingly more animated as his retelling went on. And of course they were suspicious. Rightfully so. I spent so long trying to capture them and the things I did. He shook his head. At least Toph knew I was being honest at the time. And Zuko grimaced. I had to go and burn her feet, didn't I? Sounds like you were pretty good friends, Korra said. Tolerably so, Zuko said. No, that's unfair. She was just. Toph was unlike anyone I had met before. Still the most powerful earthbender I have ever seen. And not even death can stop her. She grinned. That was a shock the first time she spoke to me in the spirit world, Zuko agreed. She never changes. That night Korra stared at the blank page in front of her and tapped her pen against it. What to say? Well. Normal introduction for one thing. Dear Bolin, she wrote. She was getting somewhere. Well. She had written the easy part. Now what? Korra stared at the two words for a long time. Only a handful of days had passed since she last saw Bolin. And barely anything had happened. Had he written on Druk? She could tell him about that. Korra picked up her pen and stopped. How to even begin to put into words the experience of flying on a dragon like that? She put the pen down. Writing felt like an obligation. She had to, no, she wanted to. But it should not be long until she saw him again. Her training should not take much more than a month to complete. She sighed. Maybe he would like to hear about the huge statue of Avatar Yang Chen? And the view from her window, and the temple. Korra scribbled whatever sprang to mind, grimacing and side-eyeing her own writing with frequent paused. Was he going to want to read about any of this? A bit about flying on Druk, mentioning Zuko's presence, and done. She fought the impulse to crumple the entire note into a ball and toss it away. No, she needed practice, and this was her first try. Hopefully later replies would be better. She tied the completed note to Haki the 13th. Zuko had been smiling the previous day as he recounted the bird's ancestry. All the way from the spur of the moment purchased by Saga to the bird that had come with them from the palace. And now nothing more to do but sleep. The dream seemed to begin the moment she shut her eyes. A stranger, a woman, stared at her. She was not Water Tribe, not Fire Nation, not Earth Kingdom, and not Air Nomad. She was like no person Korra had ever seen. Her skin was as dark as night and covered with pinpricks of light glittering like distant stars. Her hair was the color of moonlight and her eyes shifted, deep blue at first, and a moment later they were as green as the grass around Republic City. Now they a deep, wine red. The robe hanging from her shoulders seemed to flow like water, plain aside from a single symbol glowing in the center of her chest. Familiar, just like the design she had seen on her own body after talking to Wan. Who was she? The answer came unbidden, as if she had known all along. Rava. The woman smiled the moment the thought entered Korra's head and nodded. She smiled and spoke. Korra. Korra blinked, awake to find the morning sun blazing in through the window. Time to begin. Zuko glanced around the top of the cliff. Again. No, he said, peering at the ground. This has to be where my campfire was. Is that important? Korra asked, following his gaze. The darker patch of rock just looked like a darker patch of rock. He shook his head. No. No, just reminiscing. A significant moment that day. Zuko cleared his throat. You do at least have, if nothing else, a familiarity with the nature of this training? Or, I suppose, you know the stories of Aang's own attempts to open his chakras and gain control of the Avatar state. Yes, Tenzin had a few scrolls on the matter. He encouraged me to read them. Korra grimaced at the memory of so many similar, near-identical accounts and theories. Though, like a lot of things, I guess it's very different reading about it to being with someone who knows about them, and actually experiencing it myself. Indeed. Zuko's shoulders hunched a little. Though I feel I should note I successfully trained myself, Aang at least had the advantage of a guru to help him. I am no guru, but I know of no one else with as much experience in the spirit world save your uncle. However, I feel certain we can succeed in this endeavor. We will take the training one step at a time. To begin, we will open the Earth Chakra, the one deals with survival and is blocked by fear. He gestured at her to sit. He sat opposite her in the lotus position. So, I just meditate? Korra asked. Yes. Clear your mind and overcome the fears in your life. Okay, she nodded. Far too much fear in her life. The Red Lotus, fear of capture, fear of detection. And related, the consequences of their lies, fear of those in Republic City. So many instances of fear. The moment she found herself facing Zahir in Asami's mansion. The metal benders with their cables in the aftermath of her attack. Still not her worst fear, the still painful horror of the combined forces of Peely's combustion attack and Gazan's lava. Her parents in danger. Bolin falling from the balloon and no hope of reaching him in time. The air had moved her fast enough then, more power than the tiny influence she had on the element before. So many awful memories, however well they ultimately ended. Asami almost choked on her own blood then, wheezing and spluttering from her injury. Water had come from the air to let her heal. Repeating such an action still seemed almost beyond her. Fear, for both herself and her loved ones. A battle was coming and they all seemed to take part in the fighting as well. And she needed to accept that she might lose then, but it was their own decision to do so. Fear should not hold her or them back. Something shifted and a sense of peace flooded through her. Korra let out a shuddering breath. You have taken the first step, Zuko said. Excellent. Something was different now, something almost indefinable. The Earth Chakra was open, but what did that mean really? Maybe when the last was open she would feel different. As it was, the difference was there, but no. She could not articulate how things had changed. We must change locations to prepare for the next opening. There is a waterfall not far from here. Korra followed Zuko as he led the way. The river snaked between trees and spilt down into the gorge somewhere far distant to the temple. The water chakra, Zuko said as they settled beside the waterfall. This chakra deals with pleasure, feelings of guilt will block it. Guilt was painful, more painful than fear. She had injured her own family and they lay helpless at her mercy on the collapsed floor of the mansion in Republic City. The night her uncle almost died at her hand, her aunt and cousins too. Had circumstances been a little different she might have killed Kuvira that night. How different things would be. She could have stopped so much before it even began. A lot of people injured and dead because of her. I hurt everyone, she murmured. Everyone in the world. No one blames you, Zuko said softly. Don't they? It might feel like that, but people say and do things they do not really mean, Zuko said smoothly. The guilt you feel stems from other factors, does it not? It does. I know that. But I can't not think about it. Korra sighed. But I need to, don't I? I need to let go. What you must do is forgive yourself, Zuko said. Don't let it hold you back any longer. Korra frowned. Accept the past and move past it, move forwards. Visions of Mako falling limply to the floor after the crack of bright white light. The result of Amon's actions, not hers. Her fault was more her pause at the top of the cliff, the moment she tried to give up and avoid her own responsibility. She gasped as the same shifting sensation came, a more intense feeling of peace flowing somewhere deep inside. She opened her eyes. Zuko was smiling at her again. "Thank you," she said. He shook his head. "You are doing all the work. I am merely your guide to what each one represents it and what causes the blocks. Which does not detract from the good progress you have made. Come, we will open the next inside the temple." They moved back below the cliff and into a partially restored section of the structure. The additions and fixes to the walls, floors, and ceiling were obvious, a slightly clumsy filling in of cracks, and within one corner a newer pillar meshed awkwardly with the existing structures. The Fire Nation and the Air Nomads once fought a terrible battle here. I do not feel it necessary to dwell on the outcome of that incident. Korra shivered. No, I know what happened. Zuko sighed as he sat down. I apologize, an unnecessary distraction from the matter at hand. We will now concentrate on the fire chakra. This chakra deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. Just as Korra was about to close her eyes, Zuko sighed again. For me, this is a constant reminder of my nation and my family's shameful past. I have learned, eventually, to accept it. But it wasn't you, Korra began. We still bear the responsibilities of what came before us, Zuko replied with a smile. Everything Kyoshi, Roku and Aang did, their actions are your actions in the end. And in the same way, I am defined by my family. This chakra is the one I had the most trouble opening. Harsh words in the ruins of Ba Sing Se, her own directed at a startled Asami. Her precious friend who cared so much for her and whom she had driven to the Fire Nation with anger to suffer through her hardships alone and the beginning of so much suffering. No. Asami forgave her, she had moved on, moved past the terrible nature of her time there. She was comfortable around Korra, just as she was around Asami. Things were so much better now, their time before she regained firebending had been glorious and wonderful. She felt no shame about Asami. The shift and flow seemed to resonate through her body, each sensation more powerful than the last. On the cusp of bliss and a wonderfully relaxed feeling. Not so hard, Korra murmured. I would be surprised if we reacted to the chakras in the same way. I imagine your responses are very different to Aang's. Zuko's face grew stern. Be wary of overconfidence. You may find other chakras harder than I did. He led her deeper into the temple. Fewer additions to the structure and far fewer instances of repair. The room Zuko stopped in seemed almost unchanged for decades. An enormous frieze covered one wall of the chamber. One half depicted an air nomad mother dying as she gave birth to a daughter, the adjacent half showed the reverse. If Korra understood correctly, the mother in the second panel adopted and took care of the child from the first. Love is more powerful than grief, Korra read from the inscription beneath it. It's beautiful. When Aang passed away, Zuko swallowed awkwardly. I think this was the other chakra I had the most trouble with. It was his native element, and so he grimaced. In the end I was able to find love in my friends and family. And thanks to that love I know I can once again meet Aang. So, the air chakra. This chakra represents love. It is blocked by grief. Grief, Mako's death and the collapse of the cavern on top of Bolin. Korra took a shaky breath. There was fear here too, fear as he held the ceiling above his head, kept it from crushing them both. And she had not been able to do a thing to help him. No. Focus. Move past the guilt. She clenched her teeth. Nothing, no shifting, no feeling of peace. Her chakra was still blocked. Korra opened her eyes. Korra? Zuko asked. Sorry. It keeps coming back. Mako. She shook her head, growling in frustration. I'll try again. No. Zuko shook his head. Rest for now, you made good progress today. We should have taken a break long before this. But I need to do this. Korra protested. You cannot force the chakras to open, Zuko said quietly. Calm, peaceful meditation is essential. As you are now. Leave it for today. But I don't understand, Korra said desperately. I let them go, I had to, they were stopping me getting to the spirit world before. But now, it's like I never moved forward at all. Like I was just fooling myself before. Moving forward does not mean forgetting. The past can never be erased, as much as we may insist otherwise, our previous actions will continue to haunt us for the rest of our lives. This is unavoidable. What you must understand is how important it is to deal with your feelings and the truth. Do you still blame yourself? Zuko asked. No, Korra said firmly. No, I know it was all Amon's fault. But you did not think the same way before, did you? Once the notion had dominated her thoughts, things were different now. Yeah, she said. I know otherwise now. Thank you, Zuko. I promise I'll do better tomorrow. The whistle shredded his dreams apart. Bolin scrambled upright alongside his fellow soldiers and stood to attention. Experience had long since shown how important a quick response was. A new commander strode down the center of the barracks. Wait. Was that Bumi? Tenzin's brother stared tight-lipped at each groggy soldier in turn, correcting posture where required and staring deep into their eyes. Bumi stopped in front of one soldier and asked her name. Sir, Shinohara, sir. She replied. Why is your shirt torn, Private? He asked. She glanced down at the tier. Sir, accident at training, sir. Shinohara replied. And why did you not mend it immediately? She opened her mouth to reply and Bumi talked right over her. Get a sewing kit and fix it right now. You have a minute, Shinohara, and every second more is an additional push-up that everyone in this barrack will do. The girl fumbled in the trunk beside her bed. A tear will grow worse every day. Do not allow the threat to grow. Fix it immediately. That goes for all of you. Sir, yes sir, Bolin chorused with the others. Shinohara took exactly 1 minute and 42 seconds to fix her shirt. Not too bad, but the extra push-ups were frustrating. You need to learn to shave properly, Bumi growled at another recruit. That got a few titters. What's so funny? Bumi demanded. The laughter died immediately. If he can't even use a razor, how can he be expected to handle a sword? Well. He stared around and no one said a word. All of you, outside. 50 laps of the training ground. Move, move, move. Bumi stalked from the room as the soldiers hastily pulled on their boots and hurried towards the door. Early evening was the first opportunity Bolin had to even just sit and relax. Writing seemed almost beyond him, so tired, every muscle in his body burning. No. He had to do this, for Korra. Dear Korra, training for the army is so much harder than pro-bending. We have to run 1,000 steps every morning, eat breakfast, and then spend almost every second of the rest of the day on training. At least after dinner we actually get a bit of time off. There's just so much discipline, they even get mad if you waste a single grain of rice. And Bumi is super scary when he's at work. Any irresponsibility is met with punishment. But, despite that, it is kind of fun. I feel like this is the first step to doing something useful. I imagine you being here too. You'd have no problem with any of this, I bet you're stronger than anyone else here. He read over the note again. Should he tell her he missed her? That it would be so much easier with her jogging beside him and outdo him on push-ups with just one arm? As long as he was with her, it felt as if he could do anything. He blinked, thoughts always seemed to drift when thinking of Korra's muscles flexing. Not long until lights off, he needed to write at least 100 words tonight and send it on the weekend. Then the wait for a reply. Hopefully not too long. When the summons to headquarters came, they immediately put Bolin into a panic. What had happened? Had he done something wrong? Had they only just figured out about his involvement in Team Avatar? Or was it related to the court case, and now he was in trouble because of his past? Or was it sympathetic? Had something happened back home, Korra, Asami or Iroh injured? Bolin shivered. Hopefully not. His stomach churned with worry as he crossed the compound, each step bringing him closer to ejection from the army, arrest, or news he would likely never get over. His training kicked in automatically, he still saluted as he entered Bumi's office. Sir, Private Bolin reporting, sir. He glanced at the general out of the corner of his eye, trying to determine the nature of the news. Good or bad? Bumi returned the salute. At ease, Private. Bolin shifted his stance as Bumi stared impassively at him. Once he might have shrunk away from such an invasive inspection, but now he was a soldier. He had suffered early mornings, long runs, and physical hardship. Staring was the last of his worries. He returned Bumi's gaze without blinking. Abruptly his superior officer smiled. It's good to see you, Bolin. I know we were not that well acquainted before, but I still feel like I know you. Tenzin's very fond of you. And Pema. And he broke off. Sir, thank you, sir. We seem to have trained you well. But I want to talk about something else today. Before your training. Bolin's heart lurched. I have been reading about your activities in the Earth Kingdom. After Ba Sing Se's fall. All pretty damned heroic in my opinion. Foolish to face Kuvira like that, but... He shook his head. Impressive. Sir, thank you, sir, Bolin replied, the worry fading away. But with all that in mind, I wonder, is it not frustrating? You tangling with the Great Uniter, rescuing the Avatar, burrowing out from the wreckage left in the Earth Palace? Did you not feel that entitled you to a shortcut and not just being flung in with the rest of the recruits? Bumi asked. Sir, I'm only receiving the same opportunity as everyone else, sir. Bumi nodded. Correct. And a damn good answer. A soldier is more than simply about power. It's about discipline and character. My sister and I joined just like you did and worked our way up. You know who my father is, and you should know he did us no favors at all. And don't think others didn't try to extend us assistance to get ahead of the pack. We had offers to be generals simply for enlisting. Bumi got up from the desk. But it was better to do it ourselves. We turned down every one of those shortcuts. The experience we gained has proved invaluable ever since. As tedious as it might seem now, I do not regret our decision. But special treatment and privilege tends to lose you respect with the others. Your friend Iroh had the same. He started off scrubbing floors on General Lo's ship. And in 7 years he outranked me. He walked around the desk and stood right in front of Bolin. Thing is though, you are special. Bolin blinked, not sure how to reply. I needed to see if you could be part of the organization before anything. You passed my test. I know I just preached to you about how great it is not to take shortcuts, but truth is we need someone with your unique skills. And I don't really think you need to keep getting woken up randomly through the night and forced to go jogging. Think you can do it? Sir, yes sir. Bolin replied, fighting to keep the smile off his face. Very well. Effective immediately you are promoted to captain. Bumi snapped off a salute. Bolin quickly returned. The fear seemed to seize Korra the moment she began meditating. Grief was hard to shake. The memory from the crystal catacombs seemed to awaken fresh grief all over again. That moment when everything seemed to go wrong, when Amon took her bending and Mako was unable to move, leading inevitably to his death. No. She had to stop dwelling on this, focusing on it. She needed to let go of the guilt in failing to protect Mako and Bolin back then. Let go of the shame of driving Asami away in her sorrow. Let go of the moment she wanted to end her life. There was still so much love in the world, she needed to focus on that. Her mother and father were still alive and well. Bolin, Asami, Iroh, Zuko, all still with her. She loved them, and dare she hope they loved her back in some capacity? So many people cared for her and loved her. People she had never met who she inspired, the people who sent all those letters from Republic City during her recovery. Even though she had lost a friend and gained an enemy, she still needed to let go. Remember warmth. Displace fear with the comfort and wholly satisfying feeling of loving and receiving love. A kiss by the gentle glow of the crystals deep below the ground. The first rays of the sun after a long night. Love is brightest in the dark, she murmured as the shift came and her chakra unlocked. A pleasant memory? Zuko asked when she opened her eyes. Yes. She glanced away. I will not rush you through the remainder, that was a mistake on my part yesterday. We can stop now if you wish. Korra shook her head. I can keep going. I want to keep on going. Very well. Zuko led her to the next meditation point and began the process of unlocking the sound chakra. This chakra represents truth, it is blocked by lies. I've always accepted I was the Avatar, Korra murmured as she closed her eyes. The shift came almost immediately, before she could really focus on it. That was easy, she said. Everyone is different, Zuko said. That includes the avatars. Come, we have one final chakra to open. He took her next to a map of the world carved into the rock floor of one chamber in the temple. We are now almost at the end of your spiritual training. Are ready? I am, Korra replied. Zuko nodded. Aang always insisted the division between the tribes was little more than an illusion. To him, all four elements have a common source. The light chakra represents insight, illusions will block it. Korra looked away from the map, too much like the one in Zaofu. The one she visited with Kuvira. She had not shared Aang's attitude, she could not accept anyone outside of her tribe. Her goal had been the reuniting of the Earth Kingdom into a singular entity, though that seemed almost illusory. Kuvira's dream seemed more selfish now, a goal built on top of coercion, lies and punishment. Order and chaos came hand in hand, Kuvira did not represent balance. Her illusion, the grand dream of the Earth Empire, was as thin and insubstantial as fantasy. The chakra opened. One final one remains. Come, we need to see the stars. They had to wait a few hours, Korra surprised by how hungry she was. As night fell, Zuko led her back onto the cliff. They sat side by side on the edge and Korra stared up at the sky. No clouds tonight, a sea of stars filled the night sky. It's beautiful, Korra said. We have come to the end of your training. This is the last chakra, the last obstacle between you and control of the Avatar. It is the chakra Aang had the most problems with, I am sure Bolin or one of the others described his reasoning back then. The final chakra is represented by thought, it is blocked by earthly attachments. This is the key to mastery of the Avatar state. Korra took a deep breath. I'm ready, but conflicted. Zuko raised an eyebrow. If I remember the story right, Guru Puthik told Aang he had to let go of earthly attachments to master the Avatar state. Right. That is correct, as far as I have always known the sequence of events, Zuko replied. Okay, but isn't that a contradiction? I mean, Avatar Yang Chen, the guy they've got this huge statue of, said the Avatar could not let go of the world. And unless I'm really missing something, he could definitely control the Avatar state. So. Zuko prompted. They can't both be right. Can they? Zuko smiled. Reflect on your past lives, not all of them had partners or found love. Some were content to remain alone their whole lives. Others sought and never found a significant other, or others, to share their lives with. Many, Aang included, found love and raised families. Having loved ones assuredly does not deny you the ability to be the Avatar. Okay, I see that, but I just don't get the real meaning behind this chakra, Korra said with a sigh. Korra, what is your world? Zuko asked. Our world. I meant it a bit differently. What makes up your world, to you? Family and friends. She needed to let them go? But how could she when she needed them? Without them she would have never made it this far. My loved ones are my world, she said slowly. They mean everything to me and I would never have survived without them. While true, you have a duty to the world outside of that group, to all of the human world. You must uphold the balance and be the bridge between the humans and spirits, Zuko replied. I know. My duty comes first. More important than her needs, desires, or wishes. She could still protect, love and care for those she had to, but being the Avatar, that always came back to balance. To favor the lives of her loved ones over the whole was to miss the point of what she was and what her role was. Love was not excluded, but if the choice ever came, her duty was to the world, not one person. She was Avatar Korra. The world seemed to flare white as the thought came. It soon faded in endless starry darkness. She stood on a shining, winding path that led on and on, for mile after mile until it reached her. No. That was not her. The huge form of Avatar Korra ahead of her was ethereal, translucent, formed from the starry sky. Was this it? If she reached herself, she would have control of the avatar state. Korra walked forward and tentatively reached out to touch the image. Zhu Li's hand tightened around Opal's as the truck's door closed behind them. The familiar prick of fear was growing ever larger in her chest. I thought the Kemps were gone, she whispered awkwardly to Zhu Li. Never trust Kuvira, her companion replied darkly. They did not speak after that. The truck was jammed with people. When the back opened again, it was almost a relief. Almost. The first glimpse of the Kemp was horrifying. A defaced Fire Nation fluttered in the weak breeze and the outskirts seemed littered with shallow, unmarked graves. No choice but to comply as the guards ordered them out of the trucks and inside the perimeter. People glanced up from tasks as they filed past, all hastily returning their attention to what was in front of them at an angry word from a guard. Many seemed to be planting some kind of crop, all dirty, thin and emaciated. The prisoners were led into a squat, stone building, all their belongings taken and an uncomfortable prison uniform provided in their place. A guard pulled her from the line after she changed, away from Zhu Li and everyone else. What was happening? A tray stood on the table in a nearby building, the hot food steaming in the chill air, vegetable, rice, soup. Better than anything she had seen for days now. Weeks maybe. She waited by the chair, glancing around nervously, hard to look away from the food. A door on the other side of the room opened and a higher-ranking officer walked in. Sit, please, she said as she took a seat at the opposite side of the table and opened a folder. Opal perched on the edge of the chair, ready to move if need be. Too close to the food, it smelled so good. Her stomach gurgled. The officer glanced at her. Do not wait on my account, eat. Opal glanced at the food, wanting to comply. But could she trust anyone here? She squeezed her hands on her thighs. Suit yourself, Miss Bafong. Opal's heart lurched. You are Miss Opal Bafong, are you not? No. I'm Juri Arasugawa, Opal replied. Had that sounded convincing enough? The officer sighed. Opal risked a glance. I apologize if we have frightened you. However, I must confirm if you are indeed Opal Bafong, not just for your sake, but for that of your companion you arrived with. I assure you, you will not be harmed. She leaned forward. Be warned, I am an earthbender. I will know if you are not honest. Lie and perhaps get Zhu Li punished? Or reveal themselves now and put them right where Kuvira could get at them. A lose-lose situation. If only she could earthbend like most of her family. Or somehow turn out to be an airbender all along. Something, anything. No way out, this was the end. But if this was the end, then at least she could try and take Kuvira down with her. I am Opal Bafong, she said, the words catching in her throat. I wish to face the Great Uniter. The officer smiled at her. Mission accomplished, she muttered as she scribbled something in the file. Aren't you going to eat? She continued. Why? I'll be dead before I can digest it, Opal grimaced. Then one last meal cannot hurt. Finest Fire Nation cuisine, the woman said and winked at her. Opal blinked. Wait. She sniffed at the aromas. She had been so hungry she barely noticed before. This was not Earth Kingdom fare. Which most of the time would mean nothing, but here. In a camp run by the Great Uniter who harbored such hatred for the Fire Nation? Impossible. Who are you? My name is not important, the woman said closing the file. Just know I have been sent here to get you out of the Earth Kingdom. We've been looking for you for a long time, Opal. Don't call me that, Opal snapped. My apologies, Miss Bafong, the woman carried on. We had to make it look genuine. I apologize for the worry, but it was unavoidable. Opal glared at her. Would lunch with Zhu Li Moon make you happier? Opal said nothing. I don't blame you. Maybe this will make you trust me. Please. She stood and gestured behind her. The guard opened the door and stepped back. Opal took a few tentative steps forward, glancing between the guard and the nameless woman. It's fine, she stressed. Come on. Opal followed as the woman walked past her carrying the tray of food and led her towards another building near the center of the camp. Zhu Li glanced up from where a waterbender was healing the scratches on her arm and smiled. Opal smiled back and her stomach growled loudly again. Okay, let me have the food, she said. The woman handed her the tray and Opal perched close to Zuli. The camp is fake as you might be figuring out, she said. Not a nice place at first, but we started replacing the staff one by one. We are working on transferring everyone here out of the country. The graves and workers on the way in. She smirked. Theater. They're only out there when the higher-ups are in attendance. General Iroha's master plan. So many higher UPS just think soldiers are expendable. The general. He's more cautious. Came up with this as a way to avoid the conflict. Meanwhile he's busily trying to cut off any funding the Empire was receiving. Sounds like Iroha. You planning on just staying here until this is all over? Opal asked between mouthfuls. At least until everyone who wants out is out. The cover has been useful for a few other things too, the woman said. The intention was for metal refining. But we've been feeding substandard stuff into the supply chain for weeks now. Courtesy of 1 or 2 hefty bribes. Hopefully it'll make a difference. Her expression fell. As good as it looks like we have it here, we're still at risk. The illustrious leader of all this could find out 500 different ways, and then we're in trouble. We're not that well equipped for combat. But we have a shot. The Empire has begun releasing people in batches. Children are the priority, but it has let so many people get out of here. You are a bit trickier. Things never are straightforward, are they? Opal muttered. She's looking for you specifically. Her special forces have an assignment to locate you. We can't mix you in with the others, we need to get you out some other way. And for that, we need to get in touch with the United Forces. Her expression grew a bit more somber as she extracted a strange container from her pocket. And we need someone to look at this. We don't know what it is, but we found them along with some odd machine in a village not far from here. Seemed like it was something important. Can't sleep? Zuli asked later that night. Opal rolled over on the narrow bunk. Sleeping mats and snoring people crowded on the floor. Only for tonight. Tomorrow they were finally headed home. Worried about tomorrow, Opal whispered. And, something about all this bugs me. It does. Zuli whispered back. Yeah. Opal bit her lip, not sure if she should point the issue out. They're doing all this for a good cause, but they're prioritizing Fire Nation and Republic City citizens over everyone else. No one's that worried about the Earth Kingdom. Unless they're me. Kuvira's victims are the Earth Kingdom in the end, Zuli replied slowly. She thinks they're superior, but I hope my family is okay, Opal said with a shiver. As long as Dad is still in Zaofu. You'll find out, Zuli whispered firmly. As soon as you get to the city. We'll find out, Opal replied. You're coming too. I won't go back if you're not with me. Zuli rolled over and stared at Opal. Thank you, she said. But dash. No. I can't leave you behind. Not after everything you've done for me. The forest was dark and every noise convinced Opal sure that the Empire was little more than a few steps behind them. Not that they would be able to hear their approach. As quiet as the disparate group of collaborators, journalists, and the odd few who somehow drew Kuvira's ire were being, the regular footfalls, snapped twigs, and swish of clothing on undergrowth quickly added up. The Fire Nation operatives at least gave the impression they were escorting prisoners, just with the minor problem that they were heading away from the nearest camp. Hard to explain. Stopping was a relief, though no one relaxed. All keyed up for the next rush into the night if the phantom fear of a pursuing force was real. Zuli's technical expertise came in handy. She constructed a device to detect any approaching force. The concept was simple, but if left unchecked, Zuli's explanation grew increasingly verbose and technical. It detected vibrations on the ground over a certain threshold of force. Effective, and with sufficient range to ensure it did not pick up the camp, and sensitive enough to distinguish between the local fauna and the group. Unfortunately it meant she was constantly listening out for the bell to ring. Opal blinked. Like it was right now. Her heart lurched. We have to move, Zuli hissed from beside her, the group frantically pulling down the tents and cramming them into bags as fast as they could. At least it was not raining. Breaking camp took no more than 5 minutes. Zhu Li's readings put the possible pursuers some 15 minutes away, though the margin was shrinking fast. Humans? Opal asked as they ran. Zhu Li peered at the indicators, tiny needles sweeping across a scale of numbers. Not sure. Based on the last reading, the vibrations are odd. I think it has to be a substantial group, but... She stumbled over a tree branch. Opal paused to help her back up, jostled by the rest of the group more concerned with still moving. Keep going, Zhu Li said as she fumbled on the ground. Opal squinted at her. She looked oddly different in the low light. What's wrong? Opal asked, reluctant to move without her. My glasses, Zhu Li said. I can't find them. She squinted at Opal. Don't worry about me, I'll find them. Keep on going. Go on, she added when Opal crouched beside her. You need to deliver the plans. I'm not going without you, Opal said and ran her hands across the ground, each passing second like a year, ample time for their pursuers to catch up. The bell on the device sounded again. How close? I don't know, Zhu Li said, peering at the device. She brought it closer to her face. Looks like they're less than 5 minutes behind us. Then we need to go, Opal said, grabbing her hand. But dash. When we get to the city, I'll buy you new glasses. For now, do you trust me? Opal stared back as Zhu Li squinted at her. Of course I do, she said. Opal smiled and took her hand. Then come on. We're going to get there together. Heavy footfalls not far behind them, the sounds of the group almost miles ahead. They needed to move fast. Opal squeezed Zhu Li's hand and started running. Her friend stumbled a little but kept up. Not the quickest route, but the fastest available when guiding someone with eyesight as poor as Zhu Li's. A shout behind them, recognition or a call for a halt. Opal pressed forward. They had to make it. People ahead, the rest of the group from the camp. Why were they not moving? Opal stumbled to a halt. A group of Earth Empire personnel stood ready to strike ahead of them. Kenpi, Zhu Li muttered, a shiver running through her. Opal glanced around for a way out and blinked. There were familiar faces ahead of her, Wing and Wei, and what looked like a group of Kyoshi warriors. Opal stopped herself, calling out, not the time. But was there anything to lose now? Zhu Li squeezed her hand as the noise of the pursuing army became overwhelming. Trapped. Bolin stomped his foot down again and concentrated on the sensation. Not far now, the spy was moments ahead of them. He gestured to his companions as he broke into a sprint. The man broke cover just ahead and made a vain attempt to escape. Bolin caught him in a moment, the earth cone freezing him in place. He smiled as the man struggled in vain at the obstruction. No good. Can't just pull yourself out of that, he said conversationally. This is neutral territory. What are you doing here? As per the treaty, no Earth Empire operatives are allowed here at the same time as the United Forces. The man's heart was pounding in his chest. I don't know anything about any treaty. I'm just lost is all. Can't see the border on the ground. A succession of lies. Please, I know you're lying. Tell me the truth, why are you here? Earthbender, the man said, sneering. Fine. I'm tracking fugitives. Fugitives from what? Bolin asked. What are they accused of? The man stared silently back at Bolin, who sighed. He fished in the man's shirt and pulled out his dog tags. We can send you back to the Great Uniter if you would prefer. Along with a letter informing her how you botched your mission. And that minor issue about you breaking the peace treaty. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to hear about that. That at least got a reaction, fear. Even among the faithful, Kuvira induced fear. So how about this? Tell me the truth and we'll let you go. We'll just pretend none of this ever happened. The man sighed, his pulse calming. The name Opal Bafong mean anything to you? I mean, aside from her connection to Zaofu and kinda to the Great Uniter. I know of her, Bolin said carefully. My group was dispatched to recapture her. Just her mind, anyone aiding her was considered expendable. If you get my meaning, he sneered. Painfully. What was her last known position? The man rattled off a series of coordinates. Not far. Size of your party? 6, the man said. 6. He was telling the truth. Doesn't seem a lot. Never met a Kenpi, have you? The man's heart sped up for a moment. 6 is overkill for this assignment. Bolin removed the earth cone. Just make sure I don't see you ever again. The man nodded and raced off into the woods, away from the coordinates. We're going to head to his coordinates. We need to rescue Miss Bafong. He darted off before anyone could protest or question his orders. Just let me be in time, he muttered as he charged through the trees. Seismic sense showed him most of the obstacles well before he saw them. Running into a few low-hanging branches forced him to slow his pace by a frustrating amount. At first he could sense nothing during the brief pause when he stomped the ground, but an hour or so of constant movement revealed a large rumbling mass right on the edge of his range. Had to be them. He changed direction and his troops following him easily. The situation grew more worrying the closer he got. The makeup of the group was impossible to tell from this range, who was Earth Empire, who was Kenpi and who was with Opal. The strange, constantly vibrating masses on the outer edge felt like mecha tanks. The prisoners must be in the middle. Foolish rushing in like this, but he could not stop now and he trusted his soldiers. They knew what to do. How likely were the enemy to have seismic sense? Unknown. But then, would they expect a single person to be a threat? Unlikely. They would be less on their guard and not stop to consider the possibility of a lava bender. He reached the group with almost no time to spare. A selection of Fire Nation citizens were on their knees in a clearing in the woods, metal benders lined up in front of them, glinting metal plates held ready for execution. Bolin leapt forward, pushing the rock up from the ground in a great wave. The force hurled the metal benders to the ground and threw the others into panic. Those 6 to the side, they had to be the Kenpi. Bolin smacked the ground with his fist and forced a river of lava rushing over the ground towards them. Good reflexes, the group bounced away from the torrent. He jabbed into the ground with his other hand. The prisoners and captors were easily delineated by expression and reaction. Not uniforms, looked like the prisoners were wearing Earth Empire uniforms as disguise. The new wave of lava slipped in between the last row of prisoners and the mecha tanks. The lava bender! Someone shouted. A cheer from the prisoners, naked disgust from the Earth Empire. Capture him! Someone yelled. The Great Uniter wants him for herself. They began to yell something else, cut off as the ice formed around them and dropped them to the ground. The 2 other waterbenders traced arcs of water around the group, fastening ankles and wrists together with frozen bonds. The enemy earthbenders shot sheets of metal around the clearing, each projectile pulled out of the air and turned back on itself by Bolin's earthbenders. The battle was over in a matter of minutes, Kenpi and Earth Empire soldiers all neatly subdued. Bolin walked towards the Kenpi who had called for his capture. My name is Captain Bolin of the United Forces. As of this moment, I am placing you and your comrades under arrest for a violation of the Republic City Earth Empire Peace Accord as signed. The Kenpi resolutely looked away from him. Mutsumi, please send a hawk to Central Command and inform them of this violation. The waterbender nodded and hastily scribbled a note she tied to one of their communication hawks. Bolin! A voice yelled from very close. Bolin barely had time to turn before 2 arms were around him and someone was kissing him. So glad you found us, Wei said as he came up for air. Me too. Bolin said breathlessly. Wing was smiling just behind him and... Opal! Bolin called as she approached clutching the hand of a girl wearing glasses. Hi Bolin, Opal said smiling. And, well, this is new, she said looking between the 2 of them. You never said dash. We're not together, Bolin stressed as she stepped away from Wing. The girl with glasses cleared her throat. Captain Bolin, my name is Zuli Moon, former assistant to the Earth Empire weapons designer Varric. We have stolen the plans for his new prototype. While we do not know what the mechanism is capable, I insist these be delivered to Republic City as soon as possible. The world flared white again. As it faded it became clear she was not alone. Someone else was with her here. Wherever here was. Who? No. Obvious really. Rava, Korra said. Korra, the spirit replied with a smile. Not something from Wan's memories, the spirit of Rava stood directly in front of her, the same as in her dream. The sight was both mystical and oddly calming. I'm glad we could finally meet, Korra tried. As am I. It has been too long since I conversed with the past selves of the Avatar. I have been dormant for long stretches of your predecessors' lives, she replied. Why now though? Harmonic convergence, Rava replied. As it approaches so does my wakefulness. We will soon lose this opportunity for another 10,000 years once it passes. Better make the most of it. And make sure there is a next time, Korra murmured. She shook her head. But you must know so much. About my older selves, all of them. Rava nodded. So much she could ask right now. Who was the nicest avatar? The meanest? Was there or had there been such a thing as an evil avatar? The youngest avatar, the shortest duration, the oldest and the longest? Wait. The latter two would likely be the same. And the former too. I can show you. If you wish. Rava said. How Korra began. I am you. And you are me. We are not truly two separate entities, she explained by way of explanation. Only seems to work one way though, Korra said. I don't have any idea what you're thinking right now. Harmonic convergence is to blame once more, Rava replied. In other times your thoughts would be mine and mine yours. Korra wavered for a moment. Okay. Show me. Please. Wan was familiar, but she knew next to nothing about his successors. She blinked. Her name was Avatar Kali, the first avatar from the air nomads. Wan's actions and importance was well known the world over, but the world had yet to grasp the cyclical nature of succession. Even Kali herself did not realize for some time just who she was and what a critical role she would play in the future of the whole world. There were whispers despite so many remaining ignorant of her very existence. The reborn avatar was a myth, one she only accepted over time. Wan helped her as much as he could, his presence a vivid image in her mind's eye. But he could only do so much, her experience was very different to his. Teachers had been pleaded with to entertain her bizarre request to learn other forms of bending. Her proof would always be manipulation of more than one element, but she could not do so for her first fire-bending teacher. Like Aang, she had traveled across the world seeking teachers and befriending many, though Kali ultimately made her journeys alone. Unlike Aang, there were no masters of elements. Bending was still so new to so many, the retained ability startlingly different from before. Kali's teachers were makeshift and clumsy. Kali dedicated her life to continuing the principles Wan began. Her life ended in much the same way, cut down on a battlefield when she was old and slow. Unable to usher in the era of peace she craved. But if Wan began the cycle, Kali let the world know it was happening. As she left the world there was speculation of the next avatar, where they would be reborn and which element they would begin with. The avatar myth had truly begun, and it meant so much to so many. The chance for peace seemingly so close at hand. Kali, like her successors, suffered in the era after Wan, their lives forever tough and difficult. War waged as the lion turtles were finally completely abandoned and skirmishes over the resources of the world intensified. Tribes and groups splintered and fought, no simplistic division across elements, instead the sides were much more complex and varied. Even the lion turtles themselves vanished at last as anxiety ate away at the more powerful tribe leaders. What if the lion turtles once again simply handed out the power to bend elements, they pondered. What if another like the Avatar formed, opposed to them specifically? The resulting hunting parties were vast armies of faithful. They may as well have tried to fight a mountain. The leaders would claim victory after the creatures vanishing from the world, but those who witnessed the futile battles saw only a disappointed creature withdraw from the world. There was no victory here. Avatar Sya, Rava said. Her voice echoed through Korra's mind. An Earth Kingdom Avatar. She was the first to form what you call a team avatar. Korra smiled at the notion. I'm glad she did. Sya seemed small and frail. Hardly the person many would expect to change the world forever. She was able to bring about a peace that lasted generations, and saw to the sectioning of the world into the regions you still know today, Rava commented. Shame it did not last, Korra mused. Indeed. In the end it was the size of the assigned territories that once again lead the world into war. She had to remember all of this, a positive boon to historians. So much she had never heard breathed or even alluded to. So much forgotten. So many mysteries of the Avatar illuminated for her. Avatar Twi held back a wall of water before it obliterated a Fire Nation town. Avatar Amaya dragged the Ida tribe across the broken floor of a deep valley as a nearby volcano spewed smoke and lava. No Avatar was anything like another. A chill suffused her. Avatar Rui, Rava said. A boy, no older than 6, was picking across a dusty field. He was born into a land suffering a decades-long famine. He never even knew his destiny, he died just after his 7th year in the world. He never even had a chance, Korra mumbled. But he still enacted a change. He was able to contact his successor, Avatar Ariko, as much as he could. She gathered all the spiritual leaders from the 4 tribes established by Sia and charged them with the location and protection of each reborn Avatar. Her intent was that no Avatar should ever be ignorant of their destiny, and they needed protection until they were ready. Ever since, the reborn Avatar is sought as soon as possible, Rava said. So were all the rest found? Except me? Korra asked. No. He was far from the only Avatar who died tragically. Avatar Aina died during childbirth. Avatar Yomi perished after contracting an incurable plague responsible for ravaging much of the Earth Kingdom. Avatar Shio rejected his destiny and felt unable to bear the weight of responsibility. He took his own life after failing to save the life of a former Earth King. So many memories, so many human experiences. From the humblest origins to the occasional highborn Avatar, from the most miserable to the happiest lives and everything in between. I know this has been going on for so long, but still. All are here for you if you wish to relieve them, Rava said. Can I see one more? Korra asked. Of course. Avatar is Nagi, his legacy was his lasting friendship with the very first Fire Lord Yayoi. The term nudged something in the back of her head. How long this been going on for? Was Zuko waiting for her to awaken? I'd like, if I can, to continue later. Can I? Of course. There are your memories as much as they are mine, Rava replied. I need to let everyone know. All of their names and what they did. They all deserve to be remembered, and not just as those statues in the air temple, Korra said. Your limit of harmonic convergence, once that has passed we will be as one once more in navigating the memories. Much more difficult, Rava replied. The avatars you showed me, they weren't all in sequence, Korra said. What made you pick these? I know they're important but I selected them to answer your questions about the nature of the Avatar, including the ones you did not voice. Korra fell silent for a moment. What was it like? To be joined with, to know and then lose so many when they died? How did you cope seeing them pass on? My perspective is somewhat different, Rava said with a smile. Death in human terms is the loss of the physical body, and yet I am no longer defined by such limitations. I exist as energy, passing from each avatar to the next. So to me I never lose any of my companions, they all live on inside me. I forever retain their memories, their thoughts, everything they ever experienced. Once or twice I may have intervened. The avatar state, Korra murmured. Rava nodded and continued. You and Aang, you are so similar to each other from my perspective. But I know from your memories and your lives that you are almost nothing alike. She was quiet for a moment. Before Wan risked everything by bonding us together I had no concept of despair. But neither did I have an understanding of joy either. I am not and can never be human, just as you are not spirit and can never aspire to be. I imagine the mystery of being human for me is as strange as being a spirit is to you. We two come closer to an answer, but the distance between ourselves and that answer is still infinite. She smiled. I find the mystery both beautiful and fascinating. But what about the other avatars? Korra asked. What about Toph? Did they not become spirits? Do they seem like other spirits to you? Korra shook her head. Those that are able to remain here take on some aspects of spirits. At their core they remain human. They do not exist in both worlds as we do. As much as there is to learn from your past, there is something else ahead of you, something no avatar has faced before, a being similar to yourself. Kuvira. Yes, or rather the amalgamation of her and Vato, Rava said. How strong is he? Is he stronger than you, I mean, us? Korra asked. He is. Korra blinked in horror. The nature of chaos, infinite and the inevitable consequence of so much. As much as we fight against chaos, it is forever lying in wait. Harmony can only ever be as great as the chaos. Then she is evil. Korra murmured. An evil avatar is not really possible, though the nature of evil is subjective, Rava said. Even simply equating as Vato's tendency to increase chaos and therefore evil, my representation of balance and therefore good is less than accurate. Shame. It's much easier to think of Vato as evil, Korra said. But I see your point, doing what you think is good does not mean you are doing the right thing. Quite so. I will admit that chaos tends to destabilize avatars who favor it. An unbalanced avatar is so much weaker than one embracing balance. Wayward avatars have been killed easily in the past, Rava said. I'll keep on with the balance then, Korra said. I should strike now, before they get any more powerful with harmonic convergence, Korra concluded. While you may defeat them, it will only delay a future confrontation. Rava looked disheartened. You would give rise to a new being, a flawed mirror to the cycle of the avatar. Vato would be reborn with the new incarnation, a rebirth existing only within the same tribe, the avatar's eternal enemy, someone diametrically opposed. But how much good could two avatars do? Their combined power no. No, it could not happen. The reborn Vato would exist only within the Earth Kingdom. The balance would be lost from the world. I have to put an end to it. Forever, don't I? If you wish to maintain balance and prevent Vato's rebirth with a physical bond, then it is indeed inevitable, Rava said, nodding. Then she shares the same flaw as me? If she's killed while in the avatar state then the cycle will be broken. As it is with us, Rava confirmed. Vato awaits seeking much the same outcome for us. Shouldn't have taken up Iroh on his offer, Korra muttered. No, Rava shook her head. Learning to control the avatar state is of the utmost importance. Without it you would face an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, and then leave your successor at a spectacular disadvantage. However, there is more at stake than the continuation of the avatar. In the event Vato wins, both human and spirit worlds will be engulfed in chaos for the next 10,000 years. Korra let out a slow breath. I will wait. I will train. We will work together. Never forget, Korra, I am always with you. Yeah, Korra said, smiling. I'm not alone. Korra blinked awake. The avatar state lurked on the edge of her sensation. Something she could draw as easily as moving her hand. So easy. She took a deep breath and triggered it. Power seemed to flood her, the world almost sluggish around her. The wind was malleable and changeable in a way never before. She could feel the individual droplets of water in the air. New techniques, skills, and ideas seemed to bubble up out of nowhere. Had to let go. Had to use this only as necessary. Reluctantly she pushed the avatar state away. Zuko started clapping. Congratulations, he smiled. You are now truly the avatar. I couldn't have done it without you, she said. Thank you so much. What now for the avatar? He asked. I have nothing more to teach you. Do you intend to commence your attack on Kuvira now? Korra shook her head. No. Not yet. It's not as easy as that. I need to keep training, especially lightning bending. And I need to learn all I can about the former avatars. For how long? Zuko asked, frowning. 5 months. Until harmonic convergence. Wing and Wei took the opportunity to stay with Lin once they returned to Republic City. The chief of police looked more relieved than Bolin could remember as she hugged her nephews and niece. How about Su? She asked after a long hug. Wing shook his head. Sorry. We still don't know. We looked everywhere, Wei added. Kuvira said she didn't know, but... Opal added. She'll turn up, Lin smiled, surprising the others. She's too stubborn to go down that easy. I'm just glad you three are okay. She grabbed and hugged them again. Sorry. You're welcome to stay with me for now. Really? Wei asked. That would. Hey, can Bolin stay too? He asked. Lin looked surprised for a moment and then smirked at Bolin, who coughed. While staying here sounds good, I need to return to my duties. And I am to escort Miss Moon to see Asami, Bolin replied. Then. I'm going with her, Opal said, clambering to her feet. Opal? Zhu Li said. Wouldn't you rather stay here? Be with your family. But what about you? Do you even know Asami that well? Do you know anyone here? Zhu Li remained silent. Thought not. I'm sticking with you. That got a smile in response. They bid the rest of the Bafong family good night and set off across Republic City as the sky darkened. It was later than he would have liked by the time Bolin knocked on the front door of the mansion, the gates unlocked and no one seemingly on duty. He bit back a burst of anxiety. The main house was still lit. To his surprise, Asami answered the door. Bolin, Opal. Miss Moon, I presume? Come in, she said, smiling, and bowed to each of them in turn, the model of decorum. It did not last as she threw both her arms around Bolin. It's been far too long. I missed you, she murmured in his ear. So had she. Asami leaned back. And you look really good in uniform. Wow. He flushed and stuttered out a response. Well, I missed you too. And Korra, of course. Are you on leave? I think Korra had a council meeting earlier today. If you're lucky, you'll catch her in between meditation and bouts with a typewriter. She trailed off as he kept his expression hard. I'm not on leave, unfortunately, he replied. Blink. Wait, typewriter. Apparently she's gained access to the entire duration of each avatar's memories. She's transcribing as much as she can, especially about the older ones. The historians are beside themselves with excitement about what she can tell them. I think you'll like it too, at least from the bits I got a look at, Asami said. Definitely need to read those. Bolin shook his head. Later. For now I'm just here to escort Zhu Li to your custody. And Opal wanted to tag along. Custody. Opal bristled. Sounds like you're making Asami our jailer. It's not like that. It just means, she's responsible for you. Bolin sighed. I didn't want to say anything, but no one in the United Forces is willing to trust you right now, especially Zhu Li. But Opal protested. They think they're spies. Asami cut in and reappraised the newcomers. Zhu Li was as carefully neutral as ever while Opal was glaring at him. Not really, Bolin said, feeling awkward under the intensity of Opal's glare. It's just Opal helped Iroh and then everyone lost track of her. Just trying to get away, Opal murmured. And Zhu Li's former position is unfortunately well known, Bolin continued. I assure you and the United Forces that I do not retain any loyalty to either Varric or Kuvira, Zhu Li replied. There, Asami said. By their own admission. But. Asami's grin grew a little bigger. If you do have any spying impulses, feel free to spy on me. She winked. Zhu Li's eyebrow shifted a little, shortly followed by the other. Opal gaped at her and her cheeks reddened. Asami. Bolin sighed. Yes. She replied with mock innocence. How could he possibly say anything more? And she knew it too. Come on, I'll show you to your rooms. Both of us? Opal asked. Asami paused and glanced between them. I have plenty of room here, one more person won't cause a problem. But. If you would prefer to share a room, there is a double available. Miss Sato, I must thank you humbly for your hospitality, Zhu Li interrupted. Her voice faltered as Asami hooked her arm around Zhu Li's. Asami is perfectly fine, Miss Moon, she said. Asami reached out and took Opal's arm too. Opal flushed again. Right, Opal? Right, she stuttered. Then please call me Zhu Li as well, Zhu Li smiled. The trio walked forward and feeling increasingly out of place, Bolin trailed behind them. His part was over, right? It felt like he was intruding on something private, and if he was reading the situation at all right, Asami seemed like she was very open to getting into bed with Zuli and Opal, and he wanted to visit Korra. There was at least a chance he might catch her in a spare moment. Bolin coughed again. Okay, so Zuli is here, and you all seem to be getting on, fine. I should probably get going. Bolin said. Wait, Zuli said. You require Asami's initial assessment of the plans first, do you not? The plans. Bolin groaned. On top of everything else, he had clean forgotten about them. Plans? Asami asked. We need space, Zuli said. There are many. We'll use one of the lounges. Asami steered them away from the stairs and into one of the myriad of rooms Bolin had not visited on previous visits to the house. He shifted the pack with the scrolls on his back and followed them in. Zuli leafed through the selection once Asami let go of her arm and selected one specific scroll. Varric was sketching these. They're not complete, but... She passed the scroll to Asami, who turned it upside down, sideways, rotated it through 180 degrees and frowned at the paper. I'm not very sure what I'm looking at. She glanced at Zuli. Do you know what he was working towards? Zuli shook her head. All I know is it is some form of new weapon. These are going to take a while to figure out, Asami said, peering at the other plans. We'll get there though. There's more, Zuli said and delved into the backpack again. She held up a small, flattened cylinder. Inside was a tightly coiled ribbon formed from a strange, smooth substance. She pulled the ribbon out. It looks like it's just black, but further along. She unwound the ribbon, the coil soon piling onto the floor. There's images on it. They're tiny, but they look like they have writing. Later on there's some of Kuvira. She broke off. Asami was staring at the coil oddly. Varric had the same idea. She murmured. Wonder if it's a similar enough type. You've seen this before? Zuli asked. We couldn't figure out what it was for, Opal added. Asami sighed and took the ribbon, swiftly recoiling it. Technology has shifted a bit of late. Especially here. It's more than just pictures. I bet there's sound on there too. Sound? Opal frowned. It's a new thing called a mover. It'll be easier to show you. If I can budge this, Asami replied. Let's go see the future. The future? Opal asked as Asami led them upstairs. You'll see. It's kind of like a play just without the actors. Some people call them moving pictures, Asami grinned. There was a blank white screen at one end of the converted bedroom and a strange squat device facing it. Asami unspooled the ribbon and fed part of it into a mechanism. Okay, she said, clicking the lights off. Let's see what we've got. Varric's voice boomed from the device, Zuli twisting around in shock to stare at it. It's fine, Asami insisted over the noise. He's not here. It's what he said before. Zuli calmed, still casting worried glances at the machine. The eccentric inventor's voice continued. He seemed to be talking about Kuvira and her origins. It was like a play narrator, only it was Varric and there was no stage. The moving picture, as Asami called it, seemed pretty accurate, up until events reached the Nanjing province. It was peculiar to see people Varric insisted were Bolin, Korra, and Mako, who each bore an uncanny resemblance to their counterparts but somehow did not look quite right. The Nanjing province saw the narration grow less honest. Varric claimed it was Kuvira's decision to save the people enslaved there, while Korra played little part in the proceedings. Bolin just about stopped himself replying to the disembodied Varric and his less than accurate statements. So much was missing. No Kyoshi warriors, himself presented as nothing more than a crybaby Kuvira was constantly protecting. Wan Shitong was unsurprisingly missing, as was Korra's confrontation with Amon. In their place was a curious alternate tale of Kuvira uncovering dastardly plot, as Varric claimed, against the Earth Queen, arriving too late to stop it. No mention of Bolin or Kuvira's hand in the royal family's death. And on top of that, she somehow saved both Asami and Korra from the collapsing crystal cavern for both to show no hint of gratitude. Steal my credit, will you? Asami muttered. As Korra holed up in the south, Kuvira confronted Su, who refused to help the Earth Kingdom as things grew worse. Mother would never be so heartless. Opal growled. Soon after, the treacherous Fire Nation staged an uprising, leaving Kuvira no choice but to imprison them. Prince Iroh arrived a short while later to demand their release, unwilling to listen to Kuvira's calm explanation. Instead, a smug-looking Iroh challenged Kuvira, something Kuvira insisted she only accepted out of honor. She defeated Iroh in a matter of moments. "My mother will not let you get away with this, wench!" Iroh shouted. "Justice must be upheld!" Kuvira cried. "No!" Iroh wailed. "Don't kill me! I'll pay you whatever you want!" He began sobbing in an overdramatic fashion. Opal started grinding her teeth as the story turned to her. Opal Bafong has the soft heart of an innocent girl and plead for Iroh's life. But unlike most women, Kuvira was strong and forced Iroh to apologize. Varric boomed, seemingly enjoying warping events to suit his purpose. "His attitude was universal then," Zhu Li said, shaking her head. "I am so going to sock him if I see him," Opal growled. "I begged for the prince's life." "It's not like the earlier stages were scrupulously accurate either," Asami murmured. "Still, this has a very obvious agenda." Events soon moved to the Battle of Omashu, and a confrontation between Kuvira and Korra. "Great Uniter! Release your prisoners!" Korra demanded on screen. "Avatar Korra, please see the truth," Kuvira pleaded, seeming far calmer and less aggressive than Bolin remembered her being there. "You are being fooled by the people closest to you. They want only to keep their land in power. They care nothing for the plight of the true citizens of the Earth Kingdom." Varric's voice carried on as Korra collapsed and began sobbing on screen. The Avatar had been tricked and believed the lies spread by the Great Uniter's enemies. But now, thanks to the Great Uniter's spirit, she could see them for what they were. Mysterious attackers set upon Korra and Kuvira, presumably from the people closest to Korra. A well-choreographed fight swiftly followed, though somehow Kuvira needed to save Korra more than once, and Kuvira remained the focus. The eruption of a volcano at the center of Omashu put an end to the fight as Korra and the enemies fled in panic. That left Kuvira to swoop in to rescue the populace. And Bolin did not even merit a mention. The final scene was Kuvira addressing a crowd. "People of the world, now you see what horror lurks in Republic City. See how weak and fearful this new Avatar is. How corrupt. How she is prepared to carry on with the delusions of grandeur her predecessor suffered. Avatar Aang stole our land for a Fire Nation base to wipe us out. And now the new Avatar protects it. A click cut Kuvira short and the screen turned black. Bolin glanced around as Asami angrily tugged the ribbon back out of the device. "Never thought they would go so far as to outright lie. Surely people know better?" Bolin asked. "Are you sure? What's more believable? Something someone said, or something that looks like moving photographs showing you the same scene?" Asami shook her head. "People will believe this if they see it." She stared at the ribbon. "They must have these all over the Earth Kingdom, trying to drum up support. Can we do the same?" Opal asked. "Since you have that way of showing it, it must mean you know what it is. Do you know how to make one yourself?" "Me?" Asami blinked. I think I know how. But I never." She frowned. "A story about Korra. Showing what really happened." She smiled. "That could work. It'll be like an episode of Do You Remember?" Bolin said, smiling. "Just with images." "Yes." Asami said, pointing at him. "That is how we'll do it. The story of Avatar Korra. Though we need a way to make things look better than Varric has. I wonder if it's possible to do color." The desire to retaliate in kind to Varric rapidly gained momentum. A few days later, Asami, Opal, Zhu Li and, to his surprise, Bolin sat down with Tenzin and his family to begin figuring out how to tell Korra's story. Korra herself was still in the midst of meditation, disappointing, but he needed to focus on the task at hand, crafting a suitable ending. Though perhaps allowing Milo to contribute was not the best plan. What if there was a giant mecha tank? The young airbender was grinning. "And it's made of platinum and shoots spirit power in his legs so it can walk like a person. Amon calls it the equalizer and it's dash." He took a deep breath. "Unstoppable!" he boomed. "No," Jinora said forcibly after a moment. just as she had for the last 5 of Milo's suggestions. It's a stupid idea. Unbelievable would be a better comment, Asami said, frowning at a sheer of paper. For one thing, where would they get all that platinum and no one find out they were making it? It's not easy to work with it. The mecha tank shell alone would be frustrating enough for them now. Plus, Bolin interjected. Korra could just turn the ground to mud, let it step forward and then freeze the ground. The whole thing would be stuck. It would have to have windows too, right? Opal asked, crumpling a sheet of paper into a ball. One boulder dash, she flicked the ball off the table. Straight through and into the control room. And if it goes in the sea, either the avatar, Korra, or a waterbender could just freeze the water. Not the people running the vehicle could do about that, Zuli added. And I don't see how something like that is any better than an airship. Asami grinned. They can already go anywhere. Oh. Ikki said. I know what's wrong too. Yes, Ikki? Bolin asked. If Korra was above it, it couldn't see her. She said. Bolin smiled and Milo grumbled once again about the other's lack of imagination. So far things were not progressing entirely well. Pema had some experience with Air Nomad Theater and did not need much coaxing to volunteer with directing the actors. That still left them without much of a story, beyond the dry facts and Korra's past. Pema offered a solution, a team of writers they could call upon to help. Bolin's heart sank as Pema named them. Why them? He despaired. Asami looked similarly concerned. They're really popular. Last Daydream 7? All those Heart of the Kingdoms? Before the Troubled Core? Huge successes. Pema said. They are popular, but they're not as good as they once were. The quality of the recent entrants is. Zuli trailed off. They have to be better than Varric. Right? Opal asked. He couldn't even get the basic events right. Asami sighed. I'm with Bolin. I liked their old stuff. It just seems each new thing they put out has more and more problems. And no one cares about the old ones anymore, she said. But Pema's right, a lot of people will watch anything they do and they seem to really love them. We need our version of events to be more popular than Varric's. So, if we have to use them, we have to use them. For Republic City and Korra. Still wish it was anyone but them, but, you're right. We want to make the best show in the world. Bolin said. For Korra. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 16, The Saga of Avatar Korra the Musical. I'm still not sure this was necessary, Korra said, glancing across to Asami. Her friend shot her a brief smile before turning her attention back to the road. Korra peered down at the low-cut, backless dress Asami insisted she wear for this occasion, very similar to the red number her friend was wearing. Which she was still unsure exactly what it would entail. Be honest, you just wanted to get me undressed again, didn't you? Me? Asami said, grinning a little too much. I am shocked, Korra. She glanced at her. Not that shocked. Korra opened her mouth and Asami kept on going. A fringe benefit. My intentions were, mostly honorable. You have to dress up for the occasion. Like I do. Yeah, but you're used to wearing this kind of thing. I feel exposed. Korra said, staring at the deep blue dress. But you look great and dash. Korra lunged forward and turned the Sotomobile's radio up. You okay? It's Bolin. Korra said happily. Believes that the Great Uniter will attack Republic City sometime during the last solstice of this year. We need people to help defend the land. The United Forces needs more people. I've seen what the Earth Empire did. They have killed thousands and caused suffered to millions. Republic City is my home and the last thing I want to see if the Great Uniter burning it down. The recording said. Korra turned the volume back down as the sequence ended and the news began. Sorry, she said suddenly and glanced at Asami, who was still smiling. Did you say something? Nope. Asami said. And here we are. Korra glanced out through the windshield. An enormous banner hung down the front of the theater building. The Saga of Avatar Korra, she read. Hey, is that you up there? An enormous depiction of Asami stared definitely from the banner, wearing what looked a lot like the clothes Asami bought her when she first came to the city. Asami leaned forward and followed Korra's gaze. That's me. Though I thought you'd be more interested in my amazingly hunky co-star dash. Bolin. What is what? How? Why? Is this what you've all been up to? Korra asked. Bolin looked like he was trying to be Mako. Yep. And now you get to see it, Asami said, getting out of the vehicle. But I don't know what it is. Korra protested. Come on. Just some idea. Asami paused and looked thoughtful for a second. Think of watching a play without any actors. Or maybe. Think of a radio play but with more than just the voices. Korra frowned. Well, now I'm really confused. You'll see. Come on, we should get to the others. Asami took her hand and led her towards a red carpet stretching into the building. Masses of people crowded behind barriers, calling out to others walking along the same carpet. Camera flashes flickered in the darkening evening sky. Miss Sato. Miss Sato. People called and Asami turned to each in turn, smiled and struck a pose. The camera flickered rapidly. People called out for Korra too, but she could not do what Asami did. No posing for her. She pulled her hand from Asami's and hurried into the shelter of the building, waiting for Asami to join her. You okay? She asked with a final wave out the door and a fresh burst of camera flashes. Yeah, Korra replied. Just bad memories about them. Not the one you had taken. But the Red Lotus. She trailed off. It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Korra. I didn't think. Asami looked worried. It's fine. I'm fine. If you're sure. Korra nodded. Okay. Our seats are just up here. Most of her friends were waiting, wowed and impressed with her dress, excited and nervous about what was about to happen. One person was still missing though. The theater was rapidly filling with chattering people. Korra peered down from the VIP box to the well-dressed crowd below. Just like a typical theater show. Except normally she would be down there and not up here in the prestigious seating. She tugged the sleeves of her dress back onto her shoulders just as the door behind them opened. Korra leapt from her chair at the new arrival. Bolin. Korra said as she hurried over to him and hugged him tight. I'm so glad you made it for this. Whatever this is mover thing is. She trailed off. Hi Korra, he said. I hope you'll like it. Bolin paused and glanced around her. Hi everyone. He received a chorus of hellos before turning his attention back to her. Asami said it was something like a play? Just without the actors. Bolin nodded. And sort of, kind of, like a radio play but without the sound? Or something. Korra cocked her head to one side. You'll see, Bolin grinned. His seat was beside hers, leaving her between him and Asami. Iroh, Tenzin, and his family, Lin, Yu and the Bafong twins were on the row behind them. Wait. Were Zuli and Opal holding hands? Korra was about to ask when the lights began dimming. She turned back to the stage, expecting the blank white sheet to move. It remained in place as the light faded and then flared a bright white. A faint flickering ran across it and a dramatic musical piece started playing. The Saga of Avatar Korra, she read as the words appeared. This is pretty impressive, she added encouragingly. So like reading a book with music? Bolin glanced at her and put his finger to his lips. Korra grinned weakly and turned her attention back to the screen. The text changed and continued to do so every few seconds. Starring, Asami Sato as Avatar Korra. Bolin as Mako. Korra grinned and looked from side to side. Asami looked somehow nervous, and Bolin looked a little embarrassed. Pema as Pili. Tenzin as Zahir. Zuli as the evil great uniter. Naga as Naga. More names and none she recognized. Amon seemed to be the only name missing from the list of significant people in the last few years. Jinora's credit read Young Korra and Iki's was Young Asami. Then some more credits about costumes, lighting, makeup, until dash. Produced by Asami Sato. Acting director, Pema. Written by. Korra squinted at the glyphs. Who are those people? She asked. I was going to try and write, Asami whispered. But Pema and I were so busy with the war effort and getting this sorted. So I just couldn't. They're good writers though. Or, well, they should be, it sounded good when we were making this. And they've been writing the most popular radio dramas at the moment, can't think of anyone else better suited to spreading your story throughout the world. I see, Korra nodded frowning at the names. Hadn't Bolin complained bitterly about some decision of theirs a while ago? An unfamiliar woman's voice filled the air. Once upon a time, there was a little girl in the far north. The screen changed to an empty winter wilderness. So big pictures, some writing, and some voices? Interesting, but Korra froze in her seat and stared at the flickering images as they moved. Something was moving across the screen, huge but tiny and in slightly washed-out colors. Something was coming closer. Korra leaned forward and watched as Jinora skipped through the snow, a polar bear pup padding beside her. She had no friends save her trusty polar bear dog Naga. There were no children for her to play with, just 4 evil step-parents. Korra clasped her hand over her mouth and tried not to giggle as Jinora looked around, looking troubled. Or sad maybe. The voice continued. But on this special day her life changed completely. Today was the day she would make her first friend, another girl lost in the snow. Ikki stumbled across the frozen wasteland and for a moment it was like her memories on show for all to see. The snow, the cold, the ice tent. Korra grinned. Amazing. How had they made it so? Ikki said something weird. Do you want to build a snowball man? Suddenly the muted music swelled and Ikki was singing well. Someone was singing in time to Ikki's mouth moving. That was definitely not Ikki's voice though. And why was she singing? Setting aside the somewhat odd choice to sing about her and Jinora building some snowball man. And to her amazement Jinora was singing back. Well, again, not Jinora, but Asami. Korra asked, not taking her eyes from the screen. Is my memory faulty or did this not happen? I really don't remember us singing back then. I would like to think I would remember this. Well, Asami started. Children love songs. Bolin interrupted. I bet you anything they're going to be singing it after the mover has ended. Korra nodded vaguely and settled back into her seat. It was a catchy song at least. Just odd. What inspired them to just strike up a song? In some of the plays Asami took her to see it was part of the plot. So was this the same? That would make sense. But if so, how did making a snowball man figure into anything? The unnamed other voice began speaking again as Jinora hid behind a very flat-looking snowdrift and an older woman, presumably representing Asami's mother, arrived to take her away. Korra hoped to see her new friend again someday. She wanted that more than anything in the world. But once Asami had gone home she had no choice but to return to her own home, and her 4 evil step-parents. Little did young Korra know they had another name, the Red Lotus. The voice delivered the group's name with a booming deepening of her voice and an accompanying crash of sinister music. Where have you been? Snapped Tenzin, rendered invisible somehow. And he had hair somehow. Not much, just a thin fuzz on his head. Korra suppressed another giggle. So he was going to be Zahir? I'm sorry, Jinora replied, bowing down in front of him. Because you're so late, you must now scrub the floor, screeched a water tribe woman. Was that supposed to be Ming? And make sure you don't miss any spots this time. Pema added as she glared at Jinora. I won't. I'm so sorry I did last time, Jinora said as she ducked her head again. And when you have the floor looking spotless, the laundry still needs to be done, the presumed Gazan rumbled. Okay, what's going on? Korra whispered. I never did chores for them. All I did was train all day. The audience needs something to relate to, Asami said with a shrug. I wanted more accuracy but dash. Pema leaned in close from behind them. The first drafts were really accurate, but the test audience didn't get it. She looked a little embarrassed. So, to make things easier for people, the writers decided to go with something simpler and familiar. Korra nodded and froze. The screen had flicked and the voice was busily informing the audience how many years had passed since the encounter in the snow, and some vaguely defined time of now. Asami was now on screen dressed in a water tribe outfit with her hair pulled back into a long ponytail and stood with Naga. Korra cast a sidelong glance at her friend who kept her attention on the screen. Asami's hair was longer now, but nothing close to that length. So, how? Never mind. Asami had flicked her long hair back after murmuring something, and now she was beside a window and throwing herself out of it. Pretty accurate, though the images failed to show the skill involved in breaking her fall back then. The first meeting with Bolin and Mako would be coming up, as soon as Asami navigated the ocean crossing. Korra blinked as the mover switched between Asami on a snow-covered beach and Asami awakening in an alley surrounded by gang members. The voice quickly related she had sailed to Republic City underwater and hidden in the alley to rest. Little awkward, but Korra was not sure she wanted the time she broke the cop's arm included her. Anyway, Asami was beating the thugs up with some pretty impressive fire effects. Maybe they had someone nearby bending for her. Korra sat up straighter. Here they came. A figure approached Korra, a man with a red scarf. Korra grinned, Bolin pretending to be Mako. Remarkable. Mannerism, speech, bending movements, all of it was just like his brother. And Milo was playing Bolin. Korra stared in confusion as Tenzin's son jumped up and down somewhere behind her to make sure everyone understood it was him and that he was in the film. Korra grimaced. No. She needed to remain optimistic. This would not be too bad. Right? Bolin scooped Milo up after a blast of fire nearly clipped him. The young boy sobbed in Bolin's arms in terror as the audience cooed in sympathy. Even Asami on screen looked concerned and leaned into the pair asking if Milo was okay. Hey sexy lady, you're quite a babe. Milo leered at her. Asami looked disgusted and leaned away from the child quickly. The rest of the audience were laughing as Korra shivered uncomfortably. Wrong. So wrong. Too late to consider what was happening. The voice returned. Korra did not know it yet, but in this moment she met the man of her destiny. That music definitely sounded like it belonged in one of the more romance-heavy radio plays. Wait, were they putting her with Milo? Korra got ready to bolt and stopped. Bolin smiled at Asami. Asami stared at Mako and fiddled with her hair, her cheeks slightly red. Korra is soon taken with Mako. And why shouldn't she be? He is after all the first eligible bachelor the Avatar has ever seen. And who could resist the beauty of Avatar Korra, the most mysterious and gorgeous woman Mako has ever seen? Somehow this did not seem to quite tally with the agreement they asked her to sign before. Or even come entirely close to past events. So they had decided to play up anything with Mako to make it seem romantic. That made some sense, people seemed to love romance. And it was not an outright lie Korra had found him attractive. Wait. How was this going to go? After all, Mako was Bolin and she was Asami. They seemed awfully close on the screen. Were they going to? Korra blinked. Bolin was clearly a head taller than Asami in this scene. Did you grow or something? Korra murmured. They gave me a box to stand on, Bolin commented. Had to make sure I didn't fall off of it. Her first adventure with Bolin was missing, no helping the immigrants, no fighting with the guards. It made some sense, smuggling was illegal, even if for compassionate reasons, and illegal immigration tended not to sit well with the majority of people. And would that have looked at all right with Milo helping her? Korra shook her head. Likewise Mako mugging Asami seemed to missing too. Korra blinked. Her attention had wandered a little and she had not been paying attention to what was happening. How did Asami get to where the three of them were in this version? How could she meet Mako if not for the mugging, and from that meeting Korra and Bolin? She could ask, or watch this again at some point. Maybe. Asking Asami was probably the best idea. She opened her mouth to ask. Korra. The girl in the snow. She's none other than you. Korra stared at the on-screen Asami. The actress was unfamiliar but very attractive. She looked about right too, perfect lipstick and makeup, gorgeous hair. But her face was almost blank, her speech stilted and she did not seem terribly comfortable with what she was doing. Did the audience notice too or were they too polite? Some people in the audience below them seemed close to bouncing in excitement at just seeing Asami as Korra talked to her on-screen self. Now there was a confusing thought. Ugh. Was there no way Asami could not just play Asami and Bolin? Korra sighed. This Asami can't act, she grumbled. Sorry, Pema winced. We wanted someone who really looked the part. And we found her. Just. Her acting dash. The story carried on. A brief shot of the fire ferrets competing in what was presumably the tournament, and then suddenly the Red Lotus appeared to take Korra to her mission. Korra cringed as the screen unflinchingly showed her attacking alongside the Red Lotus, and stopping just where she had, over the fallen form of her uncle. Asami was absurdly good at conveying the whirl of emotion. Korra felt sorry for her. Sorry for herself. She shivered. The real event was not something she liked to dwell on. Bolin shot her a worried glance and she smiled reassuringly at him. Plus, it was a little hard to take the images too seriously. Bolin and Asami kept shifting proportional height to each other. Maybe they should have tied 2 boxes to Bolin's feet? Or just not bothered? Was that Zuli at the back of a few scenes? Never focused on, but often there. Several members of the audience cheered when the mover depicted Korra's reunion with her parents. Which to Korra's surprise give the somewhat strange assignments elsewhere were actually played by her parents. Korra blinked and her eyes watered. She wiped them quickly and sniffed. Much like reality, Asami had come perilously close to never meeting them. Just a minor issue that Asami was clearly a completely different ethnicity to her alleged parents. And then a council meeting? Korra sat up. She had not been to that one. Recovering on Air Temple Island had taken up all her time. After a few minutes she slouched back in her chair. How long was this going to go on? I'd forgotten about that dart, Korra murmured when the meeting topic finally turned to that detail of Zahir's actions. Is it really important to the story? I kinda forgot about it. We got feedback, Pema said awkwardly. People were confused about what it contained and what it did to you. And Iroh thought it should go in. Korra glanced at Iroh and raised an eyebrow. Iroh struggled to not smile and shook his head. Why not just take the dart out altogether? Pema shrugged. Korra turned back to the film in time to see Bolin and Milo move into their apartment together, Bolin intriguingly topless for not quite long enough. Satisfying though, and the sight seemed to leave some sections of the audience giggling in response. Her cheeks felt like they were on fire when events reached Asami's birthday. Their earlier kiss was on screen for far longer than seemed relevant. Some sections of the audience screamed triumphantly, and were they mocking some of the others? Ushers hastily shushed them and after a minor skirmish hustled anyone who refused to quieten down from the room. The kiss was a lovely memory, not sure it deserved so much attention here. Even Asami seemed a little uncomfortable as she squirmed in her chair. Brace yourself, people might be unhappy with this next part. Yeah, Korra grimaced as she met her gaze. Should be interesting, Iroh said noisily, opening a bag of potato chips. Korra and Asami glared at him. The next scene certainly looked like the Sato Mansion party, filled with guests whirling and dancing all around the dance floor, including Asami and the other actress who were smiling blissfully at each other. Well, Asami was. The other actress's grin looked a bit forced. Korra and Asami's budding relationship seemed unstoppable, the voice intoned. But everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Wait, what? Korra exclaimed and the others shushed her. But it's a terrible line, she insisted as a tall shadow entered the room with a wave of fog, or, well, smoke, for some reason. Iroh didn't attack. And this? She continued. Wouldn't we be fleeing what looks like a house fire? She gaped at the mover version of Iroh as he moved into the light. He was wearing a top hat, a cape draped around his shoulders, and held a rose between his teeth. I. She tried. There were no words. The mover music continued as the caped Iroh offered Asami the rose and kissed her hand. The pair took to the dance floor as the romantic music from before swelled once more and the images got fuzzy and everything seemed to sparkle. Is it supposed to look like that? Korra asked. Asami was grinding her teeth. And nothing about future industries. She said hotly. I spent all that time talking to the director and explaining about this bit and how we never went on a date and dash. Pema hushed her as she leaned between her and Korra. The writers. Well. She grimaced. So I think we've learned out lesson about letting them do anything without supervision. Without supervision. Asami exclaimed. If I'm ever in one of these again, I am writing the script. I don't care what's happening. What is all this? The writers really wanted a love triangle, Pema said with a shrug. Why? Korra asked. For controversy and to get people talking about the story. And so they think about Korra more than Kuvira. Pema shrugged again. I get that, Asami said. But I wanted this to be about my ambitions and what I could do for the world. Not how I relate back to Korra with every one of my actions. People should care about more than just the romance. She sighed. Never about the triangle, this is all about two different paths I had and how I couldn't do both, she muttered. Get away from her. Someone below them yelled, leading to another skirmish, and a small section of the audience hustled from the room. Does this happen a lot? Korra asked Bolin. He shrugged helplessly. Iroh meanwhile had contrived to look unfazed and was somehow eating his potato chips with an air of elegance as he kept his gaze on the screen. There was another burst of complaints from below and what sounded like Iroh muttering they just had to deal with it. A dark force began to stir on that same night, at that same place, the voice intoned. Zhu Li strode into the center of the screen, her dress completely black, her lipstick a deep purple and her face heavily made up with a fake mole. She paused for a moment as the party reacted to her arrival and then strode forward as a booming march began to play. Wow, Opal murmured nearby. You look way different like that. She cocked her head to one side. I kind of like it. She wasn't wearing black. Korra protested. Her dress was white at the party. Easier for the audience to equate black with evil. Stereotypical but sadly effective, Zhu Li noted. Somehow Zhu Li's booming and threatening theme went unheard by Asami, who still danced with Iroh. The narrator declared the Kuvira was Korra's friend, and as Zhu Li's face filled the screen, the voice added she was an evil waiting to happen. On screen the attractive, if lacking in talent, actress pretending to be Asami seemed to be having an existential crisis. I don't know who to choose. She insisted at the top of her voice. Maybe she was trying to resolve the triangle? Korra is the avatar. She blinked and looked to one side. The screen flicked and suddenly she was looking up again. Iroh is the prince of the Fire Nation. Another flick and now she was staring at something really intently above her. Water and fire. Pause. Woman and man. Pause. Emotional and mental. Pause. I was with her until that one, Korra frowned. Dynamism and stoicism. Korra glanced at Asami, who shrugged helplessly. Dark and beautiful. Bolin found the floor tremendously interesting all of a sudden. Dark and beautiful. Another pause. Fair and handsome. Flick. I like them both. The actress buried her face on her bed and her shoulders shook as she pretended to sob. Iroh held his bag out to Korra and she took a handful of the crisps. Somehow on screen Asami had arranged things so she could continue to see both Asami and Iroh, who still wore that bizarre hat. This went on for quite a while, and with each time she spent with one or other Korra blinked. The kisses were surprisingly, if not precisely passionate per se, getting longer with each alternating encounter. You know, Korra said, leaning back a little. I realize we're not so different, she said to Iroh with a chuckle. Oh? He asked. Yeah. The Red Lotus tried to kill both of us. We both lost to Kuvira in a one-on-one duel. Injured our right arms. And both got involved with the same girl. She glanced at Asami. So we're both your type. Asami smiled, embarrassed as Korra and Iroh giggled. Bolin peered down towards the lower tier. Another load have walked out, he commented. They're the ones who wanted Korra and Asami to wind up together, Juno said. What, really? Korra stared at her. And they came here just to see that? Bolin asked. Yep, Ikki said, glowering at the screen. Korra asked. Jinora looked a little embarrassed. When they found out we were playing you two as children, they wanted us to, hint. At the later bits. Like how it was all fated that you'd meet again and wind up together and... She shook her head. The experience had been bewildering up until now, but it soon turned out that was nothing compared to the next section. The screen turned dark and brightened to reveal a masked man, presumably Amon. He was standing in what looked like a green volcano, surrounded by equalists. A catchy if slightly unnerving tune began playing. And to Korra's eternal surprise, Amon began to sing. So prepare for a fight of a lifetime. Be prepared for revolutionary news. A blazing new era is ever so nearer. And where do we feature? Just listen to leader. The equalists began marching in perfect synchrony behind him, the visuals striking and close to hypnotic. My starring role, Iroh said dryly. Korra stared at the screen. So all those equalists. Her gaze swept the theater and found a group of United Forces soldiers who seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. It even looked like they were singing along. On screen the masked Iroh was having a song discussion with a subordinate. Be prepared. Iroh sang as he lunged forward. Yeah. Be prepared, we'll be prepared. For what? An equalist replied in time with the temp as he glanced around at those beside him. For the end of the Avatar. Iroh replied. Is she sick? A different equalist asked. No, fool. We're going to equalize her. Great idea. Who needs an avatar? Another equalist jeered and joined in the chant that followed. No avatar, no avatar. La 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 la. Why does Amon have a Fire Nation accent? Korra asked. It makes him an evil stereotype. Jinora beamed. I mean, all radio dramas do it. Well. Okay, so Fire Nation accents actually mean either evil, rich, tourist or butler. Korra smiled weakly. To her surprise, Zuli was present in the fight with Iroh at the pro-bending area, though she stayed to the side, merely a helper in the events. The section that followed spelled out the kidnap of the terrible actress to an almost painful degree. Just to make sure people really do understand, I did not go voluntarily, Asami murmured. And then they were into the Earth Kingdom, meeting the Kyoshi warriors, but... how do we know where to find you? And Iroh seems to have dropped out completely? Well, the hat-wearing one anyway, Korra said. The writers. They wanted to avoid politics and Iroh's stuff would be mostly him on a phone, so we skipped it, Pema replied. But those were important. People will be confused. What looked like a painting of Zaofu appeared, complete with a less makeup-heavy Zuli wearing something close to Kuvira's Earth Kingdom uniform. Despite the seeming less villainous appearance, that same theme with the Tsunji horn blared as she walked to meet Asami. Please teach me to metal bend. Asami asked. I will, Zuli said and paused. Her face filled the screen again as she smirked. The area around her abruptly darkened. For I have use for you later, Avatar. Not that Asami seemed to hear the admission. Is this really necessary? Korra asked. If she was so blatantly evil, why would we have not done something sooner? Simplicity is key to good drama, Pema noted. Okay, but, just a little bit more subtle. Opal entered and was soon introduced as Opal. Korra blinked. Opal is Opal? I didn't see that at the start. Last-minute casting. We were pushed for other actresses. Asami flushed a little. And we ran out of time. And it was kind of good in the end. It was easier for, she bit her lip. Korra was about to ask when she caught sight of what was happening on the screen. Asami and Opal were holding hands and before long were in what looked a lot like a bedroom together. Wait a minute, a flushing Opal eagerly kissed Asami, both of them rapidly got carried away. A section of the audience below them screamed their approval, while others, mostly from the group who reacted so positively to Asami's kiss with the other actress. At least there was no scene of her kissing Zuli, who knew how well people would receive that if they knew the two of them plus Opal had crowded into one bed that night. Wait. Events had moved on. Didn't that kind of suggest? No time to worry, events had advanced to the Nanjing province. At least their version of events was mostly accurate here, even if there were still a few liberties. The one mention of Kuvirao's past was soon overwhelmed by her roar of vengeance and the wholesale slaughter of the Mattis. Korra shivered. Just like real-life Team Avatar split in two. A less than convincing effect was apparently the airship crashing into the swamp, and now Asami and Bolin were under attack from giant leeches. The leeches seemed less concerned about sucking blood and more concerned with finding an excuse to rip Bolin's shirt off. Not that she or, from the sounds of things, the audience minded all that much. "Korra, I have something to confess," Bolin said on screen. "I'm half Fire Nation and half Earth Kingdom." "I don't remember this conversation at all," Korra muttered. Her on-screen self saw things a little differently. "You are?" Asami gasped as a dramatic music cue played and she clasped her hands to her cheeks, her mouth open wide. "I have inherited the sins of the conquerors during the 100-Year War. But part of me also bears the suffering of the oppressed," Bolin wailed, burying his head in his arms. "Was this ever an issue?" Korra asked. "Best way to appeal to the new generation," Pema said. "A lot of children are born of two tribes." "I didn't think anyone in Republic City cared," Bolin said. "They don't, but the Fire Nation." Iroh interrupted. "Far too much fixation on ethnic purity." He seemed oddly serious. "This is good." Korra looked at him. "Okay, so it's not great, but at least people can see there are others like them." The Swamp Bender's only contribution was to point Bolin and Asami in the right direction, the cave of two lovers. "This is the story of Oma and Shu," Asami exclaimed at Bolin. "A tragic story of true love," he said with an expression at least aiming for smoldering. "More music. More singing?" "Love is brightest in the dark," Asami sang. Bolin nodded and replied. "Love is brightest in the dark." Korra blinked. There were badger moles dancing behind the couple. Badger moles not objecting to the singing or trying to tear anyone apart. How did badger moles know how to dance? "In the blackest night are shining stars," Asami sang. Bolin again replied. "We will find each other no matter how far. The crystals will light the way," they sang together. "Neither Mako nor I can sing," Korra said quickly as she fidgeted. "I doubt Amon could either," Jinora said drily. "Doesn't matter in the movers." The crystals above the couple flared into brightness. "Wait," Korra said. "Korra?" Bolin asked. "That was our moment," she muttered as she scowled and shook her head. "Don't mind me." The voice fortunately distracted her as it informed the audience that Mako and Korra stayed in a hotel in Omashu. Korra heaved a sigh of relief and found Asami looking at her. "What? You never did tell anyone what happened when the two of you were there," she said quietly and lifted an eyebrow. "Nothing," Korra stressed. "Absolutely nothing happened." "Technically true." Asami looked unconvinced. NBA Sing Se Asami faced off with Iroh on the stage. The fight was pretty convincing and well choreographed. And yet, Korra giggled, noticed Bolin trying to cover his mouth, and the two of them burst out laughing. "What?" Asami asked, glancing between them and the screen. "It's just..." Korra caught her breath. "You're using water-bending movements for your earth-bending dash. And earthy-bending for your fire-bending," Bolin added. "I'm no bender," Asami huffed. "I did what I could." She scowled at the screen. "Bending expert my foot. When I see the director I'll dash." The fight with Amon proceeded quickly to the point Korra attacked him with just her fists. The conflict seemed brutally realistic too. Asami punched Iroh clean in the face. The mask crumpled and broke in two under her punch, causing Iroh to stumble backwards. The theater crowd cheered. "That was really well done dash," Korra broke off at Asami's embarrassment. She glanced at Iroh, who winced. "You really hit him, didn't you?" "I wasn't supposed to," Asami hissed. "I miscalculated. Sorry." "Again," she said to Iroh. "Risks of that line of work, it seems," he shrugged. "Good punch though." "So that's why he had a black eye," Bolin said. "The whole base was talking about it. People were convinced he'd tripped in his office or something." Iroh's mask fell away to reveal another mask. Guys?" Korra asked. Not allowed to appear in propaganda, Iroh replied. Why, I'm not on the credits, he said. Bolin flinched as the next part unfolded, the murder of the queen by Zhu Li by falling rocks rather than sword. The director was worried about showing a lot of blood. This was less messy. That was immediately followed by her attempted murder of Milo. The young boy scrambled to safety and the crowd seemed oddly subdued given earlier reactions. Okay, why aren't they cheering? Opal asked. Shouldn't they hate Kuvira by now? Almost no one liked the queen, Bolin commented. Kuvira still murdered an entire family and tried to kill you, Korra stressed. Some people root for villains, Zhu Li said with a shrug. There is admittedly something charismatic about many of them. She coughed and Opal looked at her oddly. Korra's whole body tensed. Asami and Bolin had tracked Iroh to the crystal caves. The audience gasped and cheered as the next battle unfolded. They gasped in horror as Iroh took Asami bending away and seemed ready to club her to death with a rock. Korra fumbled for Bolin's hand and squeezed it tight. The actual moment was over in a moment, toned down in little more than a bright flash of light leaving two bodies on the ground. Milo wailed off the side of the screen and was that another musical number? Korra, we could have had it all, Bolin said, his voice loud and clear for someone apparently near death. How was he still going? Mako, don't leave me. I love you from the very depths of my heart. If you're gone, I'll be lost in the dark. Asami implored. Don't worry, Bolin was smiling. Destiny might tear us apart, but our love is eternal. I promise to find you in our next lives. Korra replied. I promise as well, Bolin added hastily. And now their song. Again. Love is brightest in the dark, Asami sang. Love is brightest in the dark, Bolin replied. Asami joined in for the final lines. Hold me close, take my hand. We'll meet again in the promised land. Isn't it beautiful? Bolin asked staring past Asami. Keep your eyes on me. Asami insisted. Kiss me goodbye. Bolin murmured quietly. People were sniffing all around them. This moment must be really getting to people. Asami kissed Bolin. Korra blinked as the kiss continued. They were getting pretty passionate too. She glanced at Iroh who just kept chomping at his food. The audience was otherwise silent as Asami lowered a limp Bolin to the ground as she sobbed. Something wet on her cheek again. Korra wiped at it. Was she crying? Bolin was rubbing his eyes, and Asami slumped on her chair as she worried her lip with her teeth. The sight was getting to them all. Mako, I will never forget you, Asami said in a voice choked with sadness. Goodbye my love. Meanwhile Zhu Li was standing somewhere dark. A booming voice addressed her, all snarls and strangely clipped speech. Welcome Kuvira. You have done well. Thank you Spirit. But I wish to do more. I must kill all the leaders. I must finish what the Red Lotus began, Zhu Li insisted. Excellent. They failed me and paid the price for that failure. But I have more faith that you will succeed in their place. I offer you a deal Kuvira, I can give you wondrous power, enough to defeat Avatar Korra, but there is a price. Name it. Zhu Li said. I am not afraid. Then, I require one of your eyes, the voice said with a cackle. My eye? Is that all? Kuvira said. Take it. The screen went white and it darkened again. Zhu Li was wearing an eye patch and a cape. She turned and swept her hand towards a somewhat crude model of Ba Sing Se that erupted into flames. The city has fallen. But how can I just kill the Avatar? She must suffer first. Zhu Li stalked towards Asami still weeping onto Bolin in the crystal cave. Just, kill me, Asami growled. Kill you. Zhu Li smirked. I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. She started backing away, her voice a sinister hiss. I shall leave you as you left him, marooned for all eternity under the rubble of this palace. Buried alive, buried alive. Kuvira. Asami roared, the cry echoing around the room. I will defeat you. I promise I will restore balance. The screen faded to black again. Glyphs spelled out the end, a question mark appearing a moment later. All around the room the audience began applauding and got to their feet as more glyphs rushed up the screen recording everyone involved with the project. The final few lines were a request for anyone able to join the united forces and fight back against Korra. Bolin had been right, it seemed. More than one child was humming the song from the start of the mover as most of the audience filed down of the theater. Presumably a sign it would be popular? I don't get why it had to end so sadly. Korra asked as they waited for the party to be set up in the main room. Maybe it should have ended with the Battle of Omashu. The idea was that people see the pain Korra caused. People will feel sorry for you and be angry at Korra, Bolin replied. I still think I want to have a word with these writers, Korra replied muttered. We thought they would do okay. If we had more time I would have gotten a load of things changed. Asami cringed. We never saw the whole script, and it sounded a little strange when we were shooting, but Pema said these things never seem okay before they're done so. Though we really needed to recast me. Exactly. Korra exclaimed. She barely did anything. Just looked pretty, drove a automobile and occasionally cried have to choose between two people. No development. No personal arc. Asami sighed. I know. At least the controversy will benefit your image. I'm just hoping no one really thinks I'm like that. Unlike Iroh, Korra said nudging him. People don't seem to like how you appeared there. If it had kept going. Iroh shrugged. I don't mind. But all your good stuff is after basing SE. Your duel would have been amazing. Korra insisted. Might have made the film too long, Iroh retorted. Korra opened her mouth to say something else and stopped. Bolin was signing autographs and was answering questions from little kids. Best not to ruin the moment. Everyone seemed to want to talk to him. There was what seemed like an endless stream of reporters asking him questions, all manner of questions. They seemed to want to pry into everything, from his heroism in the Earth Kingdom to his current romantic situation to his future prospects as an actor. The attention was thrilling, but he soon missed the company of his friends. At least Asami was right there with him, but there was someone else he would quite like to spend more time with. At least the party should give him an opportunity. So long since Team Avatar had a chance to spend time together. Easier said than done, the party was a sea of people and everyone he knew seemed to be elsewhere. Well, there were the various members of the mover crew not far away of course, but all of his actual friends were much harder to spot. Ah, a bald head with a blue arrow painted on it. Tenzin seemed a decent landmark for now. Bolin excused himself and managed 2 whole steps before a crowd of excitable girls thrust notebooks at him and begged for autographs and photographs. Did people really find him that attractive? The girl was kissing him before he realized what was happening. In the next moment the ice sculpture in the middle of the room exploded. Everyone jumped at the sound. Everyone except Korra, the only person still upright and the only person glaring at him. Had she? No, she could not be that angry, could she? The conversation gradually built up again and he looked down at the girl in blue grinning at him. And blinked. Harui. He gaped. So you do remember me, his former girlfriend grinned. What how? Bolin struggled to find the words. I never. How are you? He finally settled on. Pretty good, Harui said nodding. I'm on break from my studies, if you can call an impending war much of a break. But, it's nice to come back here and see old friends. I was surprised to see you on that poster. You saw the mover? She nodded. You liked it? You'd think I would kiss you if I didn't? It was good. You were good. Harui sighed and ran her hand down his shirt. I missed you, you know. Bolin glanced around hurriedly. Korra was nowhere in sight, but this still felt all kinds of wrong. Look, Harui, it's great to see you, but I know. I saw you with Asami, you make a cute couple. She smiled. I just wanted to try it again, remind myself what it was like. And I've never kissed a mover star before. We're in rare company currently, Bolin said vaguely. He shook his head. Look, I'm not involved with Asami, romantically anyway. Harui's eyes brightened at his response. I'm actually someone took his hand. More? He spun around and found Iroh very close to him. "Iroh," he said in startled surprise. The head of the United Forces glanced over Bolin's shoulder. "Sorry ladies, I do believe he owes me a dance." Far from upsetting Harui or the rest of the group desperate to be close to him, Iroh's words only seemed to excite them even more. He winked suggestively at Bolin and dragged him to the dance floor. "Thanks. I can't believe that worked so well," Bolin murmured as they started dancing. "A very popular community, I believe. People call it boys' love or something along those lines. I think there might be another word for it." He shook his head. They danced, Iroh still surprisingly capable at this. As grateful as Bolin was, he could not resist looking around the party and trying to locate Korra. No sign of her yet, a lot of very excitable girls watching his every move though. "And if you don't mind, I would quite like to take an autograph for you." "Oh sure. You never said that much. Did you like the mover? How they made you look or your acting turn? Was that weird?" Bolin asked. "Actually I offered to play Amon," Iroh said quietly. "I felt I could do the role justice. It worked. And if I had to guess, I would say you acted before," Bolin said as Iroh twirled him on the spot. "Mostly school plays, if that counts," Iroh said as his arm wound up around Bolin's waist, much to the approval of several onlookers. Bolin smiled. "I bet you were always playing your grandfather or something." Iroh laughed. "Close. Avatar Aang." Bolin tried. "Not so close. Plus I look terrible without hair," Iroh said as he winced. "Saga." Bolin frowned. "I'm far too pale. No good for Water Tribe presentation." "Oh!" Bolin exclaimed. "I bet you were Uncle Iroh." "So close," Iroh said. He leaned closer to Bolin's ear. "I was always his brother." "Okay." She needed to distract herself. And not dwell on whoever was kissing Bolin. Just no. She looked familiar. No. And she had to stop scowling. "Korra." Korra blinked. She had barely been watching where she was going and nearly collided with Mom. She exclaimed and hugged her. "You were great in the mover." "Thank you." "You too, Dad. We quite enjoyed our dabble with the arts." Her mother's smile faded. "Are you feeling okay?" Senna asked after a moment. "Yeah." Korra said and winced at the unconvincing tone. Her mother did not seem fooled in the slightest. She glanced around and rapidly zeroed in on Bolin and his fans. "You'll get your chance," her mother said after a moment. "Yeah, hey, what do you mean?" Korra asked. "Nothing," Senna said with mock innocence. Her eyes widened as the music changed. "Oh. I love this song." Korra blinked at her as the upbeat melody started, people surging to the dance floor. "Come on Korra." Her mother dragged her and Korra could not help the grin as her mother started dancing. Tonrik joined in a little awkwardly, and not wanting to feel out of place, so did Korra. She left them to it as the song ended, her parents with their arms around each other and lost in each other's eyes. Not far from them she ran across more familiar faces. "Zahir," she said in mock horror as Tenzin looked around. "Have you done your chores yet?" Tenzin rumbled much to the amusement of his family. "No." Korra shook her head. "I've come back in time to help my younger self beat you in a dance contest," Korra said sidling over to Jinora and raised her fists. Jinora mimicked the action. "Well then," Pema said, drawing herself up. "We settle this with dance bending." Milo never quite sure which side he was on as the family danced with her. Ikki elected to join Jinora and Korra in their struggle against two of the Red Lotus. Korra slipped away at the next song change. It did not seem fair to interrupt whatever conversation Bumi, Lin, and Kia seemed to be having, so instead she headed for the food. For some reason Opal and Zuli were far from the dance floor. "Hey you two," she said. Zuli jumped, but Opal just smiled at her. "Hi Korra," she said. "How come you're over here?" Korra asked. "People are really having fun over there. We're taking a breather," Opal said. "Huh," Korra said. "I must have missed you before." "It's my fault," Zuli said flushing a little. I don't actually know how to dance. I keep telling her she doesn't need to know anything but. Opal trailed off. Then let's get you started, Korra said as she grabbed Zhu Li's hand. The other woman squeaked but put up little resistance as Korra dragged her to an open spot on the dance floor, Opal pushing her from behind. Not that I'm that good at this, Korra admitted. But. Zhu Li seemed to be getting the idea after staring at Korra and Opal as they jigged around to the music. 2 more songs and Zhu Li was getting the hang of it. Korra bowed out as she and Opal seemed to be far more interested in each other than her. Now, where had she been going before? Food. A hand pressed against her waist, another on her arm and someone span her back around to face Asami. Hi, Asami smiled as she shifted positions effortlessly and never letting go of her hand. Asami still moved with astonishing grace. Did you change your dress? Korra asked glancing at the short black dress Asami was now wearing. What happened to the red dress from earlier? I did. And I have a few more to switch into as dictated by circumstance, Asami replied. Wow. And that one looked really great on you. Then again, I think everything does. With your looks. Korra sighed. Asami, you're just beautiful. Asami flushed a little. Thank you. She glanced around and leaned her head closer to Korra's ear. Though I would not be adverse to you seeing what I'm wearing under my dress. Korra's mouth went dry and a heat wave flashed through her. Tempting. Very tempting, she said nodding and glancing around. No one could have heard her, could they? But I figure it would be bad if we just disappeared right now. I'm kidding, Asami said smiling. She glanced around and leaned very slightly closer. Mostly, she added after a pause. So what next for the star actress? Korra asked fighting back a grin. I mean, in your mover career. Well, I would like to make another mover to continue your story, your life story I mean. It's fun being you, you know, Asami said. Some of the time, Korra murmured. Some bits I didn't enjoy. I know. And I assure you they weren't that fun for me either. She sighed. But we can't do it yet. Need real life to catch up first, and for you to get the happy ending. A lot depends on how this one does, people might not be so eager to make another. And that's before we get on to what would be included. I have some reservations about showing everything. Might end up quite adult if that was the case. You wouldn't? Would you? Korra asked. No. Well, no. Probably not. The outrage if we filmed anything like that. Asami shook her head. Would people even want to see? She shook her head again. I meant more for the political story, the war, the even less fun parts of your story. I'd like to see it all the same. If we do get a happy ending, Korra said. You will. We all want that, and you're the one who can deliver it, Asami replied. After another run of interviews, Bolin was feeling pretty exhausted. At least Iroha's stunt had made Harui back off. And now Wing and Wei were looking at him as if they were planning something. Could it be anything to do with the letter he found on his chair? Unlikely. This one claimed to be from Iroha and had the royal seal and everything. Bolin glanced over at Iroha who was talking to someone. Any reason why he could not say whatever this was in person? Bolin opened the envelope. The page inside contained one very brief sentence. Written out 100 times in a perfect flowing calligraphy. A lot of effort to say simply just do it. Bolin near jumped out of his skin as someone sat beside him. Just Asami, though right now she looked about as mischievous as the twins. And where is Korra? She asked. Talking to people. He ventured. He glanced around. Yeah, there she is. Looks like some people on the council. Asami assumed an overly patient posture. And do you think she wants to talk to them? She'd much rather talk to you. Bolin smiled. Well, I wouldn't mind talking to her either. Then do so. Why are you holding back? No reason, Bolin said. I just get nervous. And it feels like everyone's watching me here. Asami looked a little guilty. Okay, I'll get her away. Oh. But I need you for something first. Something? Bolin asked. Bolin's voice met hers as she raised her voice on the final chorus. Love is brightest in the dark. The applause started the moment the last note began to fade. And kept on going as everyone present seemed to hoop and cheer. She kissed Bolin on the cheek and bowed, Bolin doing the same beside her. And there was Korra near the food looking so proud. Still got it, Asami murmured to Bolin. You're definitely the best actor in this mover. Bolin shook his head. Don't sell yourself short, you were incredible. And this wouldn't be possible without you. This was so much fun. And that should be it now. No more speeches or performances, just mingling and dancing. And no more interviews, she had said essentially the same thing so many times now. The next reporter who asked would be politely turned down. She ducked into the screened-off backstage. There was one more dress specifically for the evening. Opal and Zuli had their arms around each other, their heads together. Asami paused, smiled, and strode forward, trying to make her heels click against the floor as loudly as possible. In hiding? She asked. The pair sprang apart, Opal snatching a paper up from the table, Zuli copying the action a moment later. Asami, Zuli said a little too loudly. We were. Some reporters figured out who Zuli is and kept asking this really invasive questions, Opal said with some force. She glanced at Zuli who gave her a tiny nod. My past with Varric is not what people think, Zuli added after clearing her throat. I would like to avoid being pressed about it. And all this talk is tiring. Sounds reasonable, Asami said, playing along. No sense embarrassing them. Anyone asks, I'll tell them I saw you leaving, she added. For a moment changing in front of them seemed unfair right now, but chasing them out was not an option, so Asami undid and stepped out of her dress, pointedly not paying attention to either girl as she hung it up and pulled a soft pink dress from her garment bag. Where was the jacket for this one? Ah. Zuli cleared her throat again as Asami fumbled with the tiny buttons of the dress. Thank you. It's quite all right. Asami nodded to the papers. What are you reading? Reading. Opal blinked at the paper. Oh. It's, her eyes widened. Reviews of the mover. Opal replied incredulously. She stared in silence for a moment and picked another paper up. They're quite varied. Oh. Asami asked. Looks like they really liked the special effects, so many of them are raving about how much more flexible it is compared to theater, lack of set changing and everything. And the music, everyone seems to like that. And the final scene, Opal said. The critiques are mostly centered on the romantic emphasis, Zuli said staring at another paper. And more than one claims the writers made little effort to develop important plot points. Some of the acting dash. Can I see? Asami asked. Zuli reluctantly handed her the paper she was holding. Avatar Korra should have been played by a Water Tribe native, Asami read aloud. Fair comment. Opal handed her another. Avatar Korra is muscular and strong, actress Asami Sato commands attention like the Avatar but her physique leaves something to be desired. Her arms look like noodles. She stared at the page for a minute. Noodles. Asami shook her head. Sato is far too beautiful to be playing such a masculine role as that of Avatar Korra. Asami grimaced. Opal peered over her shoulder. Do they talk about anything except your body? Seems not, Zuli observed from the discarded pile. Bolin's acting merits frequent mentions, Asami's barely at all. And Korra is gorgeous, Asami muttered. I'm just the best we had at the time. She sighed. 2 mentions of my singing, 3 for my acting and the rest is about my physique and speculation on my diet and workout routine. Opal rubbed her back. For what it's worth. You acted really well. Just maybe you flicked your hair too often. I couldn't help it. It's been ages since I had hair that long, Asami retorted. I do not understand who else they think could portray Avatar Korra in the mover. Zuli looked up at Asami. I doubt many know her as well as you do. Thank you. That's, I think, probably the best compliment for what I did. I just wish other people understood that. Asami sighed again. Anyway. Don't worry about me, I'll lead you to your hiding. That influenced flushed expressions from both girls. Ought to be in the fumbling first stages of romance all over again. No time for nostalgia. Time for my other job, she said as she returned to the party. A long night ahead of her, and most of it soliciting support for the United Forces. At least the groundwork was in place. What other people thought of as vapid conversation was a careful lay of the land, who specifically to talk to, when and about what. Korra was for some reason talking to Lomua, a long-term investor in the United Forces. He was okay, not boring but not that interesting, but like so many auths was more interested in point scoring and public image than having a conversation with the Avatar about anything of relevance. His sole purpose here was for people to see him talking to her and not have her shout, glare, frown or, in the theoretical extreme case, her blast them out of the room. Asami cut in as Lomua thanked Korra for her time and the next man stepped towards her. Mr. Sato. She beamed at him and bowed. I am Asami Sato of Future Industries. How many more lined up to talk to Korra? Too many. Another job then, tell them what they wanted to hear and keep them away from Korra. Korra did not look like she was enjoying herself currently. Are you okay? Asami asked as Sato beat a hasty retreat. She had the Avatar's attention now, few would risk interrupting them. She sighed. If this is really all part of being the Avatar, I don't think I'm very good at it. Asami studied her for a moment. What do you mean? This, Korra gestured around the room. All this talking about business and politics. What do I know about either of them? She leaned closer to Asami. I can't even remember the name of the last guy I talked to, she hissed. He was going on and on about the price of oil, and I don't know anything about oil. Well, I know it's used for fuel but... His name was Lomua, but don't worry about that. You're being too hard on yourself, Asami interrupted. You've done amazing, miraculous things as Avatar. The people here, they don't matter like you do. They're just trying to score points off you. Don't let them and don't forget, this night is for you too, this was your story. You should be enjoying yourself. But I feel I should help. You're talking business and Korra began. Your story is the greatest thing about this night. The mover might not be quite the same as what actually happened, but you inspired so many people. You gave them something to believe in. All we did was retell it, Asami touched her arm. Not entirely well, but... I think the point came across. Thanks. Korra grinned. I needed that. Good. Now. Go have fun. I'll try and keep away from you. Korra nodded and slipped off into the crowd. Right into the path of Lady Jetson. No one can take a hint, Asami said as she raced to intercept her. The somewhat controversial attendee was surprisingly eager to dance with Asami, and was a good dancer on top of that. If only she was not dealing in illegal furs. Seriously, how did she think Korra would not put a crimp in her style when she found that out? How was Korra doing? Great. Asami scowled. Someone was heading towards her. Wait, it was Iroh. Whatever he said sent Korra walking away hurriedly and left him smiling. He caught Asami's gaze and wandered across. Excuse me, he said to Lady Jetson and took Asami's hand. Lady Jetson looked affronted, but protesting the head of the United Forces. Jetson walked stiffly away. Surprised you didn't swoop on me when I went to talk to Korra, he said. Or am I someone vaguely worthwhile? Nothing got by him. Sharp eye. General, she said with a grin. Why thank you, Miss Sato, he said. Though some clarification would be nice. Opportunistic politicians or beautiful women? Asami laughed and related the people she had talked to. Impressive, he said. Just research, Asami corrected. You are getting good at this though. Let me know if you do want to get into politics, Iroh said. Politics? Asami shook her head. It's fun, but I don't want to get into it too deeply. This is for Korra's sake anyway. But if I did try, I'd like to think I could win out without lying or cheating my way to the top. And that, Iroh said, is why you're better than any of the other people here. She gave him the look. Seriously, you'd be fine, he continued. They might have experience and cunning, but you have the most brilliant ideas in the city. And a kind heart. She smiled at him. General Iroh, she said after a moment. While I will admit I am still reluctant to just enter into politics, you have given me some things to consider. Would you object to clarifying some of them in a more intimate setting? I have a number of bottles of fine wine and I do believe the heating in my room is inconsistent at the moment. I might need some help staying warm in the night. His smile barely twitched, but it was enough. It would be my pleasure. Parties were exhausting. While broadly similar to a Sammy's birthday party, this one was a distinctly different experience. So many fancy clothes, so much music and all those performances. And all to convince people to invest in future industries a bit more and help with the city's defense. People needed encouragement to do that. If they did not, who could possibly stand up to Kuvirao's army? No way she could take on all of them. Frustratingly, that took up most of Asami and Iroh's time, while Bolin's fans kept him moving around the room. Korra sighed. Last time no one knew who she was, so talking to people was easier. Now everyone saw the Avatar first and Korra second. And everyone was constantly trying to talk politics, flirt, dance, or just have a picture taken with her. And now Iroh said Bolin wanted to talk to her. Korra. She turned, Bolin was just behind her. I've been. He shook his head. Are you free? Pretty much, she said. Iroh said you wanted to talk. He did. Bolin flushed. I mean, yeah. Sorry it took so long though. People wanted to talk to me and you were talking to all those important people dash. I don't like talking to them though, Korra interrupted. I'd much rather talk to my friends. And since Iroh and Asami seem tied up, I guess all we've got is each other. So don't worry about interrupting me. In fact, do it quicker in future. She blinked. Speaking of Iroh, he said something weird before? That we had to watch out for the wolf bat in among the panda sheep. She glanced at Bolin. So, who do you think the wolf bat is? Bolin shrugged and stared into the crowd. How about that guy? Korra followed the direction he was pointing. That guy's mustache makes him look evil. Yeah. Definitely doesn't look trustworthy. Or that lady, she's wearing silver and green. Those are Kuvirao's colors. Korra said in mock horror. Do you know her name? Bolin shrugged and shook his head. Me neither, Korra laughed. Bolin joined in but just seemed nervous. So, I was, kinda wondering, he said slowly. Did you like the mover? I mean, it's fine if not, but it's about you and. Korra was silent a moment. I think I can safely say I feel mixed about it. You didn't like it? She shook her head. That's not it. It was good overall. You and Asami were great. Just, the girl who was playing Asami basically got nothing to do. She just helps get them places. And Mako, I think he was just a bit too perfect. I know you want him to be a good person, but he didn't need to be that perfect. He never made a mistake until the end. Oh. And you? Me. Bolin looked shocked. Well, not you, the Bolin in the mover, Korra said scowling. Milo. You didn't like him as me? No. That was just. Milo? Really? And then you got kidnapped like 10 times, I counted, and all the villains kept duping you. I mean him. I mean Milo. He was chasing girls like he was a polar bear dog in heat. He was just acting like an idiot the whole time. Korra looked levelly at him. This doesn't make sense. After everything you've done in the Earth Kingdom and the United Forces. The writers hated you for some reason. She scowled. Bolin flushed a little. We, needed some more comic relief. It was important. And the audience laughed at least. It wasn't funny, Korra said seriously. Asami said it might bother you. I didn't listen, he said. Sorry. I should have said something at the time. We were all so busy and dash. Really you needed someone else to be you. That would have helped a lot. Someone much better looking than Milo, Korra said. Bolin blinked. You think I'm good looking? Her cheeks were heating up. Not just that. She added quickly. You are talented, fun, caring, brave, strong, and you deserved better. She punctuated each point with a jab to his chest and side. So talented. Maybe when this is over you and Asami can write a follow-up where you're the hero. You can play yourself too and show everyone how great you are. I'd like to. But I'm not the hero, Bolin replied. Yes you are. Korra insisted. No dash. Why not? She demanded. Because you're the hero, he said. I'm just part of the team. Well, Korra said staring at his chest. If I have to be the hero then you're like my leading man. Leading man? I like that dash. He flushed red. His hand was so close to hers. If she just moved dash. This was nothing, and yet somehow her heart was thundering. This was normal. Was it not? Do you want to go? She asked. Go? He asked confused. Yeah. Somewhere else. Anywhere else. Without the party, without noise. No interruptions. Just the two of us, go somewhere else. Bolin swallowed and nodded. The park was a 10-minute walk from the theater. And a long time since they had last been here, the night they talked for hours and messed on the playground. Everything was so different then, both of them so optimistic, carefree, and yet uncertain about what the future would bring. They held hands even as Korra hopped up onto rocks and fence posts as she hummed the love theme from the mover. Out of tune, but very recognizable. After you're redone those parts of the mover, and gotten it more accurate dash, her expression mellowed. And maybe this follow-up Asami mentioned, you should do more. Somehow her encouragement meant everything in the world to him. I'd like that. I will. If I can. Hey, how about you? Do you want to be yourself in the next one? If I'm playing me, you could, maybe, play you. I don't think I'm cut out for that, she smiled. I can't sing in case you hadn't noticed. Not sure I can act either. Asami did a really good job, so she can keep on going. I personally give her my blessing. So the kissing wouldn't make you reconsider? Bolin asked faintly, amazed he could just say that. All part of it I suppose. Though, if you're playing you and she's playing me. She grinned and jabbed his chest. Just what events require all this kissing for us? Her eyes widened. Hey. How about a mover about some of the past avatars? I have so many notes from them, you can borrow them if you like. How about we work on it together? Bolin replied. You know the details so. Korra grinned. I'd like that. And I was wondering about maybe writing some of my own stories. Not historical stuff, new ideas. What did you have in mind? Korra asked. They poured out of him in a torrent as he answered. There were so many, all stored up in his head and had been ever since childhood. The ones he told Mako before they went to sleep, his brother entertaining him for years before finally losing patience. Every story featured a princess as the protagonist. She often sang, usually wound up fighting, and was always a bender. He often included a male lead too, but usually they followed the princess into battle. There were dragons and conflicts about loyalty between the nation and family. Sorry, Bolin said as he finally finished, his throat parched. Korra shook her head. You should write all that down. Or we could get you one of Iroha's machine things. Or both. Good plan. I'll get started. Reality was a horrible nuisance. After the war. I could help, if that's okay. Korra offered. Bolin nodded as they approached the fountain, the waters still and the lights off. I thought it would still be on, she said. It's late, Bolin said. Still. I wanted. Korra sighed and let of his hand. As she stepped over the side of the fountain, the water froze instantly beneath her feet. How about this then, she said. Korra moved her hand and water surged up from the pool, pulsing and rising in time to her footsteps as she circled the central structure. She looked so happy, so carefree as the water rose and splashed back down. She darted, twirled, and leapt, never slipping on the ice sheet beneath her. "We should go visit the playground again," she said suddenly. "What do we try this dash?" He cut himself off as he glanced towards the slide. A couple perched at the top, looking away from them. "Think if might be occupied." Korra hummed as she walked to the edge of the fountain. "Maybe we should leave them be," Korra said as Bolin flushed. "And maybe, we can go there," she said pointing at the darkened pro-bender arena. "Is this really a good idea?" Bolin hissed as he hurried after Korra. "I wanted to visit again. I miss this place. I haven't been back since the championship. And Amon kinda ruined that." She sighed. "It'd be nice to be able to play again." "Yeah. That'd be good," Bolin said after a pause. The locks on the doors were no problem, and resealing the door was a cinch. Finally she got to see what the off-limits areas of the place looked like. The control room seemed an interesting first option. Easy to find, a thrill of daring as they opened the door and ventured inside. So many controls, all neatly labeled though the words meant little to her. Korra peered across the options until she found one she recognized. The lights in the arena echoed as she clicked the button. "Come on Bolin," she called as she raced back down to the arena, her voice echoing in the stillness. "Remember how to play?" she asked as they reached the central platform. "How could I forget?" he asked. Korra smiled and stomped her foot down and shot an earth disc at him. He evaded it effortlessly, just as she expected. He retaliated in kind, 3 discs flying right at her. "Easy," she weaved between them without looking away from him once. Without protective gear this could be unsafe, but she trusted him, hopefully he trusted her. Korra shot a torrent of water towards him. Bolin spluttered as the water dripped off him. "Now that's unfair," he protested. She giggled and scooped a blast of air at him. He stumbled and fell flat on his back. He showed no desire to get up so she flopped down beside him and stared towards the ceiling. The lights were a little too bright to stare into, oddly hypnotic. "Do you think we'll ever be able to play again?" she asked. "I think so. Well, I can. You might need to stick to one element. As long as you can do that, I can't see anyone objecting." But when? When peace arrived. When the world did not need an avatar for at least a little while. Her duty was elsewhere, everywhere. She could not avoid it, living without the sport would be annoying but bearable. But she glanced at Bolin. Not too bad to never come back. It was not just the game or the competition that mattered, it had always been more about the friendship and fun. If she could just play with Bolin every day, that would be enough. "Tired?" "Not yet," she replied. "Wait here." Korra darted back to the control room and after a little trial and error got the radio blaring out into the still arena. Slow, romantic music. That would do. She hurried back to Bolin who stared at her from the floor. "May I have this dance, Mr. Bolin?" she asked as formally as possible. Bolin scrambled to his feet and flipped his non-existent long hair. He fluttered his eyelids and held out his hand demurely. "I would be honored to dance with you, my prince." Korra resisted the temptation to laugh, he was a good actor, but there was a limit. "Very well. Let us dance my fair lady and talk about boring politics," she said, taking his hand and leading him into the first step. "Politics, politics, politics dash," Bolin replied just as the track faded into the next. Faster tempo, the slow dance no longer fitting. Korra let go of Bolin and danced. No one to interrupt, no one to watch them. There was just them, doing whatever they wanted in time to the music. Their hips shook, Korra flailed her head around, Bolin made strange bird impressions. And best of all no one could call them odd or make them feel embarrassed. The next song was faster still. When it reached the climax, Bolin whisked Korra off her feet and twirled her around, the movement so fast the lights of the arena merged into one long streak. Better than that party. They were both laughing when he set her down and Korra felt more than a little dizzy. She staggered, trying to steady herself by pressing against both sides of her head. The carefully arranged bun Asami had styled her hair into hours earlier was drooping on one side of her head. "You've ruined my hair. I must look a mess." She struggled to shift her hair back into position. But she said quickly as he looked worried. That was good. I would never object to you doing that again. Let me help, Bolin said gently and fiddled with the hairpin. With a click, her hair came unraveled and spilled down around her head. Bolin ran his fingers through it, his palm gently touching her cheek. How had she ever wound up here like this? Without another thought she giggled and kissed him. Just a quick peck on the cheek, but it left her breathless. Korra? Bolin asked. I told you before. I like you. And I do want to go out. Or court you. Whatever you want to call it. Or both. Just, with you. And I want to do a lot of things with you. You are the most amazing, beautiful, brave person I have ever met. He flushed bright red again. She nodded. Dating, dinner, trips alone, time alone. All of that with Bolin? She grinned. I'd like that. Her heart was beating frantically. And like I told you, I like you too. As a friend or dash? Well, of course as a friend. He smiled, his expression faltering a tiny amount. But as a friend and something more. I mean. She swallowed. Would you like to be my boyfriend? A boyfriend? He was looking at her suspiciously. Or a boyfriend? I mean, a friend that is a boy or dash. Shut up, she murmured as she kissed him again, lips together, her hand gripping his jacket. He looked dazed when she finally stepped back. So that makes you my girlfriend? He asked. Well, unless there's some new term I missed, Korra replied. So, we're together now? Bolin asked and she nodded. He wrapped his arms around her, hugging her close. She hugged back, kissing his cheek as he kissed hers. Then lips. More lips. Not enough. More. His arms were tight around her, her arm clutching at his back. Closer. She wanted to be closer. Needed to be closer. Hey. You're not meant to be in here. A voice yelled. Security. Korra sighed. I suppose we should run, Korra said, grabbing Bolin's hand. We need to get out of here. Running was easy. Escaping guards was no problem. But letting go of Bolin's hand was exceptionally hard. All the way through the quiet corridors of the bending arena. As she leapt off the dock and bent the water away from them. As they schemed across the bottom of the bay. Even as Naga looked at them expectantly on Air Temple Island. Korra hushed her pet and Bolin waved for the both of them. Poor Naga, she had missed out on the premiere. They were still holding hands as Bolin dithered at the entrance to the women's dorm. She tugged him forward and he continued without a word of protest. How long could she keep hold of his hand? It seemed a shame to stop, but there were advantages to letting go. As her door closed she pushed him against the wall with perhaps more force than she should. The thump was loud and Bolin whispered out. Korra apologized. No one seemed to be coming to investigate. Korra pushed against Bolin as her hand slipped under his shirt. Soft skin. She moaned as her fingers traced up to his chest, Bolin panting. Please touch, she murmured as she tugged his shirt upwards. His hands blazed as they came to rest on her back. She groaned, not caring about the noise. More. She dragged Bolin's shirt off and planted kisses across his chest as his hands remained on her back. Reluctantly she stopped touching him just long enough to undo the back of her dress. The slinky blue material slithered off her and she crushed their chests together. He moaned approval as they kissed again, she responded in kind as his hands found her chest. Korra fumbled with the fastening of Bolin's pants and she pushed him onto the bed, straddling his hips, the bed responding with a thunderous creak. Still too much in the way. But moving from here hard. But if they just removed a few more articles of clothing. Korra Bolin groaned as she stripped his underwear away. Now you, she murmured and shuffled closer. His hands trembled as he reached out, his fingertips brushing against her hips and thighs as he finished undressing her. Bolin, she murmured. Korra, Bolin replied as she kissed him. More kisses, hands exploring, the bed creaking beneath them and their voices moaning and groaning in unison. Korra finally caught her breath, her muscles relaxing and heartbeat slowing as she slumped onto the bed, sated and content. And now far too comfortable. Could she just stay like this, be like this forever? Bolin shuffled around and she rolled onto her side as he slid his arms around her waist. His chest pressed tight against her back. She giggled as he kissed her shoulder. Korra. It's fine, she murmured. Sorry. Just. Never imagined we would end up like this. Me neither, Bolin said, another careful kiss where her neck met her shoulder. She wriggled back against him, just feeling him breath, his arms tightening around her a little. Tonight was wonderful, Korra said as she stroked along Bolin's arm. For me too, he replied. Korra tried not to smile again, but it was so difficult. She shut her eyes, just enjoying the sensation of him against her, his warmth beside her in the bed. She murmured contentedly as Bolin kissed her shoulder again and dozed against her lover. Book 3, Lightning. Chapter 17, Bolin's Decision. Bolin stirred. Korra was already awake and watching him with a soft smile on her face. Sorry I woke you, she murmured. How long had she been awake? Don't think I've had as good a wake-up as this, he replied, feeling lazy. Her smile widened and she leaned down to kiss him. What felt like it should have just been a quick kiss became something longer. Her body pressed against his, her skin so hot and soft. We don't have to get up just yet, she whispered against his lips. He smiled at her as he embraced her, the waves of heat radiating off her skin completely negating the cool air of the room this early in morning. If she had not been there when he woke up, he might have concluded last night could only be some waking fantasy or the best dream he had ever had. The kisses, the touches, embracing, bodies pressed against each other, all of it wonderful. He swallowed at the memory. It was still hard to believe, him and the most beautiful woman in the world in bed together. She was so amazing, the way she smiled, the way her hand had been working down his stomach and gotten lower than he expected. Is this okay? She murmured against his lips, her hand stroking lazily. Yes, he said, the words catching in his throat. She shifted higher and slid her leg over him and he frantically tried to keep his voice down as they joined again. How many times had she embraced him, moved against him and kissed him? He lost count somewhere. Or maybe the distinction ceased to have meaning. It was all a blur of dozing and coupling, kisses and awakenings. And so unlike his imaginings or stories. He should be confessing his love or take charge, or at least be on top. Well. He had been at points, just as not as often as he would expect. So much of the time Korra straddled him, or encouraged him to curl around her. He did not mind in the slightest. He must have dozed off again at some point. Bolin jerked awake to find Korra smiling at him. Want to try again? She asked, her grin widening. Yes, he said as she kissed him. Far too warm. Korra was a blazing heat against his body, the air in the room scarcely any cooler. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the blinds. What time must it be now? His mouth was dry and his stomach felt distinctly empty. Not that getting something to eat would be hard on Air Temple Island. Bolin frowned and peered around the room. This was not his room. Logically then it had to be Korra's. Korra. She asked, her head on his chest, kissing his bare skin lazily. How long had she been awake? We are in your room, aren't we? We are, Korra said, placing another kiss. Don't worry, no one saw us come in last night. She paused and looked up at him. Oh, right. She shrugged. Well, it should be pretty empty in here around lunchtime when the acolytes go for food. We can sneak you back to your room then. If you think that'll be okay. Definitely, Korra said. She fidgeted. Too hot. A strong gust blasted the sheets off of them and onto the floor, the breeze nicely cooling. That's nice, Bolin said. Like that. Korra smiled and the gust came again. The blanket came to rest on the floor and joined the sprawl of discarding clothing. His back felt a little sore from the impact of the walls. Well, that and a few other points up and down his back that itched. He winced and rolled over, the smile fading from his face. There were 2 trays of food near the door. And what looked like a neatly folded set of acolyte robes. Korra. Bolin stopped as the door slid open. Pema carefully reached inside and withdrew the first tray, stopping as she caught Bolin's gaze. Her expression shifted from amusement to alarm to something that might be appreciative before she left the tray where it was and slid the door shut again. So much for stealth. Guess they don't mind too much, Korra said and flopped onto him again. Bolin shifted from one foot to the other. Still no way he could think of to delay going back to the United Forces, just some way to have one more night with Korra. Nothing sprang to mind, and the thought of another night with Korra was more than a little distracting. He had to be back to the barrack before nightfall. And the thought of running into anyone else who might have heard them last night. He shuddered, unsure if he could survive that embarrassment. Do you know when you'll next be able to visit? Korra asked. Not sure, he said with a touch of frustration. I'll apply for leave if I can, but that won't help if I get deployed somewhere. It's okay, Korra said. Duty first and all. Just make sure you take care of yourself. Okay. I will. Same goes for you too. She wrapped her arm around him. Going to miss you. Again, she murmured into his ear. Keep writing me, okay? Whenever I can. Bolin cupped her cheeks with both hands and kissed her again. He had to pull away sooner than he wanted, each step down to the boat seeming like entirely the wrong decision. How long until another night, another morning, maybe another day like yesterday? His cheeks felt hot. Focus. She kept her gaze on his as the boat sped him away, and Bolin did not look away until the island was out of sight. Should they have nicknames? Beloved? Dear? Darling? Mine? He shook his head. Maybe the notion of marrying Korra was not so impossible now. Patience. One step at a time. Maybe they should move in together first, not Air Temple Island of course. Would she want that? Not yet, they needed more dates first. What would Korra have done if he had said I love you back then? Should he say it next time? Maybe. No. No need to rush, he could take his time, and say what he needed to when the time came. Korra glared at the horizon. 3 weeks since Bolin left and 2 days since Haki had delivered anything at all. Was the bird okay? Korra ate her lip, feeling a little guilty. Of course it would be. Hopefully. But then, what was keeping it? Korra. A voice called. Milo. She peered out the window. Tenzin's second youngest beamed up at her. A bird bearing more than a passing resemblance to Haki perched on his shoulder. He was waving a rolled-up note at her. You, Korra growled. Milo grinned. Give me that. Nope. Milo replied and started picking at the seal. No choice then, Korra leapt over the sill and plummeted towards the ground, a blast of air softening the fall just before impact. Milo stared at her for a second. He expected her to bother with the stairs, and produced an air scooter. He zipped away from her in a blast of air, Haki fluttering from his shoulder in a panic. Korra produced her own scooter and called for backup. Naga! Korra roared. Get Milo. Korra's got a love letter, from her boyfriend. Milo sang as Naga, who lumbered towards him. He zipped around the polar bear dog as he tried to undo the binding. She blasted a surge of wind towards him. Maybe another element would be better than his own native? No, it seemed to work. The blast knocked him to one side, the ball of air dissipating. The note flew from his hand, tumbling in a high, wide arc. Easy now, Korra watched as it tumbled down. Ikki's hand closed on it as she leapt up above Korra from somewhere nearby. She cackled triumphantly, as she landed, the seal splitting. Ikki launched herself a good distance from Korra and unrolled the scroll. Dear Korra dash, Ikki's voice cut off as a rocky mass blasted from the ground and sent her tumbling through the air. A water tentacle ensnared her waist mid-tumble. Korra drew her close, plucked the note from her hand and curled the water tentacle in a huge curve to deposit Ikki on the other side of the pagoda. Finally. Milo was complaining about her overreaction. Korra just stuck her tongue out at him. Another blast of air and she was back over the sill and into her own room. Her heart was thundering as she flopped onto her bed and unrolled the note. Dear Korra. She giggled. Nothing unexpected here, the usual things he always wrote, how he missed her and was thinking about her all the time. But despite the familiarity, despite being almost predicatable, it still felt so good to read those words. The words he wrote just for her. And she had to admit she said the same things in her replies too. Though she would never claim Bolin was stronger than anyone else on Air Temple Island. He said it about others in the United Forces all the time. Bolin was convinced she was stronger than anyone in the world. "It'd be nice if I could be so sure," she murmured. "Thank you." Something new at the bottom of the page. "A poem? I see the sky in your eyes. The earth on your skin. The sunshine in your smile. But nothing is more worthwhile than your beauty within." Bolin. Korra read and reread the brief snippet of a poem over and over again. Bolin had written her a poem. It was incredible. Just. Korra shook her head. She moved to her desk and considered her reply. She needed to let him know her appreciation for his words. But how? Maybe she should write him a poem as well? "Your eyes are pretty too. Your skin feels good. You smell good. I like it when you..." She growled at her efforts. "No, no, no, no." Korra angrily crumpled the sheet of paper into a ball and tossed it over her shoulder. "Fresh sheet of paper. Okay. Dear Bolin." And that was the easy part. She leaned back and stared at the ceiling, trying to somehow put her feelings about Bolin into words. Korra jumped at the knock, the vague right feeling of what to say evaporating. She sighed. "Get this out of the way and then back to writing." "Yes." She called. Pema slid the door open. "Pema," she smiled. The older woman did not smile back. "What is it?" "The Earth Empire just declared war on Republic City." "No." "Grimly inevitable, but still unwanted." "Thank you. If anyone needs me, I will be in the meditation room." Pema nodded and departed. Korra took one last look at the note. "Sorry Bolin. Duty calls." Events were moving sooner than expected, and presumably not without a catalyst. Not that Kuvira really needed one, not when merged with the spirit of chaos. It was a wonder she had held off this long. No. Not a wonder. Harmonic convergence, they would both make use of it. Not something easily admitted. Perhaps Kuvira had held off to seem noble. Anti-Fire Nation activists had been increasingly campaigning for Republic City to secede to the Earth Empire, and what a mess that had been. The notion not in and of itself not a problem, however unpopular it might be, though the reaction to the deaths of the activists after an assassination attempt had been disastrous. The culprits had been soon found and arrested, fortunately, though the arrest only seemed to spur on more controversy. They were all United Forces personnel. To make matters worse, they formed the core of the organization's spy network within the Earth Empire. Korra paused in the corridor to listen to the radio. War seemed to come heralded with applause and speeches not from the alleged leader of the Earth Empire, but from Kuvira. No surprise, Korra muttered. Her declaration of war cited Republic City as a dire threat, little more than a staging ground for future attacks against the Empire. She insisted new and advanced weaponry was under development and concealed for the express purpose of the Empire's destruction. And so the Empire deemed it necessary to cleanse the city of both Fire Nation and Water Tribe inhabitants. All those who profited from the change from what was once Earth Kingdom land into a supposedly neutral city. Her voice dropped with contempt and claimed the call for war was overwhelmingly supported from within its borders. Maybe so, but voices formerly calling for peace were strangely silent in the aftermath. Could anyone there hope to oppose Kuvira? Korra settled into the lotus position. Breathe carefully, clear her mind. The meditation room faded around her, and in the darkness Aang appeared in front of her. "Avatar Korra," he said, bowing. He assumed a similar posture to hers. "Avatar Aang," she replied with a nod of her head. "You have come seeking counsel, I expect?" he asked. "I regret so." She related as succinctly as possible the most recent events relating to the Earth Empire. Kuvira, she believes the city well, the land the city was built on. She insists it still belongs to the Earth Kingdom. So she wants it back. Aang was quiet for a long moment. With each passing year, the decisions I made before feel less certain, less right. I cannot help but now feel I was somewhat short-sighted while I was still alive. I thought I was working to bring the people of the world together. He sighed. It was not a simple act, nor spur of the moment. It took time, and in the end, everyone agreed to the formation of Republic City. Something more than just the tribes, something neither a Fire Nation colony it was before, nor part of the Earth Kingdom. King Ki agreed, at least after my intervention in the proceedings. So, the Great Uniter wishes to reclaim it. Aang shook his head. Her motives could scarcely be less transparent. He sighed again. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe Zuko was too. Korra shook her head. No. You were right to do it. We can all live together in harmony, I'm sure of it. And I'm going to make sure of it. Aang, I will defend this city to my last breath. It's not all been easy since you left, but we've progressed. We need to keep on progressing, we have to. You started a new nation here, know the past wrongs, you have tried to bring everyone together. She bit her lip. I just wish I could be certain we will get through this. Her army is bigger and more powerful than ours. Kuvira has tens of thousands ready to fight for the cause they believe in, however misguided they might be. I don't want her followers to end up dying for her cause. I don't want that for the defenders either, just because this place is incompatible with Kuvira's ideals of purity. Aang smiled. Your compassion is to be applauded. But you, your friends, the people of this city, none of you cannot avoid this fight. I know. And be prepared for the consequences. People will disagree with anything and everything given the right circumstances, to the point of even decrying the very thing that would help them. People will be angry that you resisted. They will be angry you fought back. Be prepared for this, you cannot change everyone's opinions, many will hate you for standing up to her. But you know this war is now inevitable, and you alone can bring it to an end. I have every faith in you. Thank you, Korra said. Aang faded and Avatar Roku appeared in his place. The situation is undoubtedly a consequence of Aang's actions. However, we cannot alter the past, so dwelling on the cause of this situation in the present is not a suitable use of our time. Leave that for the historians. There is little I can tell you that might help, young Avatar. I failed when the time came and the world suffered for my mistakes. I hope that you will not suffer the same route. I have no wish to see the next Avatar anytime soon. Kuvira is, or was your friend. But you cannot let her continue, and do not think of her as a friend. Not now she has embraced Vato as she has, Roku said. Avatar Roku Korra said, but he was already fading into the darkness. Kyoshi loomed out of the gloom and took his place. Kuvira's army should be of no concern to you, Kyoshi said bluntly. Your focus should be on their leader. Confront and defeat Kuvira. Be prepared to end her life if that is what is required. Army fights army. You fight the leader. The situation concerns the independence of your city, trust that same city's army to defend it with every last breath. Thank you, Korra said. Yanshin replaced Kyoshi. She smiled. Your friends and loved ones will be fighting. You must not let this knowledge become a distraction. Be sure their actions do not affect your judgment or your actions. Your duty is as always to the world and to all tribes, this must be considered above any earthly attachments. No matter how close or enduring your relationships, they have no place in the conflict. But, I cannot truly make you forget love. Love is part of being human, and while humans are weak, love has always given them strength. I think I agree, Korra murmured. Loving, and being loved, it makes me feel stronger. Then trust those you love to fight their own battles, but always be prepared to deal with the outcome. Yang Chen faded. No more avatars to talk to for now. Korra hovered in the darkness for a moment and at last made a decision. The spirit spring formed around her and you looked up from her pool. Korra. It's been too long. She looked so pleased to see her. Sorry, Korra said as she walked over to her. A lot's been going on. She smiled. I will have to tell you about it, but for now. You nodded. There are more serious matters. The one you call Kuvira has been sighted here in the spirit world on many occasions. Yu's expression grew more somber. I regret to tell you that many spirits have begun considering her something like a second avatar, and that notion gains more support by the day. She shivered. You must stop her somehow. If she continues to come here then. Yu broke off. Her very presence causes problems. Vato. Korra replied. You nodded. Yes. He is bound up with her. As such, the fate of both our worlds is at risk. Your position as the bridge between our worlds has rarely been as critical. You must win, else the spirit world is doomed to suffer chaos. Much like the human world. Then, help me. Please. Lend me your power at the next solstice, Korra asked as she took her hand. Korra. You murmured. She squeezed her hand. I will give you everything I can, you replied. Thank you. I wish I didn't have to ask dash. You shook her head. Korra, I am happy to help you. How could we not? We are counting on you. I'll try and not let you down. After Korra awoke, she wrote one final letter. A request, one last attempt to stop the conflict before it even began. If she could just convince Kuvira. A meeting, a few days from now in the spirit world. If this failed, there could be no turning back any longer. The parachute silk looked okay, as far as Asami could see. Her vision kept threatening to blur. She had been doing this for far too long now. Checking, rechecking over and over again. The repetition was exhausting. The stress was really getting to her and increasingly everyone else in the factory too. Every day another push to meet quotas and somehow stay on schedule. She seemed to wind up shouting at someone at least once per day for some new mistake. And no rest or end in sight. And tomorrow she was back to training the pilots. The ground trembled under her feet. Asami only paused for a moment and ran for the nearest desk. She huddled under it until the tremors ceased. Mercifully, the quake today had been a brief one. Her whole body felt tired as she crawled back out. Almost tempting to just doze off under here, the floor was surprisingly comfortable. No. Too many risks sleeping in here. Asami clicked on the intercom. All staff, please evacuate the building. Repeat, all staff please evacuate. Not vital, but best to ensure everyone was still okay and the building was not going to come down around them. Everyone accounted for when she got outside. Is anyone hurt? We're still good, a woman replied, her eyes dark with lack of sleep. Asami sighed. Take the rest of the day off. You've done well, but let's not forget safety. Working while we're tired is just asking for trouble. Her workforce stared at her. Come on. Home. Or somewhere not here. She said, making shooing motions. She smiled to herself as the workers dithered for a moment before drifting away. To home, to bars, wherever, just somewhere they could relax for a while. And it was not like it was safe to just go back inside. Asami headed for a phone box across the street. Opal. Hey, Asami. What's up? Sounds like the earthquake didn't get you, Asami said. No, it got us all right. Few broken windows and some cups, but otherwise we're all fine here. Wait. Did something happen to the factory? Nothing I could see. It looks fine, I just worry. Any chance I could get you to bring your lot down to check things over before tomorrow? Asami asked. Okay, give me an hour. Opal replied. Wonderful. And, remind me again about the land around here. Asami asked. She glanced around. Do the geology thing. You're weird, Opal said. But whatever does it for you. So. For the last time, you're safe there. Good solid rock and soil there. You are not over any fault lines and unlikely to have a sinkhole developing there, Opal said with a degree of exasperation. You know I love science, Asami said. Opal just sighed. I know. Opal should be smiling right about now. Still, I do worry. These tremors are getting more and more frequent. Never felt so many in all my years living here. That's geology for you, huge amount of time and nothing, then the ground starts acting up. But. Opal sighed. Okay, so keep this to yourself. I've been looking into this a bit. While I really do think there is no call for panic, I am getting worried. The epicenter of these tremors is far closer to the Chinbei range than I find comfortable. There is a chance that it'll erupt. Asami interrupted. Yes, Opal replied. But like I said, there is nothing to panic about. We don't know what's causing the tremors and there are no other indications we might be looking at an eruption anytime soon. Chances are it's nothing more than something shifting way down below the mountains. Though it is odd it's not occurring under the mountains. Should probably investigate more. But don't worry. In fact, stop worrying altogether. Your factory is fine, it's all built to specifications, so it'll be fine. I hope so. Though, my dad wasn't the most trustworthy person. So I like second opinions. Asami said. I said I was coming in an hour. But, I can see why you're concerned. Opal's voice muffled and Asami could not make out anything. Asami? Hey. Zuli just got back. Says she has something to show you, something she's figured out. Something about those plans we stole. Asami thought for a moment. Can I get you to sort the inspection yourself? Of course. Good. I want to know what she's come up with. That's why each of us is important, Bolin said. Not everyone can fight on the front lines, but we can all help in some way. He looked around the university auditorium as the crowd slowly broke into a standing ovation. He was not completely sure he deserved that, it was the same prepared speech he had said so many times now, but he just smiled and thanked the audience. And now to the other part, which might explain the reaction a little better. He was a soldier in the United Forces, but most of the people here knew him from the mover. His fame was spreading fast and as such people wanted autographs. He must be getting used to this by now, his hand had not yet actually twinged, though the end of this queue was not even in sight just yet. Boys and girls gave him suggestive looks and coyly hinted at spending time with him. He gave them the same smile and a polite, yet firm, send-off as everyone else. At least the ones still convinced he and Asami were living together weren't trying anything. Though they did seem to want to know fairly intimate details, he blushed more than once at a particularly shameless question. The excited fans were easier to handle, though one in particular stood out from the others. He was an excitable teenager nearly gasping for breath as he reached the front of the queue. Big fan, he said as he passed Bolin a bulging scrapbook, a small version of the mover poster pasted in amongst other mementos. Looked like several ticket stubs for the mover. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoyed the mover, Bolin replied. He blinked. Where should I sign? Across the picture, please. I want to get Miss Sato's autograph too. Is she here? The boy looked around. Not today, sorry. I think she's busy with preparations at Future Industries, Bolin replied, signing his name with a now practiced flourish. Ah. The boy looked crestfallen. You'll get a chance, don't worry, Bolin assured him. Though dragging Asami away from her projects seemed a less than good use of her time. You know, I'm thinking of signing up to the United Forces, the boy continued. Oh. A few others had made similar admissions. You believe want to defend the city? Why yeah, the boy replied. Bolin handed him the scrapbook back and the boy clutched it to his chest. Hey. When I sign up, any chance I could be placed under your command? He asked. This again. I couldn't say, Bolin replied, fighting to keep the weary tone out of this voice. That's really not my decision. Should have figured. Thanks. He looked pretty miserable as he wandered away from the table. The girl in the queue behind him stepped forward, hands trembling, and smile a little fixed. A friend behind her was trying to get her attention. Bolin blinked and glanced at the back of the boy. So much like him when he was younger. Wanting to join in with something but never appreciating just how much danger the activity involved. And if he was anything like him, the boy probably had a head full of fantasy. Hey kid. The boy turned. Good luck. He called. It's a lot of work and the training's tough. But you can do it. I believe in you. The boy grinned and hurried away with a spring in his step. Bolin turned to the girl who was now a little closer, but still somewhat starstruck. You want me to sign that? He asked, gesturing to the photo she had crumpled a little against her chest. She nodded mutely. Who should I make it out to? She looked panicked for a moment and as she opened her mouth the ground began to shake. The crowd panicked, and somehow he was the most calm. Okay, everyone, please, we need to evacuate the building as quickly and as calmly as possible. Please, he gestured to the doors. The queue broke up and started filing out. Bolin hung back and kept an eye on the ceilings, ever watchful for crumbling sections of the building to catch. Training was not going well later that same day. Several recruits turned up late, leaving him little option but to punish them with push UPS. Which only served to delay training and annoy him. And that meant that for the first time in a long time, Iroh managed to surprise him. Bolin glanced around as Iroh questioned what was going on. They were late for the training session, Bolin replied. How many push UPS have you set? Iroh asked. 30 for each second, Bolin said. Scarcely a suitable punishment. They will all do 100 for every second they were late. I would hope that this at least will make clear the value of being on time. Iroh stood by and watched, barely blinking as the men went through their forced exercise. Harsh decision, several of the recruits were unable to keep going and collapsed on the ground panting. Iroh looked furious. To all those who failed today, you will report here at dawn tomorrow for a further test of your skill. Fail that and you will be deemed unfit for combat and be reassigned to the support divisions. Now, get out of my sight. All of you report to Lieutenant Bufang. Captain, a word. Even as the recruits struggled to their feet and snapped salutes, Iroh strode off towards his office, and left Bolin with little choice but to follow. What now? A reprimand for being too lenient? Punishing the latecomers that severely did not sit well with him, all they wanted to do was help in the war. And maybe there was a perfectly good reason why they were late. Too late, now they would be up at dawn to satisfy Iroh's whim. Sir, Have you played much Pai Sho, Captain? Iroh asked as he led him into his office. No, A great shame. One should always take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Please, he indicated the chair set beside his desk, the Pai Sho board ready and laid out. The rules were simple enough from what Bolin remembered, but winning was not. Strategy was far from his strong point, and even then, Iroh seemed to somehow see everything he was about to do at least 10 minutes before he even considered it. He was losing fast. No doubt you are wondering what I have in store for those men tomorrow. I figured you were just going to make them run laps or something. Bolin offered as he tentatively placed a tile on the board. Iroh smiled. A favorite for the drill instructors. Not quite suitable for my intentions. He snapped a tile down. No, I have something else in mind. I need to see how they react to combat. You're going to make them fight each other? Bolin asked. No. They will be fighting me. One-on-one. Sir. Any of them found unable to last more than 1 minute against me will be immediately discharged. He glanced up. Do you think this would be a fair assessment of their skills? A test? The trainees were all in their teens, most were barely more than boys and girls, and to then fight against someone like Iroh? They might be weak individually, but as a team they will be so much stronger. They all believe in the cause. They all want to fight for the city, and I believe their worth can be measured in other ways. Iroh said nothing, his next tile placement necessitated a hasty retreat by his own side. Your optimism is noted, but time is very much against us. We need to judge and decide quickly and decisively. I would rather crush their dreams here than see them lying dead on the battlefield. I am not lacking in compassion. The game did not last much longer. Another? He asked. I don't think I can hope to beat you. Just one more. Iroh reset the tiles and made his first move. Different skills. He sighed. Captain. Do you realize the somewhat unusual position you hold? You are a uniquely gifted bender, but more than that you have become a symbol to the people of Republic City. Army recruitment has been on the increase ever since your mover's premiere. As far as any of us can tell, you are almost single-handedly responsible for it. He looked up at Bolin. The council have begun putting pressure on me. Not Tenzin, he understands my reluctance, but the rest, they want me to promote you to colonel. Colonel? Bolin echoed, blinking at him. A morale boost for our side. The other generals get to vote on the decision, but I cast the deciding vote. Not that I have yet. He pushed his advantage on the pie show board. Bolin, I would like you to think about a hypothetical situation. Okay, Bolin said, unsure of what was happening. Let's say. Iroh tapped a tile on Bolin's side of the board. This is you. As you can see, he gestured at his own nearby tiles. You are on the verge of being captured or killed. These other pieces tap. 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 Are your forces. So. If you allow one of these groups to perish with no hope of survival and guarantee your own. Which do you sacrifice? I would sacrifice myself, Bolin said quietly. Let the others survive. So that is your limit. Then I will vote against your promotion, Iroh said. The words stung somehow. He had failed whatever test Iroh was giving him. Maybe not. Maybe he just did not deserve it. Sorry. Said the wrong thing, didn't I? Iroh shook his head. There was no right or wrong answer. No guaranteed way to pass my test. There are so many different tactics for you and an opponent to use. He leaned back in his chair. But know this, you are far from the first claiming they are willing to let themselves die before their subordinates. But war, real war, is very different to pie show. Those others who gave a similar answer? Not one did the same when they found themselves in that situation. They sacrificed everything to save their own skin. Sir Dash. You are still young and I am certain you will find your own way in the end. Iroh sighed. Time's up. I have another meeting. Think on it, Bolin. Bolin rose awkwardly, saluted and wandered from the office, his head reeling. Kuvira raised her voice. The time has come for us all to face our destiny as the Earth Empire. Together we will retake Republic City in the moment's harmonic convergence reaches its height. It will be our greatest moment, for us and the world. The point when we witness the end of the United Forces. 50,000 foot soldiers, 30,000 of them earthbenders and 3,000 of those were metalbenders. 5,000 mecha tanks prepped and ready to support them. 150 airships, and 100 battleships. A sizable army to take on the United Forces, with more divisions guarding the Empire and ready to provide support if need be. We will enter Republic City on foot, airships are for backup only. We are the Earth Empire and we must never forget where our strength lies. Yoon raised his hand. General Yoon. The general nodded. The United Forces will be expecting an approach through the Hone Valley. There is a good chance they will attempt an ambush there. We should send a division into the mountains to prevent such an outcome, General Lee interjected. You give our opponent far too much credit, Kuvira said, halting the discussion. But even then, I doubt they will be so thinly spread as to take such a chance, Kuvira said. They have far fewer troops than us. Weaker troops too, their ranks comprise of multiple water and fire benders. An ambush on rock and mud. She shook her head. Too risky. If they fail in their endeavor, what chance do they have against us? We would destroy them where they stand. Even if they were successful, such a setback would not stop us for long enough. What of the Avatar? General Xian asked. If she attacks before we enter the city. She won't, Kuvira smiled. The Avatar fears what I can do. The Avatar seeks balance. As such, she is willing to rely on others to back her up. She gazed at the map ahead. Move a secondary division into the so-called Republic City lands along this river valley. She pointed to a winding river flowing through the mountains and into the city. Wouldn't we need more boats? General Sendo asked. We will need time to procure more. The seafaring craft will not cope well with river travel. No further boats. The primary division will approach through the plains while the secondary stops up the river. They will march above the water, we will make the world witness and fear our strength. We attack in winter, the cold will hamper the firebenders. If we obstruct the river, the waterbenders will be weakened. The further from the sea we engage them, the more useless they will all be. Avatar Korra confirms Kuvira has allied herself with this Vato spirit. Kiari checked her notes. An entity whose nature is the opposite of the spirit who allows the Avatar to be the Avatar. And Vato is giving Kuvira a power almost equal to Avatar Korra's. Avatar Korra has insisted that she alone must engage the Great Uniter, and they will be fighting as equals. She looked around the table. That leaves us to deal with all the rest. Unless Kuvira is suddenly a pushover. Our intel indicates Kuvira began moving 3 weeks ago and has begun clogging rivers, General Likha said. The farming communities between us and the Empire are suffering widespread crop death. The Empire is pushing anyone living in the way towards us. Typical of conflict against the Earth Kingdom. If we could only push them onto another terrain, history always favors them on land. The Fire Nation defeated them during Sozin's era, Iroh said. He held up his hand to head off the protest. I know. The machines made the difference then. But that was an era before metal bending. Now we must rely on members of every tribe if we are to hope to survive. Iroh sighed. So we really should expect her on 2 fronts then. The United Forces was far smaller than the Earth Empire, 10,000 foot soldiers, armed with a variety of swords, shock gloves and electric cables. 7,000 earthbenders, 5,000 firebenders and 2,000 combat-oriented waterbenders. 1,000 healers, 100 lightning benders. Future Industries was providing them with 1,000 of their own mecha tanks and the number grew by the day, as fast as Asami could manufacture them. 100 airships and 50 advanced warships in the sea. 10,000 reserve soldiers and half that for the naval division. Almost half the total forces Kuvira could potentially muster against them. The United Forces' reputation rested on their speed and effectiveness on water. Kuvira was unlikely to give them the chance to demonstrate that. Our best option is try to draw a confrontation at the Guangzhou Plains or near the Lanao Lake. Away from the city and plenty of water for those who need it, Iroh said. We could maneuver some of the smaller ships up there too, Kia said musing as she stared at the map. But I doubt she won't be expecting that too. Quite, Iroh said. We still have the Shanbei Mountain outposts, very few know of them. Very well. I take it there are no objections. Heads shook all around the table. Very well. As your elected commander-in-chief, I will accept full responsibility for keeping Republic City safe from the Earth Empire's attack. Kuvira stared at the map. Iroh would be leading, the United Forces would be fools to consider anyone else. And that made his tactics all too obvious already. He would be aiming for low casualties and a swift, decisive victory. He might even be capable of anticipating her strategies. No matter. Her army was too powerful, whatever he tried would only serve to prolong the battle, and once that happened, there was little he could do but hold on and hope the Avatar would swoop in to turn the tide. And she would ensure that never happened. She glanced up at the trusted inner circle, Batar Jr., Varric and Akiko. Batar, what is our progress with the Tien airships? We are still researching various methods of reducing the overall mass. We may yet have to resort to more powerful engines, a trade-off between speed and firepower. Keep your focus on the offensive capabilities, the Tiens won't need to go ahead of the rest. Let them think they have the advantage in the air, Kuvira replied. I request I be placed in command of the unit, Batar said. Denied. I will need you to oversee the operation while I am fighting. I cannot risk your life. I cannot risk you, Kuvira said. As you wish, he said, hiding a smile behind his hand. But the situation dictates the necessity, I will gladly lay down my life to win the fight. Be sure it is necessary, she replied. The Tiens would help massively. Unless Republic City had some secret weapon, of course. Could Sato have cooked something else up? Her technical brilliance was impossible to dispute, just a pity it was being used against them. Little chance Iroh was ignorant of his companion's skills, he and the United Forces must have requested she design new weaponry. Sato knew enough of the mecha tanks to largely replicate their functionality. So for the first time it might not be bending that was the deciding factor in the battle. The benders had different strengths, but the terrain and environment affected their effectiveness and limited their uses. Technology offered few such clues and scope for so much more. Varric, the dishes. The new mecha tanks number 100 as of today. All platinum plated, he replied smoothly. Weaknesses. The only thing I haven't been able to lock down is a minor risk of short-circuiting. Should be fine, not many lightning benders around, and he smirked. They'll be dead before they can get close. Pow! He exclaimed, slamming his hand down on the table. Mud's the other issue though, wheels can get bogged down easy, depends on how many waterbenders get close. Projected casualties? She asked. Varric's answer was pleasing. The lava bender, Varric added a moment later. What do you intend to do about him? We don't have to worry about Bolin, she replied. What happened at Omashu might scare some of our troops, but his ability comes with significant risk of death and destruction via friendly fire. And it will mark him out on the battlefield. Lava is not subtle. He will be eliminated easily enough, a good target for the mecha tanks. He is a weak man anyway, more than likely he'll be there as a figurehead and for propaganda. Don't worry about him. And the risk of Water Tribe or Fire Nation reinforcements? Batar asked. We are more than capable of battling any attacking tribe, but I wish to avoid too many casualties on either side. Republic City must remain stabilized, even if that does mean arresting the populace upon arrival. She turned to Akiko. Pick 10 of your best. Train against lightning benders. I have a special mission in mind for you. Asami's back was aching as she lay on the floor and stared unseeing at the plans. Was there really any more deductions to glean or derive from the drawings and schematics? Zuli was lying beside her. I am beginning to think they're right, Asami muttered. Who? Zuli asked, bleary-eyed and blinking. Scientists. I keep reading articles about how staying up all night without sleep is less productive than just getting some sleep and resuming again in the morning. But it just seems like it wastes so much time. It does, Zuli said, stifling a yawn. All those hours doing nothing with your eyes closed. And such a waste of a bed, Asami murmured to herself. Maybe more coffee? She asked in a louder voice. I'll get it, Opal said drowsily from nearby. Just got to get the tea bags and I'll cook it. She flopped over onto her back and spread out on the floor. Opal, Zuli said in an exasperated tone. You should sleep on the bed. No. Comfortable here. Opal seemed to drift off for a moment. Want to be here? Asami sat up and stretched. We are so close though. I can feel it. Just a little more. She crawled across the plans, rereading and reinterpreting the diagrams they had been poring over for months. Again. It does feel like it, Zuli admitted. That has to go there. Opal sniggered. Asami ignored her. This part is definitely the right part for here. So what are we missing? Asami closed her eyes. It's not water or fire. It can only be earth or metal. It still needs explosives, Zuli said. Asami opened her eyes. It won't throw bombs, the casings are too small. Not rock. Asami murmured. This section of the machine revolved and something had to fit inside. Something small in front of the explosives. The really tiny explosives. Something fast. Something moving along those tubes. Tubes with no ends. Metal. Spheres. No. Not what happened to Iroh, something new. That attack performed mechanically. Oh no, Asami muttered, her eyes widening. As far as Iroh could see, the best-case scenario was Korra would defeat Kuvira relatively early in the battle and in doing so would demoralize the Earth Empire troops. With Korra fighting directly alongside them, the battle was very much in their favor. But, should the battle become drawn out, if Korra could not defeat Kuvira quickly, the initial skirmish would rapidly prolong. No aid to or from Korra that way. In that scenario they would need to move and attempt to actually crush the Earth Empire, or at the very least prolong the battle long enough for Korra to come to their aid. There was another possibility, one very difficult to think about, Korra's defeat at Kuvira's hand. Preparations for the first two scenarios were complete, the last would see them facing an avatar and hard to even conceive of. How to defeat such a being? Lightning had worked in the past, but Kuvira would be ready in a way that Aang had not. And if he failed, if they all failed, who then? No guarantee of success. If the army did not stop with Kuvira, he would need to request support from the Fire Nation. And with that, in all likelihood history would repeat, no hope of progress, no hope of change, Yuzu on the throne. At least they would be alive. No. He had to believe Korra would be victorious. He opened his eyes to the sound of someone pounding on his door. Must have dozed off. He glanced at the clock, 3 a.m. Who? He opened the door and Asami hurried in, followed by Zuli and Opal. They all looked terrible. Asami, he said. Have you been sleeping? At all? Iroh, she said, replied sharply, dispensing with niceties. No. No time. She took a deep breath. Do you have those metal spheres Kuvira used on you? He blinked. Sure. He fumbled in the desk and pulled the bowl out, the tiny metal pieces rolling and clinking against each other. Asami plucked one out and sagged against the desk. I was afraid of this. Zuli. The other woman unrolled the plans on the desk. These are Varric's designs. I think we've figured out what they do. Most of it's a new mecha tank, but we couldn't figure out the weaponry until now. It's not shooting fire or electricity. It fires these, she said, holding up the sphere. 100 a minute. Mimicking Kuvira's attack but usable against anyone by anyone. Iroh's mind whirled as he tried to find the words to reply. Varric has the materials to construct at least 100, Zuli added quietly. This might change things, Iroh admitted. All his plans were worthless, but at least they had a warning thanks to Zuli and Opal. And unintentionally Kuvira had helped them. Without the peace treaty there was little chance Asami and the others could have figured out the plans in time. There could be no way to survive long enough if Korra did not win quickly. He kept his expression neutral. Thank you. All of you. He looked at each in turn. But you look like you haven't slept in a week. Go home and rest. We can take it from here. I need to talk to the other generals, so, I'll call you tomorrow? Thank you for discovering this. We could use a rest, Opal said. She stifled another yawn and wandered towards the door, Zuli close behind her. Asami remained. I'm not going to be able to sleep thinking about this, she said. I mean, if they can put these things on mecha tanks, what's stopping them putting them on airships? She looked terrified. Iroh, you know what she can do by herself. With others doing the same. Trust me, he smiled. Your biplanes are going to make all the difference, no matter what they try. They'll be the key to defeating these. Her smile looked a bit more genuine. I'm going to do everything I can. But if you're sure. I am. Then I should probably get some more sleep too. Good night, Iroh, Asami said. Iroh sat heavily behind his desk after Asami closed the door behind her. The odds were even more in Kuvira's favor now. He peered at the map. Mud at these points would slow any mech tanks. Kuvira was no fool. They would stay well away from the lake, or potentially destroy it first. What range could they have? More than likely they would approach via the Changabi mountain range. Wait. The peak, it was an extinguished volcano. And they had a lava bender. No. Not enough. It might slow the army, but how could they expect Bolin to produce that much lava, even assuming he could draw it up fast enough? Korra might be able to help, but she should be facing off against Kuvira, and she was no lava bender. Dozed off again. Age must be catching up. He grabbed at the ringing phone. Iroh. Asami again. Morning, he yawned. Sorry, I thought you'd be awake. "'S fine," Iroh said. "If you're sure." "Well, Opal has an idea." "Here dash." Iroh. "Opal. There's some interesting geology under the Gansu Plains. Several close, densely packed layers of different material. So, at the top level dash." "Opal," Iroh said, interrupting her. "I don't need the science, just. What do you have?" "Geysers." She sounded pleased with herself. "Geysers. There's a lot of water down in the layers. If we can push that up to the surface, you've got a great way to produce mud on a massive area. The Earth Empire won't know it's happening, as far as they will be able to see there's no water around there. So, it might help against these new weapons." "How long would they need?" Opal almost tripped over her words in her hurry to get them out. "A few hours to get down to the crystal layer. Plant some explosives dash." Explosives? Iroh asked. You need this fast, right? So we blast the layer and that forces the water up. A few waterbenders on hand to give it a push and geysers. Can't go any lower or we hit magma. Which would help the geysers but we can't control it. Bolin could not handle all that. Opal fell silent. Good, but far too long, and the plan assumed the waterbenders were still standing after the mecha tanks attacked. They needed them for healing duty more than this plan. How deep is the magma layer? Iroh asked, a new thought forming. About the height of a 30-story building, Zhu Li put in. I wasn't aware you were part of the call, Iroh said dryly. Sorry, she said. You don't mess with the magma. Opal said, no way he could handle it. If he went in there he would either risk being drowned in lava or die of the heat. And how could he even find his way around down there? But Bolin had seismic sense. I am wondering. What if we send him and a team in? If they take bombs and we pull him out right after? With his lava bending he should be able to protect himself. Would that do it? Iroh asked. If you put the bombs a bit deeper, then maybe. But when the lava breaks free, Iroh, he can't get too close or he's going to die, Opal replied. The crystal layer is the deepest he can go. Magma and explosives. Lava heating water and sending it hurtling into the sky. Devious and effective. Thank you for the information. Please ask Miss Sato to begin construction of a drill. Thank you, Opal, Zhu Li. He replaced the receiver and leaned back on his chair. He sighed. They would never forgive him if the mission failed. No, he would never forgive himself. But if it might save so many. The needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, or the one. No choice then. Iroh grabbed the receiver. Please send Captain Bolin to my office. The spirit world was a grassy plain stretching endlessly around her. Korra got to her feet as Kuvira faded into existence. At last. Great Uniter, she said curtly. Avatar Korra, Kuvira replied with a nod. The invitation surprised me. Korra's pulse raced. Even just talking to her and Kuvira unable to do anything to harm her, and somehow she still made her nervous. I only want to talk. If you hope to convince me to stop, I will take my leave now. I will not, and any further discussion on this matter is pointless, Kuvira said. I had hoped, but I want to know why. I understand what caused all this. I don't understand, Vato. Kuvira shuffled her feet. The rest is for the good of your nation, but he is. This is the fate of our entire world at stake. Do you understand that? What can you hope to gain from him? An Earth Empire, protected by an avatar. For the rest of time, Kuvira replied. The rest of the world can crumble for all I care. My nation will remain. He promised you that. Kuvira said nothing. And you trust him? Still nothing. Would you even be in control when harmonic convergence occurs? Did the first of your line trust Rava back then? Kuvira snapped. Friendship and the common good. That was what brought the first Avatar and Rava together. A larger goal, not simply protecting a nation, Korra shot back. Kuvira sneered. Common good? Thanks to your predecessor, Rava won the last cycle. She won and the Avatars began. Mutually beneficial. Winning? You think it was winning? Korra shook her head. They did it for the sake of peace. Peace. Kuvira laughed. Korra, peace is nothing but a transient state. It ends. It always ends, and when it does, chaos is there waiting. You might have the spirit of order on your side and consider yourself good and noble. I have the natural state, the true natural state. Both spirits might be eternal, but Vato represents the world as it truly is, Rava is some idealized fiction, and not as detached as she might like to claim. Without peace there can be no chaos. In the end, neither is better than the other. The balance, the peace you desire will falter, and when it does you will lose. That balance belongs to all the people of the world. It should not just for the sake of your empire. Korra sighed. Neither is better? You've caused so much death. You've murdered and punished how many now for refusing to bow down? When will you stop? Death and life are both fascinating, Avatar. Kuvira sighed. You remain so distressingly short-sighted. Think of it, a dead person is in a permanent, unchanging state, peace. We are all born from our mothers in a burst of blood and pain. Humans ravage and destroy the natural world for resources. We steal life from plants and animals to live. Life is a constant struggle. We have to fight and bleed to keep on progressing. Life without chaos is death. Kuvira smiled and the symbol on her chest glowed a bright red. Because we live we cause chaos. The proof of our lives. And you think that justifies your actions? Korra asked. The Earth Queen was the latest ruler in a dynasty responsible for the oppression of millions in the Earth Kingdom. I ended that rule and established a new nation. It was a new era for my people. No nobility, no fire nation to rule them. We moved forward because I cut down the obstacles, because I took the first step. I did what no one else could or would. Not even you, Kuvira said. I admit this is true, Korra replied. Oh. She smirked. You are more than capable of much I cannot do. She was smarter, more knowledgeable, a better leader. The best metal bender in the world. But there is no balance to your actions. If only we could have worked together. Now you want a future built on the back of corpses for what you call progress. You robbed people of their futures. It didn't have to be like this, we could have done so much good together. That's all but impossible now. Indeed it is impossible. We will never see eye to eye, you and I. And I will win this battle, I guarantee it. The Earth Empire will retake the land your predecessor stole. Balance, she said mockingly. My rule shall be with absolute power. How long did you wait? Korra asked. What are you asking me? Kuvira replied in an exasperated tone. Did you use me from the start? Was I just a stepping stone for you? Kuvira stared at her for a long moment. I considered you a friend, yes. I considered you the only person even close to an equal I have ever met. But I have moved beyond such considerations. Kuvira clenched her fists. I will defeat you, I've lost too much. Mako, Kuvira. You're not taking anything else. I am still me, Kuvira replied. I might have died as far as you are concerned, but my mark has been made on history. I am destined to become eternal. As historical fact and when I am reborn. The compliment to you. A shame you will not be there to see it. We will see how Rava copes when she is finally strong enough to reach out to the humans again. Korra opened her eyes, forcing herself to slow her breathing as she scowled. Kuvira had lost track of time, the sky was dark and filled with stars. The Kenpais waited outside the temple at the heart of Zaofu, she waved them away and stalked deeper into the deserted streets alone. How long since she had last walked in Zaofu like this? It seemed like forever. The park was just as dark and just as empty as the rest of the city when she reached it, the Earth Empire flag fluttering fitfully in the breeze. No lovers embracing in the shadows, the curfew prevented that. The playground she frequented with Opal still stood nearby. More often than not Opal's brothers joined them on it when days were more carefree. Happy times, possibly her happiest. Before she grew older, grew bored and started asking difficult questions. Ignorance really did seem to be bliss. A building off to one side caught her eye, somewhere she wanted to see. Her old dancing school seemed long abandoned. Not a surprise, all cultural and artistic pursuits cancelled due to the war. Frivolous activities could wait until they were victorious. Or perhaps it would be better to revive it now, have something for the people to celebrate. The wind whipped around her as she held the doors open, the breeze catching various bells deeper inside. Enough of a melody. Kuvira stepped forward, letting the doors close behind her and moved to the sound of the bell's music, dancing for the first time in so long. Odd to find she had missed it so much. She opened her eyes and stopped. Vato stared back at her from the mirror. He grinned as she met his gaze, his fangs glowing in the gloom. Playing tricks. Kuvira tried to keep her annoyance out of her voice. Not my intent. I was merely curious about your performance. Vato shifted. What compels you to behave like that? Because. It did not seem enough. It interests me and it used to help drive me. Art, strength, perfection, beauty, freedom. Do spirits have such concepts? Kuvira replied. He was silent for a moment. Perhaps. I have seen such things on a larger scale. The birth and then death of stars. The planet moving around the sun on and on for immeasurable time. I have heard the ocean roar and seen mighty storms rage. Wars. He grinned. So many wars of humanity played out where I could witness them. Life and death. In the end I saw little more than constant movements of bone and flesh on the backdrop of the world. You do not seem to consider humans worth much. And yet you wanted my help, Kuvira said. Vato chuckled. A compliment to you. I hope you realize, I would not choose someone unworthy of my power. Fascinating how you are prepared to sacrifice things. It is not something I have ever had reason to contemplate. I am eternal after all. A loss is no more final than a victory. I have achieved both over time. No matter the alleged prosperity resulting from my defeat, it is impossible to ignore that the universe needs me. I am brought back regardless of success or failure. It is different for you. You must sacrifice everything without that comfort. But I will still do it. Sacrifice everything to gain everything, Kuvira replied slowly. Vato grinned and faded from sight. She did not feel all-powerful even now. Was something holding her back? Maybe now would be a good time to see her. Bolin saluted to Iroh, who grimly returned the gesture. He seemed somehow colder, most distant, dispassionate. Captain, the Earth Empire is massively more technologically advanced than anticipated. They have new divisions of weapons equipped by something future industries have been referring to as revolvers. The code name refers to a weapon that functions mechanically in a very similar fashion to Kuvira's attacks with the metal spheres. He grimaced. As our forces stand now, the weapons will cut through them like paper. We have strategies, but the loss of life will be devastating. We are unprepared to face our enemy. Sir? Bolin asked. Iroh swallowed. After discussing this matter, we have a solution. The ground-based weaponry can theoretically be disrupted and neutralized with mud, but we cannot prepare it in advance, and we cannot disguise it from the earthbenders. To that end we intend to artificially stimulate geysers on the battlefield. This will require a small team to head underground and set explosives. But there is a question if that will be sufficient for our needs. Captain, you of all those in the United Forces can ensure this mission succeeds. But it is not without risks. Sir. You will be assigned to a special division that will include Opal Bafong and Zuli Moon. However, there is another component to this mission they are not authorized to know of. What I am about to tell you must not be repeated to them or any other. Iroh stared into his eyes for a long moment. This restriction applies to the Avatar as much as anyone else. Bolin swallowed. Thousands of lives might depend on him. I am going to describe two scenarios. I would like your opinion on them. Yes, sir. The plan suggested by Opal Bafong has an approximate 50% of success. This is by her own admission. That figure is not high enough for my liking, Iroh said. Not good odds, Bolin said, nodding. There are two methods for stimulating geysers, and we will conduct the first method regardless. The team will descend to the crystal layer and position explosives at certain key locations. Captain, I am tasking you with heading up the operation. I am honored, sir, Bolin replied. But, what is the second method? The second involves a far deeper excavation. It would require direct stimulation of the lava layer and comes with considerable risk. The chance of survival is vanishingly thin. And I know of only one man who could hope to do this. Iroh was silent for a moment. Your opinions, Captain? I don't like the odds of the first mission. I don't want anyone to die unnecessarily, he replied. This is war, Captain. Casualties are inevitable. You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs, Iroh said. I know. But, the second option. What is the change of success? Bolin asked. Stimulating the magma has a projected 80% effectiveness. Bolin exhaled. No choice. The geysers seem the right choice. Your chance of survival is slim. Your family will be richly compensated in that event and I promise to personally take care of them. And Korra, Iroh said. We can't let her know, Bolin realized. Iroh nodded. What do I need to do? His pulse was racing. Iroh passed a folder across the desk. This is all the information we know. If you waver on this mission, it will fail. I cannot let you go half-hearted. And I will respect your decision no matter what. I accept, Bolin said simply after silently reading the contents. His stomach lurched. No. This was the right thing to do. The Empire's army will reach Republic City in just over 2 days' time. You are on leave until then and the option to decline remains, Iroh said. I'll still say yes, Bolin said as he stood. And I will report for duty. Dismissed, Iroh said quietly. Bolin paused at the door. General? Thank you for asking me to undertake this mission. Iroh did not look up. I want to keep everyone I can safe. The weight of his decision seemed to lay heavier and heavier upon him as he walked away. He ducked into the first doorway he could and sat down, head whirling. The hollow feeling inside did not seem to be diminishing. It was for a noble cause, it was because only he could possibly do it. Was this his destiny? Surviving the Earth Kingdom, surviving childhood to die here? What would Korra say? Would she cry at his funeral? Her and all his friends. Another funeral for him, how many people had to? He needed to do this. But so much left not done with Korra, so much more time he could have spent with her. All those opportunities gone. No. Not yet. If he was going to die, he should do so without regrets. He had to see her as soon as he could. There, Asami said as she finished messing with Korra's hair and held the mirror up in front of Korra. What do you think? Korra turned her head to look at the braid. That looks really good. Never would have thought of it either. And it won't get in my way. Asami sighed. As long as it helps. She stared at herself, reapplied her lipstick and put the mirror down. I thought makeup wasn't allowed in the army. Korra asked. Oh, with the uniform. Asami asked looking down at herself, her newly painted lips curving into a smile. It's going to be different from now on. Might help distract your opponents. Asami grimaced. Not that again. What kind of notion is that? Plus, I'm not letting them get close enough to see my face. Well. Not that I have much of a choice. Going to be pretty fast up there. She sat down beside Korra and smiled. I'm glad we can still talk like this. This whole situation, it's pretty nerve-wracking. But you, just knowing you're here, you're with us, you make me feel stronger. Same for me, Korra replied laying her hand on her arm. Asami rubbed her hand and sighed again. Never thought it would come to this. Me as a soldier? Spoiled rich heiresses don't usually get involved in that kind of thing. Not a flattering description, Korra retorted. Captain. Asami grinned. Say it again. I kind of like the sound of it. Captain, Korra replied. I could get used to that. But I think my description is APT. Well, before I met you anyway. You changed, everything really. You changed me. I made so many friends thanks to you, I've seen and done so much. I have these dreams and ideas like I never had before. Without you, I don't really want to think what I would be doing now. Not laying down her life for the city, that's for sure. You know you changed mine, Korra said nudging her friend with her elbow. So don't give me all the praise. You changed me too. She sighed. It kind of feels. No. This isn't goodbye though. We'll be back. We'll see each other again. We will. I promise. Then. After all of this. A vacation. We'll go to Ember Island. All of us, you, me, Bolin, Iroh. Tenzin and his family. Your parents. Opal and Zuli. Just, everyone. I like that idea, Korra replied. She glanced at her watch. I should get going. Too soon. Far too soon, Asami said. She kissed Korra's cheek and Korra replied in kind. You take care, Korra said hugging Asami tightly. And you really do. You made a promise on the vacation, right? So see you soon. Asami said. Korra smiled as she walked out of the hotel and down to the front of the motorcade. Not essential, but a widely supported idea. A parade to boost morale before the citizens huddled in the shelters or evacuated the city and waited to see what the outcome would be. Korra led the procession, sat astride on Naga as they padded down the roads, vehicles and floats rumbling along behind them. Uplifting music played behind her, people lined the streets and held out flowers out to the marching troops. Banners wished them good luck and assured them of victory, people waving and cheering, the air thick with confetti. It was a little lonely up at the front like this. Where were Bolin, Asami, Opal, Zuli, Lin and Iroh right now? Maybe somewhere behind her. How best to behave? Not too optimistic but also not too pessimistic. Avatar Korra. A voice called. A small girl with no legs held by her mother. Just like her. The Avatar meant so much to so many, but she meant something different to these people now. She waved back and the girl smiled. Everything seemed quiet after the parade when she was back in her room and still alone. No Asami now. No Naga. Just her alone while she waited the last few hours. War with rules seemed so strange, but this was how it went it seemed. One more speech to make tomorrow, but until then? Maybe talk to Aang again. Something rattled against her window. Someone out there. An assassin? She tensed, and relaxed, unable to stop the smile. Bolin. Korra opened the window and ushered him inside. Why was he here? And now? Why did she mind? Sorry, Bolin said. We just weren't going to see each other for a while dash. It's okay, Korra said quickly. I'm glad we got to see each other. I wanted to see you dash. She frowned at his slightly distant expression. Are you okay? Yeah, Bolin said in a quiet voice. I brought you this. He held out a white lily. Oh. Thank you, she said as she tucked the flower into her belt and smiled at him. Sorry, I didn't get you anything. I could kiss you. He looked so distracted, she touched his face, the contact startling him. Hey. You can tell me anything, you know. I want to, he said. Bolin took a deep breath. I might not be able to say this again. When Mako dash he grimaced and turned away for a moment. I never got to tell him everything I wanted to. I can't not tell you now. I still can dash. This is not a goodbye, Bolin. We're going to win, Korra said quietly. We're going to see each other when this is done and we'll have our whole lives ahead of us. You will, Bolin replied. I know you will. I just... In case this really is my only chance. He took her hand as she started to protest and brought it up to his lips. Helping you in the alley was the best decision I ever made. If I could have my time all over again, I would not change a thing between us. You are the most amazing person in the entire world. I would argue I'm looking at the most amazing person. She grinned. But I am glad you helped me. Never thought we would wind up here though, she replied. Me neither. I thought it was all fate and destiny and stuff like that. But there's something else. It's not just about meeting you. I got to know someone so strong, so brave, so kind, so fun. So pretty. Korra, you're beautiful. And I have to tell you. I. He swallowed. I love you, Korra. He smiled and kissed her, his arms wrapping around her tightly. I love you so much, he added a moment later. And I want to be with you every day until I die, and I want to marry you. Korra hugged him tighter. Too much weight to those words. She was not ready to say them just yet. We'll do that. Was that enough? And why did he think he had to say it now? After the war, we'll do everything. We'll get a nice place somewhere, go out whenever we want. Our room, our bed. Somewhere we can just make love all the time. She giggled and kissed him. I'd like that, if you think that sounds good. It does. Thank you, Bolin said. Thank you for everything. That's my line. Korra dash a siren sounded in the distance. The Empire was closer than expected. Korra tightened her grip. Korra, I need to go. What were you going to say? She asked, not loosening her arm. Bolin opened his mouth and stopped. Nothing. It's nothing. I feel stronger now. I can face anything. Thank you. This isn't goodbye, she said quickly. It can't be. Not now. I'll see you later. I'll see you soon. Bolin gazed into her eyes for another moment and kissed her. As soon as I can. I love you. She did not want to let go of his hand even as he tugged it from her grip and hurried down the fire escape. She ran to the window, watching him move, unable to look away even as he vanished in amongst the thousands of others marching to war. Book 3 Lightning. Battle of Republic City I. General Iroh. Yoko peered into Iroh's office. Your the Fire Lord is on line 1. Thank you, Iroh said and picked up the phone as Yoko closed the door. Yes, Mother. According to her schedule, she should be on the royal ship in the Republic City territorial waters right now as part of the Fire Nation's offer of increased aid, particularly with regards to the evacuation. Thousands of Fire Nation nationals were now on their way back to their homeland, reluctant to leave their homes, but, with the current situation, left with little other choice. Even native Republic City residents were getting more and more nervous. Large families and those with young children were the priority, but they could only work so fast. Some people had taken matters into their own hands and moved to isolated islands away from the mainland. It might help them escape the Earth Empire's focus, for now anyway. Good morning, Iroh, Izumi replied, her voice faint and the line crackling with distance. I have made a few changes with regards to the command structure. General Yap and General Anu are now under your direct command, along with 10,000 troops each. Expect them at the Republic City base within the day. Thank you. Iroh frowned. Do you feel we do not have sufficient forces prepared? I know you do not, Izumi retorted. You need all the help you can get. I would prefer they complete the evacuation dash. And I would prefer that the evacuation is ultimately unnecessary. You must see to that. Izumi sighed. Iroh? If the battle does not proceed favorably under your command, you do understand what will happen. You will be able to take direct control of them, Iroh said. I know that. I would hope that our goals would be meshed at that stage. I concur, but the possibility remains. A perfectly logical insurance policy. If possible, few should be aware of the situation. It certainly would do little to dismiss the notion Republic City was under the thrall of the Fire Nation. Feeding into the Earth Empire's rhetoric would do them no good at all, even if they did win. But, more personnel would help, and he did not have the luxury of rejecting the offer. I understand. As commander of the United Forces, I thank you for the offer of assistance and accept the temporary transfer of personnel. For now they will be stationed within the city, a last line of defense for the citizenry. I sincerely hope that they will not be needed under your command, Izumi replied. Oh, your grandfather would like to make a request with regards to the situation. What is it? Iroh asked. Something of a surprise. As politically useful and powerful as Zuko could be, he preferred to stay out of these kinds of situations. You'd have to ask him, he refused to say anything more. Iroh sighed. Then he should just come dash, he sighed again. Okay, I'll listen to what he has to say. Good. I will inform him, he should be arriving within the hour. Where? Iroh asked. What kind of strange situation was this? Izumi read out a list of coordinates, not far from the camp. Iroh glanced at the map. Nothing over there but a small patch of woodland. Odd. I must go for now. I hope to talk to you before the conflict begins, but in case I do not, take care, Iroh, Izumi said. I will, please do so as well. And please assure Yuzu I am doing my best not to wind up in hospital again. I will. The line clicked and fell silent. Iroh did not move for a long moment. Iroh carefully replaced it on the cradle and stared at it. Not too late to ask for more. Not too late to send his mother far from the battle. Not too late for a lot of things, but by the same token, far too late to stop anything now. He cleared his throat. "Yoko?" he called. 45 minutes, just about enough time." "Yes, sir." Yoko replied, re-entering the room. "I am going out for a bit. Please hold my calls." "What would you like me to tell them?" Yoko asked. "I am just away from my desk. Please assure any concerned parties that I am still in command of the United Forces," Iroh replied as he pulled his coat on. "Yes, sir." He took a deep breath and strolled as nonchalantly as possible from the camp. What was grandfather up to? Why secrecy? Why get involved now? Maybe it should be obvious, maybe he just had too much to worry about between revolvers and a chaos-infused Kuvira. The answers would come soon enough, but it felt odd to be so much in the dark here. The flickering shape on the horizon was the first clue. Dragons retained a distinct movement while flying. Even at this distance he felt certain it could only be Druk. A secret meeting, but not stealthy. Who could fail to recognize Zuko's dragon mount? Iroh shuffled his feet as he waited. There was someone else with Zuko on Druk's back. Two gray-haired figures. Iroh squinted, trying to catch sight of the passenger. It almost looked like Auntie. Iroh glanced around hastily. That was Azula just behind Zuko. Should have caught that, should have realized. The secrecy could only be for her. Iroh stepped forward as Druk landed, flapped his wings a few more times and settled onto the ground. Both his passengers slid off of him as he settled. Two former Fire Lords, Zuko and Azula, the latter barred from leaving the Fire Nation. Unless Mother had abruptly declared Republic City part of the Fire Nation, Azula's mere presence broke no. It was scarcely worth thinking about the size of the problem. "Grandfather, Aunt Azula," Iroh said, bowing to both in turn. Slipping off to Ember Island was one thing, but to come to the front line? Too stressed, too worried. Wait. See why? To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He smiled. "Auntie, I'm really not sure I can let you help dash. I am not here to aid your precious city, Junior," Azula snapped. "Don't think me so sentimental as to protect that mistake. I admit, the idea of you doing so surprised me." Iroh glanced at Zuko, hoping for some comment. There was none. Zuko remained impassive and serious. This was not a decision he had reached easily. "And yet you are surprised." Azula shook her head. "I had expected you and what passes for Avatar to have discussed this." She stared into his eyes. "I am here in case she fails. If she is as worthless as she appears, I shall be the one to rid the world of this great uniter." "I know what you said at the palace dash," Iroh tried. "She goaded me. I respected what skill she had. That is why she will get her chance first." She stalked forward. "Be warned, I care nothing for your others and followers. If the Avatar falls, they must be kept out of my way. Anything that stands between me and my target will perish. Whatever the cost." Iroh asked in a hollow voice. "I thought the stakes were clear enough to you, Junior." Azula asked. "It is too late to worry about sacrifice for the conclusion." "Clearly," Iroh replied through gritted teeth. Azula studied him for a moment. "I will see she doesn't do anything rash," Zuko added. "You have my assurance that my sister will do nothing until we have confirmation of Korra's defeat dash." "Death," Iroh interrupted, pointing at Azula. "You don't do anything until she's dead." Azula slapped his hand away. "You let emotions cloud your judgment. If she is unconscious, she can do nothing. If the Avatar state does not shield her or keep her going, then I will not stay my hand." "No faith in Korra?" Iroh asked quietly. "Of course dash." "None," Azula interrupted Zuko. "She is damaged, she is weak, she is undisciplined." She smiled. "If it comes to it, I demand a renegotiation of the terms. I want my freedom back." If you do stop her, I doubt many would object," Iroh said. "I just can't believe Mother agreed to this," he said. "Backup plans, Junior." Azula glared at him. "Certainty, preparation. I tried to teach you. I would have expected such a glorious leader as the head of the United Forces to realize the necessity. I hope I am not to be disappointed." I just never expected this. Iroh said, gesturing at her. Don't worry, I am not about to upstage the Avatar. Let her save the world if she can. Azula sighed. But I cannot put my faith in her. So. I am here, and you know my price if it comes to it. So be it. Please, just stay out of the way until Zuko caught Iroh's arm as he tried to walk away. We have additional concerns, Zuko broke in. The tremors beneath the Chenbai mountain and their origins. Saluting was something Asami was certain she would never be comfortable with. Something about it just felt odd. It was not as if she obligated to abide by military protocol or had been working towards a point where people would salute her or anything. She was in command here basically because there was no one else. Still, she returned the salutes as best she could, but every time there was a sneaking quiet worry that she might be in entirely the wrong posture or just messing up the gesture really badly. If she was, no one said anything, especially her subordinates. The 100 pilots assembled before her were the best they had, the majority drawn from the Sato Mobile racing circuit. The best drivers they could find, chosen over existing airship operators, pilots and captains thanks to the speeds involved. Training seemed to bear the decision out as correct, the driver's reflexes seemed a good fit, but true combat was as yet untested. Some might not even make it back. No. She could not dwell on that possible outcome. They had volunteered, just as she had. Maybe it would help to think of them as more workers? But these people, this situation, was so very different from the assembly lines. And yet, they needed just as much encouragement, payment, and it was vital to make them feel important. Time had been forever against them, all the training had taken place on Fugu Island, far from the mainland to protect against spies. Not only was this the first true combat missions for the biplanes, it also represented their first time flying across this kind of terrain. A few more weeks and they might have located more diverse areas, or set up dummy war scenarios. Too later now. Asami cleared her throat as she gripped the edge of the podium. Please believe me when I say I am beyond grateful to have had the chance to get to know each and every one of you. I could not have entrusted my invention and these responsibility to more capable hands than yours. I know we are at war and I know we must fight, but please let us never forget that the biplane project is ultimately intended for peace. For those of you that wish to help, once the situation is resolved and normality resumes, we will continue advancing the project and supplant the airship for air travel. That is my goal, no more destruction and faster travel around the world. The assembled ranks in front of her applauded. Ginkgo in the front row looked around at the others and took a step forward. Permission to speak, sir? Granted, Asami replied, fighting the urge to grimace at the militaristic tendencies he was demonstrating. I would like to thank you for your kind words, and I hope I speak for all of us when I say we are both honored and privileged to have been chosen to fly this mission with you, he said. The other pilots nodded in agreement and another round of applause erupted from the group. Thank you, Asami said, unable to help the smile. It ended too quickly, as was increasingly and worryingly common. The ground rumbled and she swayed as she leaned against the podium for support. Please, go through pre-flight checks again and ensure your biplane is in fully working order. The group began breaking apart as a messenger rushed up to her. Captain Sato? General Iroh is calling for you, she said. Thank you. Checking the biplanes seemed the best idea right now, checking for any last faults, bad welds, anything. But, she was required to jump when the order came, and ignoring Iroh was especially frowned upon. An aide ushered Asami into Iroh's tent a few minutes later, not quite sure what to do with her arm. Should she salute? It seemed like it might feel odd. Not only had she seen Iroh naked more than once, they had slept together. Did other lovers, former lovers, or friends with benefits ever have this issue in the United Forces? In any case, it would be odd to be so formal with Iroh, but this was his job. A decision then. Asami saluted him. General, sir. At ease, he murmured, looking pensive and not meeting her gaze. Captain, I would like to know the status of the biplane pilots. They are as ready as they can be, she replied. But are they prepared for the fight? He shot back, his voice tense. They are, she said, frowning at his tone and biting back anything further. Good. Captain, this was entirely official then. You are charged with watching over the lives of the pilots under your command and only them. The ground troops are not your concern, regardless of what may be occurring. Do you understand this directive? Yes, sir. He said nothing. I understand, she added, her throat feeling tighter. The stress was getting to him, or perhaps this was Iroh conducting a war. Either way, it hurt to see him so cold and distant. She gazed at him for a long moment, neither saying anything. Iroh's facade slipped first and he nervously met her gaze. You don't have to do this, he said quietly. Sir. Not sir, he said. Iroh. Then you should call me Asami, she retorted. If it helps. He sighed. Asami, you have the rank of captain. Among the other privileges of such a rank is the opportunity to not wind up in the battle. You can just sit things out in one of the airships. Iroh stared at her as her throat went dry. Why aren't you staying away? Why do you have to lead them? I'm not going to do any good on some airship, she said. I'm no strategist. I can't sit this out, not when everyone else I know is involved. I don't want to be useless and just watch what happens. I need to make a difference here. He nodded and glanced down at this desk. Didn't think you were the type to back down. Iroh looked serious again. I have been holding off mentioning it, though I suppose someone else might have. He shook his head. Before this kind of conflict, all soldiers are advised to prepare letters to friends and loved ones, just in case of the worst. Just to try and soften the... He leaned forward. I want you to write yours. Now while you can. But even then, you are to do absolutely everything you can to ensure they are not read by anyone. I will. Despite the seriousness, she smiled. I mean, I know what it's like to wind up with one by accident, even if it is meant to help. She studied him for a moment. I don't want to read yours again either. I should be safe enough from the sidelines, he replied. You're the one heading right into the fight. Nature of my mission, Asami said. So. How about a deal? A deal. Iroh looked puzzled. Here Asami undid the clasp on her locket and held it out to Iroh. Take it. I can't do that. Please. Take it and keep hold of it. But you're just borrowing it, don't forget that. It's a loan, and one I expect you to give back to me the moment this is over. She took his hand and turned it palm up. The locket's chain piled up against his skin as she dropped it onto his palm. I promise. As soon as this is over. Asami nodded. Good. And, if we're still speaking freely, thank you, for everything. I wouldn't be standing here if we had never met, I'd be in jail or still stuck in some terrible hovel in the Fire Nation. You brought me back and... There's too much. So. Thank you for everything. You inspired me to fight, for future industries, for Republic City, for the future. And because of that I trust you to lead us, I trust you to keep that safe. Iroh stared at the locket again and fastened it around his neck. He slipped it inside his shirt, and no one would be any the wiser he was wearing it. Fair's fair, he muttered and pulled a fob watch from his pocket. You loaned me the locket, you get to borrow this watch. I want you to hold on to it. He flipped the watch open, there was a recent photo of Yuzo tucked inside. Keep her safe for me too. Of course. Asami said, her hand trembling only a little as she took the watch. I promise you'll get them both back. Iroh just about smiled. Dismissed, he said and turned away from her. She left the tent unhurriedly and stared at the watch as she wandered back to the pilots. So was watching for her the moment she stepped into the wooden cell. The warden noted she had been eating all her meals and had yet to give them any trouble. Good. At least the person who passed for her mother, who had raised her, was not suffering. So, Kuvira said. The expression on the other woman's face did not change. No matter what you may offer me, no matter what you may threaten, I will never join you. These actions of yours are pointless. Far from pointless, Kuvira muttered. She shook her head. Regardless. I have come to say goodbye for now. The Earth Empire is moving to commence the retaking of Republic City. Sue's expression hardened. Why tell me? Do you want me to beg for them? Clearly you revel in my suffering, or I would not still be here. I told you because I wanted to thank you. Thanks to you I had a good childhood and I was taught metal bending. But I never quite understood. I thought I should please you, make you proud of me. But I was just fooling myself. I never needed your approval. The sentimentality of the past. Su said nothing. Maybe there was nothing more to say. No. She deserved to at least know what else was at stake. Your children, Opal, Wing, and Wei, they are all in the city. All opposed to the Earth Empire. If they fight, I will fight back. If they refuse to yield, I will have little choice but to cut them down. I wish I was more surprised, Su said, shaking her head. You won't win. You can't. The Avatar will ensure that. Do not be so quick as to dismiss me, Kuvira smiled. The Avatar will fall with the others and the cycle will be broken. Your children are already lost, you should be thinking about your husband and Huan. Zaofu is safe, for now. If they rebel, well, I doubt my mercy would be enough to save them. She watched Su for a moment. After this battle, I will offer you another chance to join me. I advise you think carefully before you lose more. Kuvira turned on her heel and strode away, stopping mid-step as Su spoke up. I have already lost a son and a daughter I loved dearly, they died clinging to pride and honor. My children will keep theirs and I will ensure I keep mine. The thrill of sensation, thousands of feet stomping onto the ground in a regular rhythm. Every single sensation echoed and amplified through the rock, through the base of her feet. Exhilarating. The sheer sense of power, to have so many troops moving at her command, marching forward to further her goal. All believing in their destiny and the common goal. Kuvira smiled as she strode alongside them, together they would do what she needed them to. Disposable if circumstances required it, all that mattered was keeping the united forces pinned down until the Avatar was no more. Then the battlefield would turn on itself, sheer thought of chaos left a hollow ache in her stomach. Soon she would sate the craving. A soldier rushed up to her as she strode along. Great Uniter, scouts have spotted the United Forces main army ahead. How far? 2 hours if we maintain current speed, came the reply. 2 hours. Closer than anticipated but distant enough to make the final preparations. Kuvira stopped and drew on everything she could. Vato's power flared into a brilliance as if a sea of candles were lit, emanating out from a central point. She slammed her foot into the ground. In a moment, the world was clear and distinct. The enormity of the land was vivid in its sensation. The distant mountains loomed huge in the distance, the mass of troops beside her a pulsing rhythm stretched for miles. And there, not far ahead of them was a smaller mass of sensation. Closer than reported. Your estimates are wrong, Kuvira said. They are just over an hour ahead. Assemble my tent. I must address the troops, but I must meditate first. The scout looked panicked and rushed away, her tent quickly unpacked and set up even as the calls for halt sounded and repeated throughout the company. Another thrill, started and now stopped on nothing more than her word. She marched back towards the vehicles carrying the other generals and Batar. No need to go over the plans again, they were all finalized as far as was possible. Nor were they terribly complex, no mercy. Standing orders were to destroy anyone or anything in their path. The Empire did not recognize surrender and would not stay their hand if they encountered healers. If the united forces stayed their hands, that would be their own undoing. Deserters would likewise fare badly. Any refusal of orders invited instant execution, as would any enemy sympathizers. The generals all saluted the moment they saw her. Power. I trust you are all prepared. Yes, sir, the group chorused. Good. Win your battles. To fail is to die. More than one flinched. No matter, fear would help keep them in line. I will aid you as soon as I have dispensed with the Avatar, I will however be unhappy if the battle is not in your favor by that point. We will not fail you, someone said with a quavering voice. Kuvira strode away. There was a scuffle behind her, she glanced over her shoulder. Batar, one of the few least concerned by her speech, was following her. Your place is with the commanders, Kuvira said as she walked. I know. I just. Can we talk? Before things begin? Batar asked. She slowed and turned to face him. Activity all around them, no one paying much attention to the great uniter and one general. Please, Kuvira said, mellowing her tone as much as she was able. I just wanted you to know how happy I am that I was able to meet you. You gave me a purpose in life. And if I die during this conflict, I will do so happily, knowing I gave my life for the Empire. Everything I have done was for the future, and the woman I love. Batar was breathing hard, his face flushed. I would much rather you were by my side when I rule the world, Kuvira said. Win for me, live for me. She cupped his cheeks and pressed her lips against his. Batar was trembling as she stepped back, his lips curling into a drunken grin. I will. For you. He smiled and darted away. Everyone seemed to either fear her or submit to her. All except Batar, who professed to love her. Like her, he seemed prepared to sacrifice everything for her goal. But why? He gained so little, especially if he would throw his own life away. Love still seemed alien and strange. The tent was complete by the time she reached it, the soldiers ducking and bowing to her as she flung the flap aside and closed herself off from the rest of the world. Now to meditate. The figure loomed out of the darkness behind her eyes, the transition becoming easier each time, his form somehow bigger, more overwhelming, and yet always visibly the same pale figure. Kuvira. He smiled. I continue to be impressed with your progress in these spiritual matters. Quite remarkable. Nor am I disappointed in the world's reaction to everything you do. It seems as if a word, a few fragments of conversation are enough to change so much, if they pertain to you at least. Rumor and gossip are powerful, Kuvira said. But I feel I am now beyond that. I feel strong. A mere shade of what will be. Harmonic convergence will make all the difference, Vato replied. The peak of my power, our power. Must I delay? There are times when I don't feel the need to wait. Vato did not reply. I remember her before, the Avatar, Rava, both of them dash. The mountain? Vato asked suddenly. Omashu, Kuvira replied, nodding. She was so weak. I could have ended her there. I have grown stronger ever since. I can crush her, crush them both before the moment ever arrives. Before Rava can utilize harmonic convergence, Vato said, nodding. Yes. Yes, you may strike now while you are able. She is still weakened thanks to your actions, her skills are blunted. Take the chance, destroy them both before they can retaliate. I will end the cycle. She repeated everything she had trained for the past months. She could bend better than the Avatar, she regained her ability well before her. Not enough still before, but now she would unlock the Avatar state and become more powerful. Kuvira settled into meditation. No fear now, no way she could lose. The battle would be hers and she would live on to finally be reborn as the Earth Avatar for as long as the world persisted. Every sacrifice had been worthwhile and indeed necessary to allow her to do what no one else could. She alone had changed the Earth Kingdom forever and birthed the Earth Empire. In the absence of a strong leader, it was surely best that she rule. She had the will and no need to companions or friends. The Avatar was not the answer, she stood in her way. One by way her chakras opened. No earthly attachments to keep her tied down. No need for Opal or Su. No need for the Bufongs. Not even Batar. So liberating to feel like this, there was nothing to stop her now or hold her back. Metal all around her resonated, waiting, desperate for her to reach out to it and use it. Kuvira smiled and opened her eyes. 30 minutes now until the first, inevitable conflict. She strode to the front of the troops, a gesture was enough to get the microphone handed to her. My loyal soldiers, she began, her voice booming and echoing. We are now face the battle that will decide our future as a nation. We come with a righteous cause, we come to take back what was stolen from us decades before. This land, all of it, was Earth Kingdom. The Fire Nation, aided by the Water Tribe and the former Avatar who stole it. Sneakily in the night, under the guise of treaties and the will of the people. They have lied to us for far too long. The Avatar allowed and was complicit in this atrocity. His predecessor has chosen to not correct this injustice, and even now she seeks to continue with the perpetration of this crime against us. The troops were booing and screaming insults at both the Avatar and Republic City. Thus we were left with no choice but to fight for what is ours, what was ours, what should be ours. A rousing cheer. We are no thieves in the night, we do not use trickery to reclaim our land. We face them head to head, with honor. I was named the Great Uniter long ago, it is a mantle I am honored to wear. If you continue to follow me, I will create a new era for our people, a truly united Earth Kingdom. It will be beyond compare and more powerful than any nation the world has ever seen. Until that happens, until there are no longer powerful families commanding loyalties, foreign oppressors. As long as the Avatar remains, we cannot hope to have peace. It is just as well that the spirits have chosen me to become the Avatar of the Earth Empire. More cheers. My power dwarfs the so-called Avatar of Republic City. Follow me and we will be victorious. She turned to face away from the troops. Now, let me show you my power. Finally, it was time. Too much rock to even contemplate, the scale was just too big. Too vast, too heavy. She could not hope to even grasp the size, let alone manipulate it. But in the split second between reaching and falling short, Vato's power sprang to her fingertips. The delay lessened more and more with every use, nothing more than a fraction of a second now. Now she had more than enough power. The energy surged and flowed through her, the huge mass of rock below her became malleable, simple to shift and move as she saw fit. Her reach was half the height of the world, miles and miles down to the base of even the land. Simple to jolt this section against that, shift an outcrop into another, widen a gap. Let the debris fall from above and rain down into the blazing inferno beneath. The ground trembled and groaned as the earth shifted. The army cheered even as her legs gave out, her body drenched in sweat. Rest, she needed rest before she faced the Avatar. Her followers barely noticed as the earth shifted. "Mom," Korra said as she threw her arms around her mother. "Korra," she replied, squeezing Korra tight. "So many healers here, her mother among them. Unalak sent the majority a week ago to assist wherever possible at Tenzin's request. It would have been nice to say something to him too before the battle, but he was still in transit." "And, were they staring at her? Did I do or not do something?" Korra asked. "They look up to you." Senna smiled. "They draw strength from your example. Glad I can inspire them. Make sure they know, I'll defeat Kuvira. I promise." Vital she keep that promise. There was a group of Southern Water Tribe warriors nearby, their faces already made up with the war paint. She had not seen anyone looking like that since. "Wait. Dad. And you, it seemed." Senna followed her gaze. "Our own last line of defense. People stress there are rules about war." She lowered her voice. "It's hard to trust she'll stick to them." Korra swallowed hastily. "Just stay safe. Please." "I will. But I need to help people." "You have to promise me the same," Senna replied. "Hey, I'm the Avatar. I can do this," Korra said. "And I've always been so proud." Senna hugged her again, gasping a little as she stepped back. "I suspect your father would like to see you too." Korra nodded. "Yeah. And I'll see you later." "Okay." Senna smiled. "Okay. Plans." It all seemed so easy, so clear on paper. Even as people noted worries and oversights. They could win, not without cost, not without effort, but they could. But still that sinking feeling after hearing the nature of the plans. Iroh talked at length about what he intended. How the Earth Empire army would block and how they would use the biplanes. How to deal with the revolvers. The shiver was almost welcome. She could never hope to make the decisions he did, would not even want to contemplate a fraction of them. She needed to defeat Kuvira as fast as possible. It was difficult to accept that it might not be that easy, but Iroh insisted on the other outcomes. Not her demise, though in the darker moments before now she had wondered if she could do what she needed to. Fire Nation forces positioned inside Republic City should the Earth Empire break through their ranks. Waterbenders from the Northern Water Tribe and the United Forces held position on the various bridges, ready to use the sea against the invaders. Not that they expected to use them, just in case. Avatar Korra, we have every faith in your victory against the Great Uniter, Kia said. Korra shook herself as the other generals expressed similar sentiments and assurances. She just about remembered to bow in response to them all. Everyone had faith in her. I have faith in the United Forces, she managed after a pause. We should commence. Avatar Korra, a moment. Iroh asked. The others filed out and left them alone. She's close. Kuvira. He nodded. Less than an hour from our current position. Iroh seemed weary. Won't have to wait long. I should do the speech and get going, I suppose. Another nod. You know. Korra smiled. I didn't write the speech this time. That made him curious. I had to. If you wrote it, we'd still be on the corrections by the time she was blowing us across the landscape. Iroh smiled, not quite the reaction she hoped for. It would not change much, not now. I could write you a perfect speech right now, but it doesn't matter. Your words are far more important, we need to hear what the Avatar will say. Thank you. Speak from the heart, they need it, Iroh added as she left the tent and headed for the podium. Korra stared out at the sea of people. No practices this time, this was not about appearances and there would be no questions. Seemed kind of strange for the most important speech she would make in her life. People of Republic City, everyone. I wish to thank everyone who has volunteered and is otherwise participating in the upcoming battle. To see so many of you ready to fight for what you believe in is nothing short of inspirational. The Earth Empire marches towards us under the leadership of the Great Uniter, Kuvira. She has allied herself with the spirit of chaos known as Vato. If we fail to stop her, their combined forces will plunge the world into darkness. But, we will not fail. I promise you I will defeat Kuvira. The people of Republic City have declared in one voice they wish to be free. The Earth Empire is clinging on to past injustices, things may have been wrong in the past, but the people strive to live in harmony now. As the Avatar I will protect the peace and balance between the tribes. The crowd cheered. Korra bowed to them, flicked her glider open and sailed off over the crowd. So many people with dreams and loved ones, Bolin, Asami, Opal, Iroh, Zuli, Wing, Wei, Lin, Toza, Haesuk. The list went on. Future Industries staff and prob-ending teams. Everyone in Republic City. All counting on her. For a long time beneath her there was only empty land, but finally in the distance she spotted the Earth Empire army. Larger than the United Forces by at least 2 times. If there was no Avatar in their camp, she might just try to halt the army with enormous pillars of earth. Not going to work here. They needed to wait for Kuvira to strike. The alarms blared distantly behind her and Korra turned the glider back. The extra weights on the right side helped compensate for her missing arm. Captain. Both Bafong twins snapped to attention. Bolin returned the salute. Though I called for Lieutenant Wei. The twins glanced at each other. I guess they got confused? Sir. Wing replied. Fine. Bolin murmured. Wait here, I've got to do a few more checks. The most difficult and brutal part of the job, ensure everyone here would fight and were actually United Forces personnel. Hope for no spies or imposters. Lin caught 3 just the other day. Bolin frowned. That sergeant looked familiar. Tano? Sergeant, name and rank. Sergeant Tano, 2nd Waterbending Regiment, he replied. No spark of recognition in his eyes. At least he seemed to have regained his bending. Still the same hair, not uniform by any stretch. Iroh would probably sear it off in a moment. Good, Bolin said nodding and wandered on. More familiar faces, Haesuk and Toza, even some neighbors he vaguely recognized from the slums. And all fighting for their home. Captain? Wei asked. Yes. I wanted to wish you good luck, Wei said. And? He shook his head. Military protocol did not so much frown on the notion of hugging, but it certainly was not supportive. Bolin hugged Wei regardless. Thank you. For everything. Same, Wei said, tightening his grip. He pulled away and stared into Bolin's eyes for a moment. Wait. Wei, I can't kiss you, Bolin muttered. Well, no. My boyfriend would be so jealous. Plus you're with Korra and Dash. Boyfriend? Bolin asked, blinking. Yeah. You should come visit Air Temple Island more, he's one of the acolytes. Wei grinned and leaned in close to Bolin's ear, his breath tickling. He told me how hard it was to sleep the night of the Mover premiere. He giggled and Bolin could feel his cheeks burning. The wail of the sirens saved him from a response. Time to get into formation. He found his team easily, Opal and Zuli hurrying over a few moments later. Another review of the plans with General Kia and they were set. Korra delivered her speech, the words lifting the heavy worries weighing him down. It had all been worth it to get here and now. He joined in with the others as they chanted, "Long live Republic City." But it was only as they began marching that he realized that just now might be the last time he ever saw Korra. I want you to be happy, even when I die, Bolin muttered as he walked, wincing at the realization. Should have said it before, while he had still had a chance. Too late now, and at least that was his only regret. And it would not do to cause Korra any more distractions, though he had every faith she would prove victorious. Of course she would, she was the Avatar. Best to look forward to after. The celebration would be magnificent and everyone would be cheering her, she would truly be everyone's hero. Such a sight. The image hung vividly in his mind's eye. Best not to think too much too soon. Wait to see it for real. Bolin shook his head. Right now he had to get to point 4 in his starting position. All that training had to be for something. General Kia was marching not far ahead of him. Bolin glanced back at the airships hanging back behind them. Iroh would be with them. Ahead there was the Earth Empire. A staggering number of people looming like a wall stretching as far as he could see. Kia slipped back through the group until she was walking alongside Bolin. "Captain," she said. "General," he replied with a nod. Kia smiled. "I have been asked to remind you that your focus should be on your mission. Remember it is of vital importance and we are here to protect you." "Yes sir," he replied. The idea of the others protecting him still felt uncomfortable. But there was no avoiding it, he had a role to play here and it remained something only he can do. He blinked. Something had caught his eye far ahead. He glanced back and forth trying to find it again. Nothing. Wait. Another flash right ahead. What was that? More flickers of light spreading down the ranks of the Earth Empire. A moment later a distant rumble as if of thunder stirred the air. It was soon joined by others. Cannon fire. Bolin glanced around the sky, looking desperately, futilely for incoming projectiles. They could be anywhere, heading for the airships, heading for him. The smoke from the cannons drifted lazily on the breeze, the multiple blasts soon shrouding their opponents. Wait. Those were not real attacks, the smoke was the goal. The realization came in a rush and Bolin stamped his foot down as hard as he could. A confusing jumble of sensation, rippling jolts from the cannons, the stamp of his fellow soldiers, something that might have been movement ahead. No good. He opened his eyes and stared into the shifting mass of smoke. Some airbenders would be great right now. This is it. Kia yelled. They may have twice our numbers but each one of us is more than capable of taking down 2 of them, makes us even. And don't forget we are combining the power of different tribes to be more powerful. Waterbenders. Form a barrier. There was a new noise in the air. What was? Bolin blinked, staring above the wall of smoke in horror. A hail of arrows rained down upon them, the ice barrier forming up almost too late. The arrowheads bounced off the ice for the most part, a few embedded themselves into the freezing surface and a handful made it through. There was blood on the ground, sensations of movement suddenly halted. People were already dead, their bodies falling awkwardly to the ground. Panicked, pained yells sounded in sporadic bursts from within the battalion. People called for medics as a deeper boom reverberated the air. More smoke? No. Something larger. A shape shot upwards from the smoke, seeming to slow as it moved. It sped up, the air whistling around it as it plummeted towards them. Earth cannons, an old trick. The Empire was hurling masses of compacted earth mixed with explosives and metal shrapnel at them. If they timed it right, the mass would explode just before it hit them. Of course, if there were metal benders among them. Metal benders, Kia called over her shoulder. You're up. Lin hurried pushed past Kia to the front of the group, other members of the Republic City police force lining up beside her. The falling mass was almost to them, as the metal benders braced themselves against the ground and ripped the missile apart midair. Debris showered down around them and the bombs exploded, the sheer noise forcing Bolin to blink. For a moment the battle seemed quiet, subdued, but after another breath the rage and volume returned with startling intensity. More explosions, more falling masses of destruction. Lin's group took up position again, but there were too many now. Far too many to catch them all. A few sailed over their heads, the heat from the blasts crashing over them from behind like a wave, the mass of air rushing past them. Bolin could not look back. How many had that killed? How long did they have to weather this? And now something else, a new rhythmic mechanical sound in the distance. Is that mecha tanks? Kia asked Lin. Just people, Lin replied as she lifted her foot from the ground. Lots and lots of people. Feels like they're heavily armored. Smart, Kia murmured. Water benders. We're counting on you while we still have water. Ahead of them the Earth Empire marched forward out of the smoke. At Kia's command, rocks and water were flung forwards, the opposing soldiers seemed unfazed. They moved unrelentingly forward, towards them, towards Republic City. Kuvira was easy to find. No. Not easy. It was as if some strange connection drew Korra's attention to the abandoned Fire Nation settlement just beside the Guangzhou Plains. Before she might have expected Kuvira at the vanguard of the battle, now she was away from the conflict. It could still be a trap, lure the Avatar away from any kind of support and destroy her. No. This would be honorable. There was more of the town as she moved towards the center, a fresh gust of wind enough to give her a little extra height. The outer edges of the town were all but gone, a few walls still stood closer to the center, and what looked like some actually complete buildings remained. The canal flooded with dingy, muddy water. She would have all the elements she required. Her heart still lurched as she swooped lower. Kuvira was watching her as she flew through the air, never once looking away as Korra slowed and dropped to the ground. She was smiling. She smiled as Korra landed. Avatar Korra. Kuvira did not bow. Great Uniter. Korra bowed, the action automatic despite the urge to shun decorum. Is our battlefield acceptable to you? Kuvira asked blandly. Korra glanced around again, checking more carefully for overlooked issues. No metal she could see, would that then restrict Kuvira to the plates at her waist? She stared at her opponent. Was her foot metal now? An oversight? Or was Kuvira confident she could resist any attempt Korra made to turn her own limb against her? She had always been the better metal bender. With Vato fueling her, no. Metal would be a risk here. Yes, it is acceptable. I do not think we will have any interruptions or interference with our fight. You have a lot of rock and some metal, I have that and water too. Nothing more they could say. Kuvira might still be smiling, but the expression did not reach her eyes. She stared into Korra's eyes with ferocity. Stay calm. This was to be a fair fight, or as fair as anyone fighting the Avatar could be. She could use any element now, there should be little problem. But then, that was what Kuvira wanted, a chance to prove her superiority even when she lacked 3 of the elements. Any last words? Kuvira asked. I said my piece in the spirit world, Korra replied, resisting the urge to ask once more for a ceasefire, a change of heart, anything. Very well. Kuvira finally bowed to her and Korra again bowed in response. We will each take 10 paces, then begin, Kuvira said. Korra nodded and backed up, unable to turn from her opponent. Kuvira indicated no such nervousness and began walking away. Very trusting. Not that Korra would consider an unfair attack like that, not even when the united forces could ill afford the battle dragging out like that. If she struck now, no. But it was impossible to ignore that Kuvira would likely prolong the fight as long as she was able, or felt able to. Her opponent was only happy when she was powerful, as such surely she would be reveling in her strength before and after landing a killing blow. No. Korra would not give her a chance. 10 paces. Korra drew the avatar state around her like a cloak, her body surging with power. The rock vibrated beneath her feet with vibrations from near and far. The water surged, ready to use nearby. The air twisted around her fingers like cloth. And fire, the fire was ready at a moment's notice. Begin. Kuvira barked. Korra twisted a funnel of air around Kuvira in a moment, the suddenly howling, churning wind quickly plucking dust and debris from the ground. Easy. No. She had lost sight of Kuvira already. Korra dithered for a moment and with a surge the dust billowed out of the cyclone, the twisting wind dissipating. Kuvira stood with her feet braced, her eyes red as she launched herself forward. Kuvira flung her hand out in front of her, the rock below her breaking and surging up to her. Small rocks forced into larger rocks, boulders punched at her. Easy to destroy, easy to smash and tear apart. But they were not just coming from in front of her. More attacks from every direction. Korra risked quick glances, trying to keep an eye on them all. No one else here but Kuvira. There were no pauses, no delays, no time for second thoughts as the attacks continued. Rock after rock, all breaking apart with barely any effort. Was this the best she could do? Wait. No. Kuvira was not trying to hit her with the rock, she was trying to make Korra trap herself. The sliding piles of debris were forming up at an astonishing rate around her. If she was not careful it would trap her in moments. Air. She could get herself free with air. The moment she tried to bend, the rain of boulders and debris intensified. What felt like whole chunks of the town were now raining down upon her and it was all Korra could do to prevent them crushing her. The debris pile towered up high, taller than her, the pile enveloping her. It took all her effort to push a tiny space in the rocks and suffocate. No light, no way to see. If she fire-bent here she would use up what little air she had in seconds. What else? Water. There was water here. Korra drew the water to her, pulling it up from the ground and freezing successive layers as they flowed over each other. The ice drill would get her out. More water and she sent the construct spinning and whirring into the pile all around her. The frozen surface splintered and cracked at first, but she drew up more water, freezing the drill as fast as she could. Korra moved forward. She gasped at the air as she out into the open. No time to relax, she flung herself to one side and only narrowly avoided the metal spear headed right for her. Kuvira hefted another lance and flung it at her. Was she really trying to impale her? Korra whipped the air around the spear and knocked it from the air. Too much and the footing was terrible in the debris. She slipped, falling dizzyingly backwards and into one of the still-standing buildings. Korra struggled to her feet as Kuvira loomed into view, hovering on a slab of rock. Wait. That stance, as if she could forget would come after. The same odd way of standing Kuvira had settled into an omashu. The Great Uniter's eyes glowed a brilliant red again and Korra twisted a water arm around a nearby outcrop. She dragged herself out of the way a second before danger. The crack of a metal sphere striking stone came from horrifyingly close by. Needed to move faster, get further away. A second shot grazed her leg and Korra winced in pain. It had not impacted directly. As long as it did not connect she could keep going. The pain would be debilitating, too much of a distraction right now. Time to try and turn the attack against her, let Kuvira think she was afraid of the metal. Out of one building and into the next, Kuvira hot on her heels. Metal spheres cracked against walls and floors, tiny sparks crackled in Korra's wake. She was faster than them, for now. Just needed to keep it up for a little longer. Down the stairs, towards the ground and towards the water. Korra reached out to it even as she hurtled for the way out. Two torrents of water surged past her and knocked Kuvira deeper into the building. Korra pushed the water onwards as she tried to completely flood it. The water brushed against walls and made them buckle. The building was old and near collapse. It would hold if from froze it. And might it trap Kuvira within? Korra bent a water spout beneath her feet and raised herself up above the town. The water still surged within the building, the effort of holding it all in place becoming increasingly difficult. Best to get this over with. Korra concentrated and the water stilled, freezing in place, locking the remains of the building, the water spout, and even the river into a frozen mass. Not just the outside, Korra did not let go just yet. Keep the cold pushing inwards, make the whole building was Kuvira? Ice was not that sensitive. Korra concentrated, trying to feel Kuvira somewhere within the frozen mass. No movements, none possible now. The structure was rigid. Nothing. No movement. Too easy. Earth drill. Kia yelled. The waterbenders fell back, some returning to the rear of the battalion, others taking up position beside earthbender comrades. Two tribes working in conjunction, and together they formed an earth drill, an unusual mixture of both earth and water bending. The frill formed in a matter of moments, and at Kia's gesture, it launched forwards and towards the Earth Empire. Bolin rushed forward, ready, desperate to add his own efforts to help the drill spin faster as it raced across the battlefield. They needed more practice. Manipulating the drill was awkward at first, so many people focused on the same rotation, keeping it steady and pushing forward. Bolin clenched his teeth as he pushed with the others. Easier, they were all focused on the same outcome, everyone's power feeding into the drill. Kia yelled instructions and he desperately tried to follow them over the crack of distant cannon fire sounding all around them. Just when it seemed the drill could not spin any faster, it met and tore into the ranks of the Earth Empire. A ripple of panic flowed along the line of the opposing force. Kia did not give them a second to regroup. "Firebenders!" she shouted. More personnel pushed through the ranks and ahead of the battalion. They headed for the gap, and now flames streaked through the air. A squad of non-benders were on their heels, shock gloves sparking and cracking as they slammed and grabbed at the Earth Empire. Droves of soldiers collapsed convulsing to the ground. A panicked call for a retreat sounded and the Earth Empire began to fall back. Things were going well. Bolin half expected Kia to order an arrow attack, seemed like she had other plans. "For now. Defensive formations," she shouted. "Forwards." They grouped up as best they could and marched towards the retreating army. "Bring the water trucks up," Kia ordered. "I don't want anything they can use but mud," she said with a grin as the waterbenders opened the taps of the vast containers and poured the stored gallons of water into the air. They drenched the ground in moments, a thick layer of mud widening around them. But there had been no order to stop, so they just kept on going. Water flooded across the ground in what seemed like an endless torrent. "Now the arrows." "Ice arrows!" Kia shouted. The waterbender switched smoothly from the deluge of water to pulling water droplets from the air and forming them into projectiles. A few good strikes and the Earth Empire retreat slowed, those at the back frantically pulling metal shields around themselves for defense. Kia barely seemed worried. "Lightning!" she ordered. Each crack of electricity was near blinding, the sound horribly familiar. Not just one strike, spark after spark ripped through the air, the world reverberating with the passage of the bolt. That smell in the air. He was shivering. Bolin stumbled to a halt, his legs refusing to move forward. What was he doing here? How could he had not been able to help when Mako someone touched his shoulder. "You okay, Captain?" "Lin." "Bolin," she added in a softer tone when he did not reply. "I'm okay." He took a deep breath. "Be okay. What happened before was not his fault." "I'm okay," he said to himself. Lifeless or unconscious bodies on the ground ahead of him, from ice arrows, from the drill, from the firebenders, the shock gloves, and the lightning benders. Bolin looked away, not wanting to see. "Good work," Kia yelled. "Point 1 is clear. We are moving to point 4. Zuli and Opal's truck was still safe behind them. Not long until their part. Every strike came so close to hitting the Avatar. Had she been solely human, she would be dead by now. Her use of the Avatar state gave her just enough of an edge, just as Vato's power allowed her to shoot the projectiles faster and easier than ever before. Still frustrating, a stalemate. If the Avatar would just make a minor mistake or somehow let herself wind up in a corner. She could not keep her evasion up forever. Sooner or later she would make a mistake, and when she did, Kuvira would be victorious. Fate seemed to be smiling on her. The Avatar was voluntarily entering a building. Easier to trap her in there, and likely she would be ignorant of how much metal lay hidden under the stone and other building materials. Plenty to use, plenty of rock and a reduced maneuverability. But still not definitive hit. She might have glanced across one of her limbs, but nothing was slowing her down. Kuvira scowled as Korra bolted from the building and back into the open. She had to find some way to drive her back into confinement. Wait. Something was coming fast. Kuvira shut her eyes and concentrated on the shuddering vibrations surging through the rock. The avatar was bending water, and sending it rushing towards her. No time to waste. The metal sheets sprang from her waist, the edges molding together almost without conscious thought. A brief glimpse of the oncoming wave as the cocoon completed around her. A fraction of a second of safety. Then her metal container tumbled end over end. It jarred against obstacles and ground, spinning and bouncing her inside until she braced herself. The shield was useless now. She had survived the initial onslaught. Now she needed to get at her opponent. Kuvira slipped from the shell, collapsing it back down into individual sheets. No air now, the water filled the building. Not much time. Kuvira swam as fast as she could, searching for something, anything. A support pillar ahead of her. It would have to do. The outer surface cracked open and she slipped inside, sealing the fissure behind her. Need to breath. A tiny hole in the rock sent upwards, higher and higher until she hit air. Kuvira gulped the air and shifted the rock, working her way higher and out of the water-filled channel. The dim light nothing close enough to illuminate her little hollow. She was alive, but trapped, cold and unable to see. Not with her eyes anyway. She could still feel. No vibrations in the rock, or nothing clear. No hint as to where the avatar was. The cold was distracting. If she was a waterbender this would be easy. Wait. This was far too cold, the rock felt sticky beneath her hands. The avatar, she must be freezing the water. Smart move. As an earthbender and unable to draw on similar skills, the avatar must know she could only tolerate this temperature for so long without dying. The choice of waiting for the cold to kill her or revealing herself to the avatar when she broke free. The foundation pillar extended right up to the roof of the building. She could not stay here. Kuvira gritted her teeth and started digging upwards through the pillar. Exertion made her muscles burn, a welcome contrast to the freezing cold all around her. She paused just before the top. The light would dazzle her if she just broke through now and leave her vulnerable. One more breath and Kuvira reached out. The roof moved freely, rising up as fast as she could make it. She shut her eyes as the structure above her head shot away from her, heat and light blazing. More than just the sun, the avatar must have shifted from ice to fire. No time for anything more complex than a shield. She had to endure the inferno and get her vision clear. Her clothes steamed in the sweltering air and still she waited. At last the heat abated, she broke from the shield in the same moment, sending spinning chunks of rock flying in all directions. Her vision was painful but usable. There was a chunk of iron bar protruding from the remains of the roof. Kuvira tore it away, sharpening the end to a wicked point. She turned to see the avatar hurtling across the rooftop towards her. Kuvira smiled. He heard the whirring clank of the mecha tanks well before he first caught sight of them. Despite the increase in difficulty they represented, Bolin felt somehow relieved when he saw them. They were the familiar type he had seen in Ba Sing Sen while he and Korra fled the Earth Kingdom. At least they were not the advanced, revolver-armed kind that so worried the higher-ups. Too soon for one thing. The revolvers were far slower than these counterparts. Reports from the scouts indicated their opponent was holding them back for now, until tactically useful. Bolin eyed the visible mecha tanks warily. Fire and electricity were their primary weapons, somewhat ironic given the Empire's stance on the rest of the world. Even so, the charge and heat from either were more powerful than most of the fire and lightning benders within the United Forces. Platinum hulls would even stand up to lava bending if it came to it. Riskier for the pilots if he tried. And from some of Asami's comments, while the shell would survive, the lava would superheat the interior. A last resort even if technically pointless. For now the plan was to hamper mobility and ensure the vehicles expended as much fuel as possible. Bolin turned back to the seeming unbroken expanse of mud before them. There should be no way to tell visibly that it was nothing but a thin sheet of earth above a deep moat. He and the other earthbenders had carved it deep into the rock as the waterbenders drew as much water up from the depths to flood the cavity. As perfect trap as they could manage, assuming there were no earthbenders with seismic sense close enough or sensitive enough to detect it until it was too late. Now the moment of truth. Kia ordered them to fall back slowly, more or less keeping pace with the advancing mecha tank. So close now. Were they slowing? Bolin peered ahead, hoping for success. First one mecha tank and then several others vanished out of sight. Right into the trap. Kia ordered them forward as the remainder of the mecha tanks came to an abrupt stop, several other units falling into the moat. The surviving mecha tanks assumed an aggressive formation and sent bursts of flame roaring across the moat. Waterbenders, shield. Kia ordered. The waterbenders pushed to the front of the group once more, swiftly forming new ice shields to guard against the incoming flames from the mecha tanks perched on the edge of the moat. Just behind the waterbenders, squads of firebenders desperately steered the scorching flames away from the rapidly melting shields. A few mecha tanks extinguished their flames and shifted to shooting metal cables. They broke through the ice shields almost without resistance, the fizzing crack of electricity making Bolin jump. Already people were falling to the ground, some twitching, others lying worryingly still. They should be fine, the charge should only have enough charge to disorientate, not kill. Kia grabbed his arm as he rushed to help the fallen. Bolin. Go. She shouted as the mecha tank blasts lessened. She pointed towards Point 4 and his destiny. He almost resisted for a moment. No. She was ordering him. He nodded, moved back through the battalion to Zuli and Opal. Ready to go? He asked. The battle seemed so distant even from here. Sooner the better, Opal said. This is worse than I expected. Yeah, Bolin said. Let's get this over with. Point 4 was a short distance away, the area somewhat secluded with various rocky outcrops offering some degree of cover. Practice ensured they all knew what to do, the distant noise of conflict spurring them on to finish as fast as they could. Bolin got the radio set up as Opal and Zuli completed the drill preparations and at his nod set it in motion. General Iroh. Bolin yelled into the radio over the grinding whir of the digging. We have arrived at Point 4 and have commenced the operation. Good work, Iroh replied, the radio crackling and hard to hear over the grinding. Remain there while General Kia clears the area. Current intelligence puts the revolvers about 4 hours from your current position. Should be enough time, Bolin shouted back. And then he had nothing to do. The drill was mostly mechanical, nothing he could help with. No way to try and shift the rock and mud. Nothing to do but wait for the moment he was there for. The true nature of the mission. Time stretched out, Opal and Zuli were studying readouts, engrossed in their objectives. Bolin paced nervously, not even noticing when the whir of the drill diminished. Bolin, we've reached the required depth, Opal said behind him. Bolin glanced past her to where Zuli was overseeing the machine pulled up from the depths, the area around the hole covered with crystal shards. Bolin started his stopwatch. Guess this me then. Thank you, for everything. I'm glad I got to be your friend, he said as he walked towards the aperture. Other members of the team were readying the explosives and moving supplies into position. This is not goodbye, Opal said firmly as she frowned at him. Don't talk like that. Then I won't say it, Bolin smiled. Hope you two get out of this okay, he slid into the darkness. General Iroh. Iroh looked up from the map. A call from the volcano team, one of his aides said pointing to the radio beside him. Channel 2. Iroh picked up the radio and tuned it to the correct frequency. This is General Iroh. Report. General, we are worried. Our latest readings from the mountain top are definitely abnormal. The mountain has been experiencing sustained tremors for well over an hour now. What would be normal? Iroh asked. A few minutes at absolute most, the woman said. Nothing like this. We've never seen anything like it since the studies began, it is not a phenomenon we are familiar with. It may not be entirely natural, another voice added. Wait. There. Do you see that? Oh no, the first voice said softly. Report. Iroh demanded. What is happening? An eruption. A lava vent has opened part way down the mountain, the first voice replied. Is the city at risk? No. It's on the other side. Risk of a fire in the woodland though. What can we do? Iroh asked quickly. Firebenders would be helpful, they could help cool the lava though it will likely take some hours. General, we can't guarantee anything, lava cooling has never been attempted on something of this scale. We will be fine if that one vent is all we have to deal with. But if the main crater of the Chenbei erupts? She trailed off. Iroh completed the thought on his own. Only Korra could help. Possibly Bolin, but to hope he could complete his mission and return to stop the eruption? Impossible. Could Kuvira be doing this? Thank you. I will dispatch a firebending division to you post-haste. He clicked the radio off. You heard me, he told the room as he switched the radio frequency, staring blankly at the maps. Grandfather, the volcano wait. Kia's battalion were still advancing. Bolin must have begun his mission by now. Plenty of time before the revolvers arrived. So far so good, but sooner or later one side was going to break ranks. How many other surprises did Kuvira have? He put down the radio. 3 lines of defenses, Kia's battalion near the mountains and likely where the Earth Empire would be at their strongest, no nearby water sources to draw on. General Vera was presiding over points 10 to 12. The Earth Empire seemed more defensive there, huge masses of earth and rock piled up as defense. And then the group near Lanao Lake, the place they would avoid where possible. Far too much water there, though it was not as if they would leave points 15 and 18 unguarded. Iroh picked up the phone. Vera, report. Sir. General Xian, one of the Earth Empire lot, has been spreading oil and water on the terrain. The stuff's everywhere and it's getting into the lake. We can't risk the firebenders at all. But I guess the mecha tanks are too risky, they've been keeping their distance, Vera said. Smart. Not enough, but an effective delaying tactic. Keep your distance too and remain in a defensive formation. Make sure they think both of you are at stalemate there for another 10 minutes. After that begin withdrawal and ensure you are well clear of the area before the reinforcements arrive. Yes sir. The radio fizzed and crackled. He had not turned it off, something was happening over there, it sounded like a scuffle. We're under attack. Someone yelled. Protect the scientists, top priority. Iroh yelled in the handset. Trying. The radio distorted and fizzed. That almost like a lightning strike. Everything's under control. The voice was panting. We're all fine here. Awkward swallow. Sir, apologies. I will fetch Fire Lord Zuko for you Thank you, Iroh replied. There seemed to be some subdued panic over there, though whatever had happened seemed to be over. Iroh. Zuko after a pause. I need you to keep an eye on the volcano, Iroh said. Take Auntie with you and please stop it from getting any worse. Understood, Zuko replied. Thank you. Iroh turned to an aide. Get hold of General Yap and General Anu immediately. I suspect we'll need close to 1,000 firebenders to calm the volcano. I would prefer volunteers if at all possible. The aide nodded and hurried to another radio. Sir. Another interruption. Iroh turned, stopping as he looked past the woman and out into the skies beyond. Airships, she added. Finally. The whole team was anxiously waiting. Some had closed their eyes and were busily meditating, others wrote more letters while others just paced with nervous energy. Not one of them had taken a life before, few had done anything but dream of and race fast cars. And yet they had all pledged to fight in this battle. All said they were ready to kill. Maybe it was easier to distance from the combat, the range of the missiles, the height above the ground, no real way to see the aftermath of their actions. The radio crackled with various reports of skirmishes, losses, victories, and statuses. Maybe the biplanes would not be necessary? Better than fighting at any rate, as much as Asami felt it was vital she be here and helping where she could. The ringing phone made her jump. Too tense, too ready for the call. Here it was, an order to attack or an order to stand down. Based on the radio chatter, She knew just what Iroh was going to say. Asami listened breathlessly as he relayed the coordinates of the enemy and the number of craft sighted. "Captain, you must bring down all the airships," Iroh ordered. "You have 9 minutes remaining until the fleet reaches Point 3. "Yes sir," Asami said, slamming the receiver down onto the cradle. "Sir?" someone asked behind her. She took a deep breath. "Move out," she shouted. They looked shocked for a moment, but training took over a second later. Weeks of practice and preparation to ensure they all moved as they needed to, and the operation commenced as smoothly as possible. Everything they had worked for was solidifying for this moment. Asami ran to her own plane, out in front as befitted her rank. Maybe it would have been nice to fly with Korra this time too. No. They each had their own battles. The biplane engines started one after another, the whir of the propeller blades growing louder and louder as more and more added to the din. Asami took a deep breath and shifted the controls forward. "The sky is mine," she said to herself. Kuvira suddenly rushed towards Korra. She had barely a moment to react, to curve her body away from the sharpened blade Kuvira held. The rush of wind seemed to slow Kuvira's moments for a moment, but a shred hail or rocks distracted her, and before she knew it her opponent had closed the distance. Korra leapt backwards, landing close to the ice. If Kuvira could just set foot on it too. Her opponent was too canny to make a mistake like that. She pushed her back and off the building. Back towards the rough terrain and her advantage. Korra broke her fall easily, backing away as Kuvira came after her. The fight was carrying on too long. Korra produced a fire whip in one hand and a water whip in the other. Keep Kuvira distant and strike from out of her reach. She clenched her teeth. Kuvira was moving too fast, ducking, weaving and leaping, first one whip and then another. Every time Korra struck, the whips shot past where the spot Kuvira should have been. Suddenly she was too close again. Korra gulped, remembering just how much more experience Kuvira had had in melee combat. Air was her only way out. The gust of blasted her back and clear, but not without cost. The sharp edge of the blade had scratched Korra's throat and her hand was deep red when she lifted it away. Think. Earthbender. Seismic sense allowed Kuvira an enormous ground superiority. Combine that with powerful control of rock and that close call with melee experience and she was a formidable foe. Korra needed to neutralize the advantages. She needed to stay in the air. Fire would do when she was aloft, rain that down on Kuvira. Maybe she would not need lighting in the end. It seemed unwise now, she needed the ground to bend it and that was far too risky. Somehow she was still missing Kuvira. Korra scowled and hailed ice spikes down onto her. Still no good, Kuvira bent a new earth shield, emerging only as the attack ceased. An odd noise. Korra blinked. It was coming from Kuvira. Was she laughing? "This is the best fight of my life," Kuvira shouted. "We don't have to fight," Korra retorted. "Oh, but I think we do." Metal sheets slid across her body, building up a layer of armor across her. Another group melted into blade swords orbiting around her. Kuvira was far too powerful to defeat so easily. Korra had underestimated her badly. With one final smirk, Kuvira's feet left the ground and she sailed up into the air and towards Korra. Check the description for the links to the author.